أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا فتاح يا فتاح يا فتاح اللهم صل على محمد وبارك وسلم ربنا زدنا علما رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Okay, so yesterday we started the other property of an ism, which is gender, and today we'll start with Q&A to see how much have you understand the concept. So I will give you a word and its meaning, and you have to tell me that is that what the gender and whether it's a singular or plural or dual, right? By looking at the meaning of it or by looking at the haraka in the end. So you have to give me a reason for it to be either masculine or feminine or singular, dual or plural. So I'm starting with Sister Hodma. So the first word is ayatun and its meaning is miraculous signs.
Ayatun. It ends with a tanween. I think it's feminine.
Because of the name?
Miracle signs. It's plural, right?
Yes, it's plural, but how do you know it's plural because of its meaning? But how did you say that it is feminine? What was your logic? What was the reason behind it?
I don't really know.
Okay, so give me the Muslima chart.
Oh, do you want me to put ayatun into the Muslim chart?
That's, you will know that's Muslim or is following the Muslim chart or a Muslima chart. If it's follow Muslim charts, it's masculine. If it does not follow Muslim chart, it is feminine, right? If it's follow Muslima chart, then it's feminine.
Oh God. Okay. Ayatun. So, Muslim chart would be Muslimu. So ayatu, ayata.
No, when I'm saying ayatun, I am adding a long vowel alif, right? Sound of a long alif, right? Ayatun. But when you have a singular, you don't have alif, right? So then the singular for ayatun is ayatun.
Oh,
With tamar at the
ayatun. Is
end.
it plural feminine? Ayatun.
Ayatun is plural feminine, but how?
The ending.
The atun sound, right?
Yes.
So ayatun sound give us a way that it is following a Muslima chart, and it is plural because it is following the third column of a Muslima chart.
Yes.
Okay, good. Actually, it is considered a singular feminine, but that is something we are going to study today. It will not consider plural, but it will consider singular, but this is something that we are going to study today. But for now, your answer is right. It is plural and feminine. Okay, Sister Raisa, Basharun.
I'm sorry, I just joined.
Okay, just then you have to give me, Basharun means a person. You have to give me whether it's masculine or feminine or singular, plural, or dual.
Okay, so Russian, it's singular and it's what does it mean?
A person.
A person. Russian. It's masculine because it doesn't have any reason to be feminine.
Okay, and you give and you say it is singular. What gives it away?
Because if it was plural, it would have alif nun or waw nun, or like something from the Muslim chart, like from the Muslim chart, because it has bashrun. It's damma tanween.
Okay, so yeah, so it has the ending sound, not the ending combination. That's why it is, and it is following the first column of a Muslim chart. That's why it is singular, right? We know the meaning, a person means singular, but since we are grammar student, we have to look at the signs.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sister Samia, Al-Jahima means hellfire.
It's say that again, sir.
Al-Jahima.
Jahima. It wasn't one of the.
It means the hellfire, right?
Yeah, but there were two words, Jahannam and the other one,
Nar wal as-sa'ir, but
No, but it's not because Arab said so. But
yes.
it's a particular place, because if it's the name of there are 6 categories that is feminine, so
It
the
is
name of Jahannam, so it's going to be considered singular feminine because it's the name of a place.
okay. Feminine is fine, but how singular?
Jahima. Because of the ending.
What's ending it is?
Jahima.
So what is in the end?
Fatha.
Why single fatha?
Because of the al at the beginning.
Okay. Yes, that's good because it's following the first column of Muslim chart. Muslim chart, I say Al-Jahima, but since it's a proper name of a place, so it is considered feminine, and it should have a single fatha, not fatatan, because of an al. Good. Sister Sarah. Al-Fili.
Yes.
Al-Fili means the elephant.
Al-Fili. Okay. Al-Fili, it would be singular because of and
Because of what?
because of the fatha at the end
No, kasra in the
and
end.
it's follow Al-Fili, yes. Okay. Okay, so this would be it's following the first column of the masculine chart.
Yes.
Yeah, the light chart. So it would be singular, and it's we cannot say that it's biological feminine.
No.
No, so Al-Fili. Yes, I think it would be masculine, singular masculine.
Very good. Very good deduction. Sister Parveen Maruf. Al-Ardu.
Al-Ardu. It's from the story, so it will be a feminine.
Yes. A semi-feminine, yes. And what
Yes.
about its number?
And it's Al-Ardu is singular
Is singular. Why?
because I think the plural is Al-Arab or something.
No, I'm not asking about what is the plural.
Oh.
I'm asking about the grammatical reason for it to be singular.
The grammatical reason is because it's Al-Ardu is following the first chart.
First column.
It's
First,
following
it's following the first column. Yes, that's the right answer. Good. Sister Habiba. Amalun means
Yes.
deeds.
Yeah, Amalun is singular, masculine, because it is Dhammatan at the end.
But its meaning is
Um,
deeds. I say deeds with the S in the end.
Amalun. Amalun, then Amal. Okay. This is third column, plural, yeah. Masculine and plural.
Okay. Now you are wrong about that. When I say amalun, it's because of its meaning. You say it is plural, but you don't have a reason of saying it is plural grammatically because it is not following a Muslim chart or a Muslima chart. Then it is a broken plural. Right? So we studied when we study the Muslim chart and Muslima chart, I show you a column for a broken plural as well. and I say that some ism does not follow the Muslim or Muslima chart pattern in the plural column. Such ism are called broken plurals. So when you put, his word is amal. When you put amal in Muslim chart, it will be amalun, amalan, amalin, right? Amalani, amalaini, amalaini. But it's not amaluna, amalina. It will be amalun, amalin, amalun. Okay. So that's why it is a broken plural, and by meaning, that's why I give you the meaning. From the meaning, you can say that it is plural. And singular, masculine and feminine, I say that non-human broken plural are considered as
Singular feminine.
So that's why this is considered as a singular feminine.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going another round. Now I want quick answers. Sister Raisa, al-malaikatu.
Yeah, sorry.
The angels.
The angels. So al-malaikatu. It's singular. Malaikatu, and it's feminine because of that again.
Okay, that is good for now, but we will see when we study today that we in Arabic will consider it as a plural masculine too. But this is something that we're gonna study today, inshallah ta'ala. Sister Sarah, al-yusra means the easiest.
Al-Yusra is, it has Yusra, so it has a alif at the end, the Hamza. So it would be alif maksura, so it will be considered as feminine. And it has al in the beginning, so al-Yusra. So I think it will be singular feminine.
Yes, because it is non-flexible because of alif maksura.
Non-flexible.
And they follow the single column of a Muslim chart, right?
Muslim chart, yes.
That's good. Sister Parveen Maroof, Narin, a fire.
Narin. A fire is it will be feminine because it's a semi-feminine again because of the poem we read.
Yes.
And it's following the Muslimun, Musliman, Muslimin first column chart. Narin.
Yes. So it's singular. Good. Sister Habiba, al-mu'minina, the believers.
Mu'minina. Mu'minina is plural because ina. And but al is proper.
No, I'm not talking about proper masculine and
You said that.
feminine.
Yeah, masculine.
Okay, good, because following the Muslim chart. Okay, good. So Sister Hodma, al-mukazzibina, the perpetual liars.
Mukazzabina.
Mukazzibina.
Zabina. I don't know.
Huh? Why? How do you know? You remember your Muslim chart?
Okay, Zabina. Well, it's not a ta that it's
Okay, if I give you the word mukazzib, put it in the Muslim chart.
It's a liar. So mukaddibu, mukaddiba, mukaddibi, mukaddibina. No, mukaddiba.
No. What is the second column sound?
It's Muslima.
No, I'm
So,
asking Muslim chart, not Muslima chart.
Muslim chart is the pair Muslim is Muslima.
No.
No?
Okay.
In the ref, is it not?
I am giving you chances over and over again, but you are still not memorizing your Muslim chart well, Sister Hodma.
I think she's doing the light chart. Maybe she's getting confused.
So I didn't ask for the light chart. I asked for the Muslim chart. So there's no chance for confusion because something very, very beginning we studied the Muslim chart, right? And it's a basic of all that we are studying. Sister Hodma.
Oh, Muslim. Oh, sorry. Yes, I understand. Muslimani.
Yes.
So Muslimun, Musliman, Muslimin, Muslimani, Muslimaini, Muslimaini.
So put mukazzib in Muslimaini chart.
Mukaddibaini,
Muslimani, Muslimani, then mukazzib will become
Mukaddibani, Mukaddibay, Muslim.
yeah, you're right.
Mukaddibaini,
Yes.
Mukaddibaini,
Okay, and then third column.
Mukaddibuna, Mukaddibina, Mukaddibina,
And what word I gave you? Al mukazzibina.
Muslimina.
See, you have to remember the ending sound and the ending combinations. So mukazzibina, where does it fall in the Muslim chart?
It's plural.
It's plural, and it's following the Muslim chart, and it is masculine, right?
Yes.
So this should be the drill. So you have to do another one. Al-Jibala means the mountains.
Al-Jibala. Well, it doesn't follow the endings of the Muslim chart.
No, it doesn't. Does it follow the ending of the Muslim chart?
Al-Jibala, no.
But its meaning is plural. So which kind of a plural it is?
Could it be feminine because it's a specific, well, it's not a place.
No. It is feminine, you're right. But I'm asking you, there are three kind of plurals, right? One is that follow the Muslim chart, one that follows the Muslima chart, and other follows does not follow the Muslim or Muslima chart. They are considered as broken plural.
Broken.
So
plurals,
al-jibalu is by meaning it's plural, right? So it's not a regular plural, it's a broken plural.
Okay.
So broken plural are considered as, if you want to consider as a non-human, then you say that okay, it's masculine and plural, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but today we will study that they will be considered as singular feminine, inshallah.
But you know the words don't follow the Muslim or Muslima chart. They're broken. Can they not be both still? Or if they...
No. If they are not, if you have something plural by meaning, right? If I gave you, watches, or if I gave you pens, or something like that, then you know that the meaning is plural. But when you look at the Arabic form of it, it does not follow the Muslim chart or the Muslima chart, the combinations, right? It's una, ina, or it's not atun, atin, atin. Then it is what? It is something different. Then this something different means that it's a broken plural. It's not following the regular ism chart. Okay? So that's
But
why
those broken ones can be both masculine or feminine.
the broken one can be both masculine and feminine. Yes, it's not about the gender. It's about the number. So gender is different and number is different. Right? So when you're talking about plural, it means you're talking about number. When we're saying masculine or feminine, it's the other property. Right?
Yes, I understand.
Okay. So you don't find any reason for it to be feminine, right? We have these categories that we studied yesterday. You don't find any reason for it to be feminine. So you can tell me that there is no reason it to be feminine. That's why it is masculine plural. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
But it has a reason to be feminine. That is something we're going to study today, inshallah ta'ala.
Okay, so it is feminine.
It is feminine. We'll consider singular, not plural, if we say it feminine. It's something that we're going to study today, inshallah ta'ala. Then you will understand it fully. But for now, what you have studied so far, for you, if you say it is plural and it is masculine, it is fine with me. Right?
Yep.
Okay, so now we are starting a new topic, inshallah. That is our numbers. Let me share the screen with you. Okay. So in our chapter, we have about the gender, number, and type. So we have covered gender, the masculine and feminine thing. Now we are studying the other. Other is the number. When we're doing a Muslima chart, we have studied that there are three types of numbers in Arabic grammar. And we have a single person, a single thing, that is considered as singular. We say mufrid. For two, there is another grammar for it, and we call it musanna. And then other than more than two is considered as plural, or we call jama in Arabic. So we can see that singular and plural easily, but there are some treatment for the plurals in single and dual. We have seen this treatment for plurals in Arabic. So the rule number 1 is all non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Do you get me? It's something that I was explaining when we are doing this exercise. When I say al-jibalu, jibal means mountain, then al-jibalu, the mountains, is this human or non-human thing, ism?
Non-human.
It's a
Non-human, so
ism.
it's feminine.
Yes, so when we have a non-human plural, we are not talking about the first and second column, not the single, not the dual. We are only talking about the plurals. So when we have non-human plurals, they are treated as singular feminine.
Ustaza, I have a doubt. I understand the part from what you had explained from the recording that non-human plurals are considered as feminine, but I didn't get the plural or singular part. Like, how is it considered singular?
Okay, when we are talking about mostly they are broken plural, right? Non-human singular plural we have. So first thing we have to see what is considered as human, the humans, angels and jinn. Other than that, everything in Arabic grammar is considered as non-human, right? Then we have non-human plurals. You can see by meaning that if they are non-human and they are plural, so there are two ways of treating them. If they are plural, feminine by nature and something like that, you can call them plural masculine or plural feminine. But if they are non-human plurals, they can also be treated as singular feminine, right? The number will be changed as singular. When you see the grammar, non-human plurals will be considered as singular and feminine, right? You will look at them and you say that they are, by meaning, they are plural. But when you are treating them, like, you will not be using hum for them, you will be using hiya for them. Understand?
Yes, Ustaz.
Is your point clear now?
Yes, Alhamdulillah.
Okay. If that is the case, we are clear that when we say a non-human plural, we say, okay, it's singular and it's feminine. Everything else is treated as, the sound masculine human plural is treated as a plural masculine, right? When if a ism is following a Muslim chart third column, we will say, okay, they are sounding as una, ina, they are plural and masculine. The sound feminine human plural is treated as plural feminine. Like, if you have a atun, atin sound, and they are human by meaning, like they are about the person or jinn or malaika, then they are considered as plural feminine. Words that are plural by meaning are treated as plural masculine. What does it mean by plural by meaning? We will see, but I'm giving you an example. Like, you say the word for nation is qawm, right? The qawm is not a single person. Qawm is a collection of people, right? They are many people that form together and make a nation. So they are different. They can be different in many ways, but they are connected by the definition of a nation. But they have certain things in common. So these groups are considered as a plural and masculine because they are plural by meaning. Human broken plurals are treated as plural masculine. Sometimes they are also treated as singular feminine. Do you get my point? What I was saying when we are doing the exercise. Human broken plural are treated as plural masculine. Sometimes they are also treated as singular feminine. Any confusion? So these are the rules that we have to study and we have to remember to label some ism as a plural or singular or dual, and how to put them as a masculine or feminine. So let's have a look at any question before we go to the book.
Yes. So you're saying that human plurals can be broken plurals can be masculine or feminine if there are group of mixed.
Okay, we say non-human plural are considered as singular and feminine, right? But if they
Yes.
are human plural and they are feminine by nature, they will considered as plural and feminine, right? But if they are broken, but sometimes they
Yes.
can also be considered as singular and feminine.
Okay.
Okay. So can you see my screen? Everybody can read from my screen?
Yeah, we can see your
You can
screen.
see the screen? Okay. So I want Sister Sarah to read for us what's written in the sound masculine plural.
Yes, sir. The sound masculine plural refers to the third column in the masculine version of the Muslim chart. This type of plural is used only for beings of intellect. This includes humans, angels, and jinn. Even though this type of plural is known as the sound masculine plural, it is also used for mixed groups that include both men and women. This type of plural is known as sound plural because the original makeup of the word remains sound. That is to say, the original form of the word does not change. The una and the aina endings are simply added onto the singular version without affecting its form.
Okay, so there are two things that I need to explain here. The first thing is that when we are talking about the group of man and woman combined, we treat it as a masculine, right? So when we are talking about the masculine plural, it can be the male only group or it can be a male and female combined group. But when you're talking about the female only group, then we use the feminine plural, right? So masculine plural can include men and women both, but it's not like if we have a group of 5 and then we have 5 male, then it's a masculine plural. But when we have a group of 5 but there are 3 men and 2 women, like even if it's 2 men and 3 women, even if it's a 1 man and 4 women, then still we consider it as a masculine plural. But we have a group and we have 5 women, we considered it as a feminine plural. Even if we have 4 women and 1 man comes in, but still since the man has come, it is considered as masculine plural. That's how it is when you are addressing a group. You say, sometimes you have girls and guys come and say, oh, come on guys. And you have a group of, girl and boys both, but you refer it as boys in English, right? So that's how, this is how the languages work. When we have a combined group of genders, we always refer them as a male noun, ism, right? Same is the case in Arabic. So when we have a mixed group, it is considered as a masculine plural. But only the female only group is considered as the feminine plural. First thing in this part. And the second part is that, they're explaining it here that una, ina ending are simply added into a singular version without affecting its form. It's like we say Muslimun, so we are just adding un and in, and then we add ani, aini, then the Muslim meme, seen, lam, meme remains. But when I'm talking about the mountain, the singular version for mountain is Jabal. Jim, Bay, and La. So Jabal is Jabalun, Jabalan, Jabalin, Jabalani, Jabalaini, Jabalaini. But in third column, it becomes Jibal. So see, this changed because an alif has added in between this. Then it's Jibal, Jibalun, Jibalin, Jibalin. So it's not, the format of the word has changed. Similar here, then we say Amalun. Singular word for Amalun is Amal. But when we go to the third column and the plural, and alif is added in between, it's one way of converting a broken plural into making a broken plural. It's one of the ways. So you say an alif and extra which is added in the word. So the format of an original word has changed. That is how you identify a broken plural. So that is when it says sound masculine plural. It means that it is following the masculine chart because it's just adding something to our original ism. But when we have a broken ism, then something has been added inside the ism. Are you getting what I mean? I know it's complicated. If somebody is not clear, please ask me.
Maybe repeating it would help.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you clearly.
I said if you could repeat it.
Okay, I will repeat it, inshallah. I'm saying that when we have a word, common word like bashar, right? When we put it in a Muslim chart, it will follow the Muslim chart by what is that? The Be, Sheen and Ra still remain the same, and things will added after it in the second and third column. Basharani, Basharaini, Basharaini, Basharuna, Basharina, Basharina. Right? So what happened that it is following the Muslim chart, like without changing the actual ism. But when there is a word come that in the plural column, it changes its form. Like when I'm saying amalun, the original word is amal. Amal is 3 letters, ayn, mim and lam. When I put it in a plural column, it becomes amalun. So alif hamza in the beginning and another alif after mim. So we are changing the form of an ism, original ism. So that's why it is called broken plural, right? And it's not following is the Muslimah chart, the sound masculine sound plural, because you cannot see the una, ina sound in the end, just like attaching to the original ism. You got it? 3-letter ism change into the 5-letter ism without adding any sounding in the end. So this is what we call sound masculine or sound plural, because they give you a clear-cut sounds in the end, but that will be added to a original form of an ism. Okay, is that clear, or do you want me to find another way to explain it to you?
It is a bit complicated, but yeah,
okay,
maybe.
Okay, when you have in English you have a word book. In English, if you add s or es in the end, a word become plural, right? You have book, you added s in the end, it will become books and it will become plural, right? We don't have a dual thing in English. The book will become books. But when you have a word like goose, the plural for goose will be geese, right? So the goose is not adding anything in the end to make it plural, but it's changing its form. So instead of u, it become e. So goose become geese, right? So this is not a normal way of making it plural in English grammar. Similarly, amalun is not a regular way of making plural in English Arabic grammar. It is if we are deforming a word to make it plural. So it's not following our grammatical rule of Muslim chart, and we cannot hear the una, ina sound in the end because we are deforming the original word to make it a plural. Is it clear now?
Yeah, I think.
Yes, Ustaza. Alhamdulillah. It's much clearer. Yeah, it's much clearer with this example.
Okay, good. So, Sister Parveen Maroof, can you please read for us the sound feminine plurals?
The sound feminine plural refers to the third column in the feminine version of the Muslim chart. Muslimatun, Muslimatin, Muslimatin. This type of plural is used for both beings of intellect and inanimate objects. It cannot be used to refer to mixed groups, a group made up of both men and women. This type of plural is known as sound plural because the original makeup of the word remains sound. The atin and atun endings are simply added into the singular version without affecting its form. Broken plurals.
Okay, that's it. So, any question? I think it's the same thing that we are repeating here. Is there any confusion, anyone, before we move ahead? Okay. Sister Habiba, can you please read broken plurals for us?
Broken plurals are plurals in which the original makeup of the word is broken. In English, generally to create a plural, an S is added to the end of the word and the original word remains unchanged. For example, book becomes books and house becomes houses. There are some words, however, that do not follow the pattern. The plural of goose, for instance, is geese. The plural of tooth is teeth, and the plural of mouse is mice. In a similar way, the many cases in Arabic, an ending combination, ani, smaller, this is
Una, Ina.
ina,
Do you want me to
una,
increase the font?
can be added to the, okay. Yeah. Can be added to the singular version of a word to make it plural. There are some cases, however, where the original form of the ism is broken. The plural of masjid, for example, is masajid. The alif appears in the middle of the word in the plural version and breaks the original form of the word. Likewise, the plural of the word kitabun is kutubun.
Kutub is kitabun. Kutub is singular, kitabun is plural.
Yeah. In this case, the alif is eliminated and the harkat on the word change. The original form of the word doesn't remain intact. Because broken plural do not have an ending combination that indicates that they are plural, they tend to look like singular words. The only way to tell the difference between a singular word and a broken plural is to know the definition or memorize the broken plural patterns. Below are some common broken plurals pattern that appears in the Quran.
Very well done. So you see, this is explaining exactly what I explained to you some minutes ago. So you say the masjid is become masajid by adding an ad, but kitab, it already have an alif, is changed into kutubun. So we eliminated something. So sometimes some additional letters are added in a original word to make it a broken plural, or sometimes they are removed from original word to make them a broken plural. There are some formats for making a broken plural, but yeah, if you can remember those format, or mostly we are doing the Quranic study, so when we will be reading at the translation of a Quran, we'll reading the meaning of a Quran, then we will see that okay, they are plural, and then inshallah ta'ala we will memorize them. So you say shahid is a word with the sheen, alif, ha and dal, but its plural is shuhada'un. So alif is eliminated, and then alif is hamza is adding at the end. So this is a one way of making a broken plural, by eliminating the alif from the word initially and then adding it later with hamza. The other format is nematun will become ne'amun. So what you do, you remove the ta marbuta and move the haraka to the letter before it. So the nematun become nemun. This is another way of making broken plural. Nabiyun become anbiyaun, like alif hamza is adding at the beginning and alif hamza is adding at the end, and nabi will become anbiyau. Zawjun become azwajun. So in zawjun, an alif is adding at the beginning and alif is adding in the middle to make it a plural. Fawadun is is changing its shape by alif hamza is adding in the beginning, and then alif is removed from the before the vav, and then vav alif is removed, and the whole word is look completely different. So we have fa here, we have dal here, but then we have alif and vav removed and alif and ta marbuta ending at the end. In imra'atun, the word completely changed. The single word for a woman is imra'atun, but for women it's nisa'un. So sometimes the word completely changes to give the plural meaning. You don't have to remember this. These are given so you have an idea that how the words are changed into jama as a broken plural. But inshallah ta'ala, when we go on to study it, we will know the meaning and we will see that it's a broken plural. Notice that some broken plural patterns are partly flexible and some are fully flexible. Yes, we can see that here. And inshallah ta'ala, for now, I will give you the meaning of the word and you will be able to identify, since it's not following the Muslim or Muslimah chart, it is a broken plural. Any questions? Okay, so far so good. So, Sister Raisa, can you please read plural by meaning for us?
Yeah, sure. There are words that appear to be singular but are considered plural because they have a plural meaning in that they refer to a group comprised of many members.
Okay. That's something that we study. Then when we have plural by meaning, like we say common, like we're talking about nation, it cannot be one person. It's always more than, it's not even two persons, it's more than two people. And then they are plural by meaning. That's why they are plural, because we know there's a group of people, they're not single people. They're saying common, it has tanween on it, not the una ina sound. But we know that since it is talking about a nation, it is plural by its meaning. Similar is for nas. Nas is for people. People cannot be a single person, right? People is more than two people. So that is nasun. Generation is karnun. Generation also is plural by meaning. It means a lot of people that forms a generation. Ahlun means family. Again, family is more than two. Khasmun is an argumentative group when the people are making argument. When they have one side, you have another side, and the people are making argument, then this one argumentative side is called khasmun. Hizbun is a faction. Faction is again, you need some people to have a different opinion from their precedents, and they meant another faction. They have their whole thought process, their whole theory with them. So this is a faction is called Hizb. An army is a collective noun, is Jundun, and another word for family is Alun, which again is a plural by meaning. So you have to remember these words because they come very commonly in Quran. You say heard common, you have Nasun, Qarnun, Ahlun, Alun, you have heard all of them, Hizbun. So you have to remember them. That will help you with your, inshallah, with your Quranic study, and then you will know that they are plural by meaning. Okay, the grammatical treatment of plurals. Who hasn't got a chance? Sister Hol, has she left? Okay. Sister Parveen Amin, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Ustad?
I'm good. Sister Parveen, can you please read for us the grammatical treatment of plurals?
Okay, inshallah. The grammatical treatment of plurals. What is meant by grammatical treatment will become clearer when we study pronouns, pointing words, fragments, and sentences. For now, memorize the rules below. There are two rules pertaining to the grammatical treatment of plurals. Number 1, all non-human plurals are treated as singular feminine. Sayyaratun. Number 2, everything else is treated as is. A, the sound masculine human plural is treated as plural masculine. Muslimuna. B. The sound feminine human plural is treated as plural feminine muslimatun. C. Words that are plural by meaning are treated as plural masculine qawmun. D. Human broken plurals are treated as plural masculine rusulun.
Okay, thank you. So this is something that we look at the slide and something that is repeated. Any questions? Anyone? Before I move to the drill? Okay, good. So we are doing this drill now. Let me see, who should I go first with? Sister Habiba. Ulma'u.
Al-ulma'u, the scholars. This is broken plural.
Very good.
Because here is, I think, ulma'un is from alam. So it doesn't follow the Muslimat chart. And
Yeah, you know the word, it's good, but when you're describing grammatically, you say its meaning is plural and it's not following the Muslim chart or the Muslima chart, so that's why it is a broken plural.
Okay.
Good. So gender,
Can I have a
please.
go? Okay.
Oh, you give me the gender, sister?
Sorry?
Did you give me the gender for it?
Yeah, it's masculine, but broken plural is always feminine singular.
Non-human broken plural.
Oh, this is scholars, so this is human.
Okay,
So,
if you say
this is
non-human
masculine.
broken plural, considered as singular and feminine, right? And here you have plural and masculine. I'll consider it right?
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, who's next?
Can I have a go?
Yes, please.
And Harun, so it's broken plural, non-human broken plural, so it's considered singular feminine.
Very good. Let me see who's next. Sister Sarah.
Yes, Ustaza. Qailun, a sayer. Qailun follows the first column of the Muslim chart, so it's singular. And it's masculine.
Because it has no reason to be feminine.
No reason to be feminine.
Okay, then Sister Parveen Maroof. As-Safinati.
As-Safinati is following the first chart as well. And it's got time of Buddha, so it's got a reason to be feminine and it's singular.
Yes, it's a singular and feminine. Very good. Sister Parveen Amin, Yadun.
Yes, Ustad. This is yadun, hand. This is singular and it's fall in the first chart of Muslimun.
So you are saying it's singular and masculine.
Yes.
Okay. Can anyone tell me that if he says is right or you disagree?
No, Ustaza.
Yes,
For
what
Arabic, because in Arabic the pairs are considered to be feminine. So hand is in pair,
Yeah.
so it's considered as feminine.
Okay, so it's singular and feminine. Good. Sister Parveen, you have not listened to the recording of yesterday's lecture. So please go and listen to yesterday's lecture, then you will know why Yadun is feminine.
Okay, Ustad. Inshallah.
Okay, so Sister Raisa, Al-Jibalu, we have done Al-Jibalu. So to Anbiya'u, we have also done Anbiya'u. So no, we have done Anbiya'u when we're doing the broken plural. So do Mufsidina.
Okay, Mufsidina. Okay, so it has Ina, so it follows the Muslim chart. It's Ina, so it's plural, and it's masculine.
Very good. Sister Samia, Abidatun.
Okay. Abidatun, worshipping women, it's plural by meaning and it's feminine.
Yeah, so it's plural and feminine.
Feminine.
It's not plural by meaning, it's following the Muslim chart plural column. Atun.
Yeah. Yeah.
You missed that.
As well. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's forget the meaning. We have to look at the endings first to identify. Right?
Okay.
Jazakallah khair. So we have completed our third property of an ism. We have done status, we have done number, now we have done gender. Inshallah, tomorrow we'll start with al-qisam, which is type. So any question, anyone? All good to everyone?
Alhamdulillah.
Have you stopped recording, Ustad?
Okay, I need to. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يا فتاح يا فتاح يا فتاح اللهم صل على محمد وبارك وسلم ربنا زدنا علما رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام.
Okay, so today we had, yes, last time we completed the another property of an ism, that is number. So today, inshallah ta'ala, we will be starting a new topic, which is common versus proper. But before that, I will have a quick Q&A session to see how we are going. Alhamdulillah. So starting with Sister Raisa. Sister Samia, can you please post on the YouTube group that the class has started? I think people are always late. Okay, so I will give you a word and you have to give me the status, number and gender of the word that I will give you, inshallah. So the word is hujuri. So Sister Raisa?
Hujuri. Hujuri. It has alif maksura at the end, so it's feminine.
No, it's ra has a kasra. Hujuri.
Oh, ra has a kasra. Okay. So hujuri, it's hujuri.
So what the kasra status of a word has a kasra on it?
Well, it's jar.
Yes.
Hujuri, and it's masculine because it doesn't have a reason to be feminine.
Okay.
And the number, hujuri, it's singular.
Okay. Sister Samia, the question for you is Moridina.
Dina. It's from the Muslim chart. It's but it's jar or nasab status.
Yes. Sorry, Mr. Sara, we can't hear you. Yes, please.
What else would you like?
Status, number, and gender.
So plural, nasab, jar, and gender, masculine.
Yeah, because it's following the Muslim chart. Good. Okay, Sister Sarah. Musafihina.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Ustaza.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can you repeat the word, please?
It's Musafihina.
Musafihina. Ina. So it would be the status would be jar and nasab, and it will be plural.
Okay.
And gender, is it masculine plural?
It's masculine and it's plural. Yes, good. Because masculine, how did you say it's masculine and it's plural?
Because it falls in the third column of the Muslim chart.
Very good, very good. Right answer. Sister Parveen Maroof. Al-Faridati. Al-Faridati.
Al-Faridati. It's an ism as an alone. It's irrelevant.
Yes, but it has a status. My question is, give me the status, number, and gender of the word I gave you, right?
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Al-Faridati. The status is irrelevant. The gender is feminine because of the ta. And is it majroor because it has a kasra?
Yes.
Al-Faridati.
So singular, dual, or plural?
Al-Faridati. Ati in the end, so it should be plural.
It should be plural.
Yes, Ati.
Why it should be plural? I didn't say Ati. I say Al-Faridati.
Oh, sorry, Faridati. Okay, yeah, then it's not. No, then it's singular.
Yeah, you have to carefully listen to the sound in Arabic, right? Because Ati and Ati makes a lot of difference.
Yes, sorry.
No problem. Sister Habiba. Qanitina.
Yes. Qanitina.
Qanitina.
Qanitina is masculine, and Ina is plural, and maybe nasab wa jar.
Good answer. Sister Lippi. Al-Malakina.
Al-Malakina is it angel?
Sorry, repeat. I can't hear you clearly.
Is it angel?
Al-Malakina. Yes. Malaik, angel, Malakina.
So this is feminine, and so Ina is a plural.
No, I'm sorry. It's not Malaikina. It's Malakina. It's
So-
Malaka is another word. Malaik is angel. Malaka is not angel. Malakina.
So Malakina, I can't see any feminine sign. So this is masculine,
Yes.
and Ina is a plural,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yes.
definitely jar.
It's you say jar?
Ina, so Ina is nasab or jar.
Nasab or jar is the right answer. Good. Sister Raisa, quickly. Al-Insanu.
Sorry?
Al-Insanu. Now everybody have to answer quickly, right?
Okay,
Al-Insanu.
so Al-Insanu, it's masculine and it's Rafa.
Mm-hmm.
Insanu, and it's singular.
Okay, good. Sister Samia? Tazkiratun.
Tazkiratun. Tazkiratun. So it's feminine, it's rafa, and it's singular.
Good. Sister Sara, As-Sabila.
As-Sabila. As-Sabila, la. So it will be As-Sabila would be nasab, and it would be singular, and it's masculine.
Okay. You remember the Arab search chart?
Yeah, sorry. As-Sabila straight, so it's a straight path, so it will be feminine.
Sabila means path. Not
Path,
a
yes.
The path, yeah. Sabila,
Path.
you know?
Yeah.
You remember?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
No
Yes.
problem. Sister Parveen Maroof, Inaban.
Inaban. It's nasab and it's inaban, it's nasab, and it's heavy, and it's inaban. I think it's plural.
Number?
Plural.
Singular, dual, masculine?
It's masculine.
Okay, masculine, but singular, dual, or plural?
It's a plural because inaban, I think it's plural.
Okay, so how does the plural masculine chart sound like?
Oh, sorry, no. Because it doesn't have an una, ina sound on it. Sorry, I was going to the broken plural side. Sorry. No, it's a singular.
Okay, good. Sister Habiba Farzana. Habiba Farzana. Okay, good. Farzana is my sister's name. Sister Habiba, what's it? Hadaiqa.
Hadaika. Hadaika. This is nasab and singular.
Okay, how do you?
Masculine.
Okay.
Hadaika.
Hadaik. Okay, I know, I got it. But if I say you, it's a broken plural, then?
Okay. Hadaika. Is it human or non? Can you tell me?
If it's a broken plural, what would be its gender? It's a non-human
Gender
broken
would be
plural.
feminine. Okay, feminine singular.
Good answer. Okay, so that was a quick recap. Now, today, inshallah ta'ala, we will be starting a new topic, which is common and proper ism. And here I am. Let me share the screen. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes, Ustaz, I can see now.
Okay, so the last property of an ism is type. What we mean by type is that either the ism is common or it's proper. Wait a second. So whether the ism is common or a proper, like we studied in English, some ism are common and some ism are proper. So the default ism status of an ism is common, but there are 7 categories in Arabic that makes a word proper. So we will today see what are the 7 categories. If the ism does not fall in one of those categories, then it is considered as a common ism. Anybody have any idea what kind of ism can be considered as a proper ism, based on the knowledge you have on your own language or English you speak? So, anybody?
If it is any name.
Name of what?
Name of place or person.
The name of a place of a person. If I say a house, is that the name of a place?
No.
It is a name of a place.
It's common because I don't know whose house it is.
Yes, because house can be anybody's house, any house. But if a house has a name, then it become a proper ism, like Makkah or like a Khane Kaaba. It is a proper because it's the house of Allah, and it is a proper, has a name. This is a proper place. And similarly, if we have a house that like we have the house, the name of the daffodils, right? Then that daffodils will become the proper ism, but the house itself will be considered as a common ism. Any more ideas other than the name of a person, the name of a place, and sorry, we can hear you, sister. I think Sister Samia, you're speaking.
Yeah, I'm in the car. Independent or attached pronouns.
Very good. Independent or attached pronoun are considered as a proper ism. Very well. You remember it well. Anything else? You remember we are doing something about irrelevant thing, but we say that okay about
with the al. With the al.
Yeah. So so far we have touched this topic briefly, but today, inshallah ta'ala, we will see all the 7 categories for an ism to be proper in Arabic grammar.
And pointers like these, that, those.
Yes, the pointer words, very good. The pointer words are the proper. So yes, damair and prop pointers, and ism mausula. We also discussed about the ism mausula.
Ism masula, one of beginning call with like harfenida, yeah.
Yeah, munadi, yes. And
other things, if the noun after of is proper, then the noun of before of this proper, also proper like mudaf and mudaf ilayh.
yes, mudaf and mudaf ilayhi. Okay, yeah, these are the 7 categories that you have on the screen in front of you. The first is the word with al, like if there is a house, like a house is bayt in Arabic, but I say al bayt, then this al bayt will become proper because I'm not talking about any house, I'm talking about specifically one house, right? So when you add al to a word, then this particular noun become proper noun, right? So whenever you see a word ism with al, you will consider it as a proper noun, proper ism or proper word. Specific name on places, we have seen that. Who's joined us? Okay, so specific name of places, we say that the specific name of people like Muhammad, Yusuf, your name, my name, anybody's name, and the name of places, the name of cities, name of countries, name of any particular place you are visiting is a proper ism. A damair, like Sister Samia said, the damair, the pronouns are proper because when you're talking about somebody particularly, that we use a proper a pronoun. Then pointer word, ismul ishara and ismul mausula. So have a look at the pointer words that we have. Haza is for if you're talking about something and you say this is haza. When you're talking about two things or two person, then is hazani, and when there is more than two, it is haulahi. Similarly, if you're talking about feminine, it is hazihi, hatani, and haulahi. Zalika means that. When you say this is place and that is zalika, zanika, ulaika, and that for feminine is tilka, tanika, and ulaika. Similarly, there are some words which are called ism mausula. Ism mausula are allazi, those who, allati for feminine. So masculine is allazi, allazani, allazina, allati, allatani, alati, or alai. And man and ma are for with whoever, whatever, and whoever. So these are some words that when they are there, they are considered as a proper ism, and if they are a part of a fragment, then they make the other part also proper. And the 6th category is the yal munadi. Like when you are calling somebody, like when I say sister can be anyone, right? So sister is a proper ism. When sister has a name, when I call a sister Sarah, so Sarah is a proper name, but I'm calling sister, could be any one of you. So when I say ya sister, so it means that I'm not calling a name of a person, but I am directly calling to a person face to face, or I am referring to the person, like I'm talking to you, but I say ya sister, right? Ya ukhtu. So then this will become a proper ism because you're only a calling person when you are directly talking to them. So when you have ya in front of an ism, of a common ism, it will make it proper. And the 7th, yes, as Sister Samia said, that if mudaf ilayh is proper, the mudaf is also proper. So we have a mudaf ilayh fragment. So when we have a mudaf ilayh fragment, if mudaf ilayh is proper, the mudaf is also become a proper. But the meaning of word could change. This is something because there is a kul chart that we will discuss inshallah ta'ala that has a different grammar to its own, and it's a number and type of mudaf ilayh changes depend on it. But ignore this line and say that if mudaf ilayh is proper, the mudaf is also proper. So the 7 categories for an ism to make proper in Arabic are words with al, specific names of people and places, pronouns, pointer words, ismul ishara or ismul mausula, yal munadi, or if mudaf ilayh is proper, the mudaf is also proper. So please repeat after me. 7 categories of proper ism are words with al,
Words with al.
Words with al.
Specific name of places and people.
Specific name of places and people.
Pronouns.
Pronouns.
Pointer word is mushara.
Pointers ismul ishara.
Ismul mawsula.
Mawsula.
Ya al munadi.
Ya al munadi.
And if mudaf ilayh is proper, mudaf is also proper.
Mudaf ilayh is proper, mudaf ilayh also proper.
Right? So you have to remember all these 7 words so you can identify if the ism fall in one of these categories is proper, otherwise it is considered as common. So what are the default statuses of an ism? In terms of status, what is the default status of an ism? Who can tell me?
Tara James other kiss like this?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what is the default status of an ism?
Rafa.
No, it can be rafa, nasab or jar, depending on the position. But when we study status, we talk about the light and heavy, and something.
The default status of ism will be heavy.
Yes, the default status of an ism is heavy, and if it is not heavy, then it has a reason for it not to be heavy. But the default status of an ism is heavy. So what is a default number of an ism?
Is it singular?
No, there is no default status for a number. We didn't study anything like that. So number depends on how many we are talking about, as a single, dual or plural. So there is no default number. There is a default status. And what about the default gender? Sister Lipi, what is the default?
Yes.
Masculine, right? And if it's not if it has reason for it to be feminine, and that we have studied. Anybody remember? What could be the reasons for an ism to be feminine?
Yeah.
Ta marbuta at the end.
Also the alif maksura at the end. The one with biologically feminine.
Yes.
Body parts in pair. Specific places. Non-human plurals, and because the Arab said so.
Okay, very good, very good. So other than that, an ism is also considered as a masculine by default. And what about common and proper? What is the default status of an ism in terms of type?
It falls in the 7 categories.
Yes, other than that, it is considered as a common. So now we will look at the book and see if there are any examples for it. Okay, so Sister Parveen Amin, can you please read for us from here the 4th property of an ism? Sister Parveen Amin, are you there with us? Okay, Sister Raisa.
Yeah.
Can you please read for us? Can you
it's
see
still
the screen?
It's still on the 7 categories of proper words.
Okay, I'm sorry. I have to change the screen. That is the trouble. Okay, please. Can you see my screen now? The 4th property of an ism.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, yeah. So please read it.
The 4th property of ism is type. Every word in Arabic language is either common or proper. Common words are generic words that do not refer to something specific. Proper words are specific. An example of ma'rafa or ma'raf. How do you say ma'raf?
Ma'rifa and nakara. Nakara is common and ma'rifa is proper.
Okay. Pair would be a girl, which refers to an unspecified girl, and Maryam, which refers to specific girl. Another example of a pair would be a chair, which refers to an unspecified chair, and the chair, which refers to a specific chair. Common is the default for a word. There are 7 categories of proper words. Unless something falls under one of these categories, it is assumed to be common.
Good. So any question, anyone, before we proceed? I think we have just covered everything.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
So the ism is considered nakira unless it falls into these 7 categories.
Yes, that's it.
All right. Jazakallah.
No problem. If there is no al, if there is no ya munadi, if it's not a pointer word or isma mausula, if it doesn't have it's a name of a place of a person, and if it's not a part of a mudaf alayh fragment, and mudaf alayh is proper, then it has no reason to be proper. It will be considered as a common ism. Okay. So yes, sister, continue reading.
Okay. Words with al, alif lam. The al in Arabic means the, which makes a word specific. As mentioned before, remember that tanween. Remember that tanween and al never come together. For example, the word al-Muslimun is incorrect. You can only say al-Muslimu. Remember, a partly flexible word is made fully flexible in 2 ways. By adding al, by making it maf'al.
Mudaf.
Mudaf.
Stop here. So there's a thing, when we say al has a name in Arabic which is called lamul tarif. If you can remember it's fine. If you cannot remember it, it doesn't make any difference at this moment, because we know the words with al are proper, and lamul tarif does not throw you off. So when you say a word with al, just remember that it is proper, right? So the thing is, can anybody tell me what tanween is?
Dhammatain, fathatain, kasratain.
Yes, so the double accents that we have in the end of an ism, first column of a Muslim or Muslimah chart, when we have an in sound, when you have double dhamma ya dhammatain, fathatain and kasratain, this is called tanween. So when we are studying the light and heavy thing, we say when the word has an al, it is considered irrelevant because al never takes tanween. So when al comes before a word, and a common word is made proper by adding al on front of it, so it will not take tanween. It has no issue with the ending sound like una, ina, ana, but it has a problem with the double accents. So it will not take double accent. So al-Muslimu is wrong. Whenever you have al, you have a single accent, so it will be al-Muslimu. Like it is wrong to say al-Baytun, it's right to say al-Baytu. So whenever there is an ism and al before it, so tanween has to drop. But you can say al-Muslimani, it is fine. But you cannot say al-Muslimun. Correct? Remember that we studied? Any confusion about it? No? So there is another thing that they are describing here today, is that that we have studied about the flexibility. So some words are fully flexible, some words are partly flexible, and some words are non-flexible. So there is a rule when there is a partly flexible word. So partly flexible word can only take fatha and dhamma, it will not take kasra. But a partly flexible word can be made fully flexible if you had al in before of it. So if we have a partly flexible word and we have an al before it, so it can take kasra as well. Do you get it?
Can you repeat again, please?
Okay. We studied that there are some list of words which are considered as partly flexible. Anybody remember what are the partly flexible ism?
There was uniquely masculine names, proper names, feminine names, and words ending in alif maksura and ya maksura.
Okay, and then there were like the partly flexible. There was a name of prophet that are non-Arabs.
Non-Arab names.
Okay, so when if I say if I put Yusuf in a first column of master chart, it will be Yusufu, Yusufa, and Yusufa, right? But if I say Al, then I can say Al Yusufi as well. Get it? So partly flexible words can only take Dhamma and Kasra, right? Al-Yusufu, Al-Yusufa, and Al-Yusufa. Sorry, Yusufu, Yusufa, Yusufa. But if I have Al in front of Yusuf, I can say Al-Yusufu, Al-Yusufa, and also Al-Yusufi. So when I say Al-Yusufi, it means I'm taking all three statuses and I'm showing all three statuses by the harakat, then it will become fully flexible. Right? If you see Yusufa written anywhere, written in any of the text you read, then it may be Yusufa can be a nasab or jar. But when you have Al-Yusufa or Al-Yusufi, then you know that Al-Yusufa is nasab. It cannot be nasab or jar, and Al-Yusufi is jar form. Right?
So Stada is the name of person, so can we put Al before the name of person?
Yes, we can put Al in front of name of person.
Okay.
Sometimes when you say, sometime when you are specifically rhetorically are emphasizing on something, right? Then you sometimes put Al in front of a name as well. Then sometimes say, when I say, Faiza is coming, I'll say, see, the Faiza is coming, right? When you're trying to make emphasis on something and it's not a good English, but you are trying to, make a point something, then that's why you can put Al in front of an ism as well, of a name as well, right? It's not a common practice, but it's like rhetorical way of saying things. But like we have a word, easy example is that we have a word Makkah. We know the proper name of places are partly flexible. So it's Makkatu, Makkata, and Makkata. But when we have an Al, we can have Al-Makkatu, Al-Makkata, and Al-Makkati as well. Got it? Any confusion? I know this is a complicated stuff. That's why I'm asking you again. Is there any confusion? Anyone? Good. Everybody's clear? Okay, so the second thing is that partly flexible word can be made flexible by adding al or by making it a mudaf. When a partly flexible word is used as a mudaf in a idafa fragment, it can be made fully flexible. Got it? Okay, so there are two conditions when a partly flexible word can be made fully flexible, and these two conditions are by adding an al and by making it a mudaf. Okay, repeat after me. There are two conditions for making a partly flexible word fully flexible. A, by adding an al, and B, by making it mudaf.
Partly flexible.
There are two conditions for making it a mudaf. By adding al or by making it a mudaf.
Okay, good. So, Sister Sarah, what are the two conditions for making a partly flexible word fully flexible?
By adding an al or by making it a mudaf.
What does it mean when I say fully flexible?
Fully flexible is when the it can take the status of Rafa, Nasab and Jar, all the three statuses. That is when it's fully, for example, the city Makkah, you can say Al-Makkatu, Al-Makkati, Al-Makkatu, Al-Makkata, Al-Makkati. But if there's no Al, then you cannot do the status. For Nasab and Jar, it will be the same status in the other case.
Okay, status can be Nasab or Jar, but it cannot show status by its haraka. Right?
Yeah,
Status is there, it can be Jar. It's not like it cannot be Jar, but it will not show its Jar form by clicking kasra. You have to identify the Jar, Nasab or Jar by looking at the context of a sentence, right? But you cannot easily identify it as a Nasab or Jar. It will only take fatha. So when by fully flexible means it takes all the three harakat, fatha, and kasra. Good?
Yes.
It's good that you understand the concept. Okay, so Sister Sarah, can you please read for us this from point 2?
Specific names, Ism Alam, specific names of people and places such as
Hamzatu
or Makkatu are always Ma'rifa.
What is by
Pronouns?
Ma'rifa?
Ma'rifa is when it's the status is the type is proper.
Ma'rifa means
So we have proper.
Go ahead.
And pronouns are
Sorry,
the
I think your kids are getting disturbed. So you take care of them. I'll ask somebody else to read.
okay. Inshallah.
No problem. No problem. Sister Parveen Maroof, please read from pronouns.
Pronouns al-Tamai, pronouns he, she, they, we, etc. are always marifa. The following are the Dhamir for recognition purposes. We have discussed pronouns in detail previously.
Okay, give me the list of the pronouns, independent pronouns.
Independent pronouns are huwa, huma, hum, hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, nahnu.
Very good. Now read from the point 4.
Point 4 is pointers, ismul shara. Words used to point this, that, those, these are always marifa. Below are the ismul ishara for recognition purposes. We will learn these definitions and how to use them in later chapter. Ismul ishara, hadha, hadani, haulai, hazihi, hatani, haulai, dhalika, dhanika, ulaika, tilka, tanika, ulaika.
Very good. Now give me why 3 columns.
Pardon?
Why there are 3 columns? Why
The
haza,
3 columns-
hazani, haulai?
Yeah, this is singular, dual, and plural.
Very good. Because in Arabic there are different words for singular, dual, and plural.
Yeah.
And haza is masculine, and hazihi
Masculine.
is feminine.
I mean,
For
it's
this?
for near, and dhalik singular, masculine, and tilka is singular, feminine.
Yes, good. For at the moment, it's good that you identify them, and when you have a chart in front of them, you can put the right word at the right space, right? We will discuss them in detail, inshallah ta'ala, when we move ahead. But at the moment, you should be able to identify those words when you look at them, that these are the ismul ishara when you are reading your Quran, inshallah ta'ala. So second, the point 5.
Point 5, ismul masula. Below are isma masula for
Mawsula.
isma masula, recognition purposes. We will learn their definitions and how to use them in later chapter. Al-isma mawsula, alladhi, alladhani, alladhina, allati, alladhani, allati. I don't know how to say that. I'm
Allawati.
sorry. Allawati, allai, ma, man.
Okay, so these are the ismul masula. Allazi means those. Allati means allazi means those two, and more those, plural. Allati is for feminine. Similar thing. Ma is whoever, man is whatever. whatever and whoever is used here, and we will inshallah study them in detail. But there is one thing, you say when the ism is singular and asma is its broken plural. You see, we are talking about more than one ism here. There are asma'ul mawsula.
Yes.
Right? So that's why there is asma, the broken plural is used here. Okay, thank you, sisters Parveen. Now, Sister Habiba, can you read the point 6 and point 7 for us, please?
The one being called, al-munadi. The harf used to call a person is ya. The word following ya is always ma'rif. This is because when calling someone, you are addressing a specific person. So both the word walad in walad, ya waladu, and the name Hamzatu in Ya Hamzatu are
Ma'rifa. Right? So both the point is same, like when we say walad, but when we say Ya waladu, then the Ya is like we are talking to someone, we are directly calling someone, and that's why the waladu, which is a common ism, will become a proper ism. Same, the Hamza to in Ya Hamzatu is Ma'arifa. Hamzatu is also Ma'arifa because it's a proper name of a person.
Sorry, poor connection. I got the poor connection.
Okay,
Internet connection was poor.
Okay, no problem. So do you want me to repeat or what?
No, it's okay.
Okay, so please. Okay, sister, go ahead and reading. Point 7.
If the marufa is mudaf ilahi,
is marifa. Sister, if the mudaf ilahi is marifa.
Marifa, okay. If the mudaf ilahi is marifa, the mudaf is also marifa. The mudaf gets its type from the ilahi, mudaf ilahi. If the mudaf ilahi is proper, the mudaf is also proper. If the mudaf ilahi is common, the mudaf is also common.
Okay, so everybody understands all 7 types for ism to make proper, or does anybody has any question before we move to drill 3? Anyone? Okay. So Sister Lippy.
Yes.
Okay. So you have to give the identify if the ism is the common or proper, and you have to give us the reason, right? The first one is huwa.
Huwa is a common, singular. Sorry, not common, proper.
Ask for proper, and why it is proper?
Yes, because it's a pronoun, dependent pronoun.
Sister Parveen. Yeah, no, I'm not asking about the other properties. I'm just asking common and proper, right, at the moment. Okay.
Yes, sister.
Hudan.
Hudan is Ustaza proper because of Tanween.
Okay, does Tanween makes anything proper? Was that the 7 categories that we studied?
Yeah, Tanween is not, yeah.
So give me the 7 categories, please.
Al, pronoun, and Ismul Ishara, and Ismul Ilm, Alam.
What is?
Mudaf, Mudaf ilayh.
Okay.
Yeah, and 2 more I don't know.
Okay. So who remembers that? Who can give me the 7?
Yes, inshallah. Can try.
Okay, please.
The proper name of place, name, and pronouns like he, she, I, and pointers like this, that, this, those. it's a name with al, and ism mawsula, one begin with ya munadi. And if the noun after is a proper, then the noun before of is also proper, like mudaf.
Mudaf. If mudaf ilay is proper, then mudaf is
Then
also
mudaf ilayh is a proper, yeah.
Okay. So sister Parveen, do you see any reason for huda to be proper?
No, Ustad.
So it's a common ism, right?
Yes.
Okay. So next I will be asking Sister Raisa, Akramu.
Akramu it's common because I don't see a reason for it to be
proper.
Proper, yeah.
Good. Sister Samia, Makkata.
It is al, so it's
So it has no al, it's Makkata.
place. So
Okay, sorry sister, your internet connection is poor, so I have...
So it's the name of a place, it's proper.
Yes, the name of a place, it's proper. Good. Sister Sarah, As-Sa'ili.
As-Sa'ili, it has al, so it words with al will be proper.
Good point. Sister Parveen Maroof, Sabilan.
It's common because it doesn't have al on it.
It's just al makes it common?
Or any other reason for it to be proper now.
Okay. Sister Habiba, Haza.
Yes, and this is pointer. This is proper.
Good. Sister Lipi, Muhammadan.
Is a proper because the name of the person.
Okay, good. So, Sister Parveen, if I say make Akramu proper, well, how can you make it proper?
Al-Akramu.
Okay, any other way?
Any other way? Haza Akramu.
Okay, yes, good. But Haza will be proper, Akramu will be proper because of the Haza, right? And any other way?
Akramul baiti. Mudaf ilayh.
So baiti is what? Mudaf ilayh. Baiti is house. So it's a proper or it's not? It's a common. Al-Bayti, right?
Yeah, Akramul baiti.
Okay, yes, right. And you're missing 1 point?
1 point.
You have done al, you have done pointer, you have done mudaf ilay.
Mosula, so how?
Forget Masula. There's one thing that you are missing.
Okay, I do the hal, ismul ishara. I do al also.
Sister Habiba, can you remind Sister Parveen what she's missing?
Akram.
Munadi. Akram.
Yes, very well done. And
if I say Akramu, is it proper?
Akramun?
Yeah, because the name.
If it's Akramu is a name, yeah, it is proper. If Akramu is used as a name, yes. Yeah. Sometimes Akram is also a name, right? Yeah, that's a good thing. If Akram is the name of a boy, then it is proper. Okay, so there was we just discussed this topic of proper and common. I think everybody's clear on that. That was our last property of an ism. But there is one additional topic given in our book, which is about the kul. So I'm giving you if you read from here, that the meaning of kullun changes depending on the number and type of mudaf ilahi for other possible scenario. Kullu means like when you have in English you say all. The kullun means all, and you have just combining the things together, then it will consider as kull. So if the mudaf ilayh is singular and common, the meaning is each and every. Like if we have kullu masjidi, it means each and every masjid. Why we say each and every masjid, not all masjid? Because the masjid is singular and it's common. Plural for masjid is masajid, we discussed. So when the kullu is coming before an ism, which is in dafa fragment, which is common and singular, the meaning will be each and every. Similarly, if kullu is coming up before an ism, which is singular and proper, the meaning is entire. When you say kullu al-masjidi, it means the entire masjid. Before, when the singular and common, like when we say masjid, it means we are talking about any masjid, right? It could be the masjid in front of your house, the masjid that you visited some time back. But when we say kullu masjidi, means we are talking about not one masjid, but each and every masjid. Because all common combined will be each and every, right? But when we have put an al before of a masjid and masjid become proper, then it means that we are not talking about any masjid in our area. We are talking about the one particular masjid. But when we're talking about a one particular masjid and we say kullun masjidin, then it means we're talking about the entire masjid, like whole building that is comprised as a masjid. Like the place for men to worship, the place for the women to worship, the kitchenette we have, the wuzu khana with the places for ablutions we have. So all the parking lot, then we say kullul masjidi, we are talking about the entire masjid as its whole. So, and the third condition when the kullu, when it changes meaning, is that when the mudaf ilayh is plural and proper, the meaning is all of. Like when I say kullul al-masajidi. So al-masajid is a broken plural for masjid, and al is making it plural. So the mudaf ilayhi is plural and it's proper, and the kullu is coming before it, then it means all of the masjids. Like we have a group of masjid. When we say masajid, it means we're talking about not one but many, and it is proper because we are talking about some categories of the masjid. Like we are talking about the masjid that holds Jummah prayers, right? We call Jami Masjid, the place we call home. Not every masjid can hold a Jummah prayer. There is a condition for a masjid to hold a Jummah prayer. So when we have the masjids in our area, then they are holding Jummah prayers, or those masjid who are doing the Eid prayers, like we are talking about the group of masjid, like we're talking about the masajid, then the kullu will be treated as all of the masajids. Are you getting it?
Can you explain the second one, please?
Okay. Focus on the word and the concept of the word. Like when you say mudaf and mudaf ilayh, the kullu is a special mudaf, and the word coming after it will be considered as a mudaf ilayhi. So when the mudaf ilayhi is singular and common, so when I say singular and common, so is that I'm talking about one thing, right? And it is not a proper place, it can be any place, right? So masjid can be any masjid, but since kullu is here, kullu has a meaning of all combined in it, right? So kullu is meaning of plural in it, right? So when you say kullu masjidi, so the thing that should come in your mind is that the mudaf ilayhi is singular and mudaf ilayhi is common, right? So singular and common, it means each and every masjid, right? It should be singular and it should be common, so each and every masjid. But since mudaf ilayhi is singular and it's proper, so when it's singular and it's proper, what does it mean? That we are talking about one thing in particular? So al-masjidi means one masjid. But when we're talking about all with one masjid, what does it mean? Because the masjid is a building that has different parts. When I say kullul masjidi, it means the whole masjid are talking about. Like a house. If I say kullul bayti, it means the entire house. Like if I say I have hidden a book in the house, and you have to search the entire house, right? Per se, you have to search kullul baiti for the book. So what I'm talking about is like all the parts in the house, or all the rooms, all the sections are included in it, right? So it will be kullul baiti. Similarly, kullul masjidi, because I'm talking about one thing in particular, but it has different parts in it. It constructed of a different rooms, and how a house is built up of rooms or different sections. So this is called kullul masjidi. When the mudaf ilayhi is plural and proper. So plural and proper means what? That we are talking about the group because it's plural, and it's proper because we have categorized that group because based on some specific reasons, right? If I say al-bayti, kullul bayti. When I say kullul bayti means what? Al-bayti is telling me that al-buyuti means I'm talking about not one house but many house, but this house have something in common. Like maybe you're talking about one residential area, and I'm saying the kullul bayti, buyuti means I'm talking about all the houses in that area, right? So they are proper because I'm not talking about all the residential complexes. I'm talking about the one residential complex, and I'm talking about the houses in this concept. So that's how when you see the ism after kull in the mudaf ilayhi fragment, then you will see the property of an ism which is about the singular and common, or singular or proper, or plural or common, or plural and proper, and then you will translate it depending on its concept, depending on its meaning. Do you understand?
Yes, Ustad.
Okay, I'm glad. Because if it is like, it looks difficult, but when you think of it in terms of, if you understand the the number and type properly, then it will be easier for you to translate it, inshallah ta'ala. So look at the drill 4. Translate the following fragment. Use the word bang below. Okay, fruit means samara means fruit, and ta'am means food. So we have kullun in front of these words, and you have to translate it. So I'm starting from Sister Sarah. Kulla ummatin. Umma means
nation.
Yes, ummat means nation. So kulla ummatin. How do you say? Each and every nation, all nation, entire nation. What is the property of ummah in terms of number and type?
One ummah.
Ummah means, yes, ummah is singular and it's common, right? There is no reason to be proper. So kullu ummah means, ummatin means
each and every nation.
Each and every nation. Good. But I asked Sister Sarah, can you hear us? Oh, I think she's busy. So Sister Parveen Maroof, can you please do the next one? Kulli masjidin.
Kulli masjidin is each and every masjid.
Each and every masjid. Why each and every?
Because it's common. It's kullu. Is like in the example word is kullu masjidin, each and every. They're both common. So it should be all of them.
Okay.
It's not specific with the al.
Okay. So the reason you have to give me is that you have to look at the two properties of an ism, right? If the kull is involved. So what are the two properties of ism that we are looking after?
Whether it's marifa or nakira, and it's nakira.
Oh, it's and the second property? It's number, right? Singular, plural, right?
Yes, yeah. And this is
singular.
Masjid is singular, yes.
And it's common,
It's common, yes.
So singular and common will be translated as each and every.
Yes.
And okay, so sister Habiba, Kulli
Yes.
shaitanin.
Shaitan is proper and singular. So singular and proper is entire
shaitan.
Yes.
But shaitan is not proper.
No? Oh. I thought
The
this is
name of
name.
shaitan was Iblis, right?
Okay. Then this is singular and common.
So how would
each
you
and
translate
every.
each and every shaitan? Okay, Sister Lipi, Kull Tamarati.
Samarat is a proper, and At is a plural. So, yeah, Kullu Samarati, all of fruits.
All of its fruits, good. Very well done, mashallah. Sister, who's left? Sister Raisa.
Yeah.
Kulli nafsin.
Kulli nafsin. Nafsin is proper.
Okay. How do you identify nafsin is proper?
Wait,
What does the nafs mean?
I don't know.
Soul.
Oh, so
soul,
naf-
yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so it could be anybody's soul, so it's common.
Yes.
Kulli nafsin, so it's each and every. So
Nafs.
each and every.
Yeah, good. Kullu ta'ami, Sister Samia.
It's part of the
Sorry, Sister Samia, your connection is poor.
singular and proper.
Yes, singular and proper.
So the entire food.
Yes, singular and proper, the entire food. Very well done. So I think the concept is clear to everybody. Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
So this is the end of our chapter number 3, and by that we have completed all 4 properties of an ism. And inshallah tomorrow will be your quiz. So let me stop recording. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa barik wa sallim. Rabbana zidna ilma. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, sisters? Everybody is good at your place? Is everybody fine? I'm hearing a lot of cases about the COVID breakup, so I'm a little worried about all of you.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah, may Allah keep us all safe. Sister Hodma, how's your daughter now?
She's a little bit better, but she's still crying and moaning. I think she's unable to eat because she's got ulcers.
Oh,
And that's the
okay.
main problem now. So before she had a lot of temperature as a virus and everything, but now she's just got lots of ulcers. She's unable to eat.
Oh, okay. May Allah relieve her from this condition, and maybe she will be able to eat, inshallah ta'ala, quickly and recover fastly. Please make dua for Sister Hodma's sister, everyone. Sister, her daughter is not well. She's been diagnosed with COVID, and please pray for her whenever you are making dua. So remember her. So today we are starting a new chapter. So when we were doing the fragments, does anybody remember what I said about the type of fragments? How many type of fragments are there?
3.
Okay, we did 3, but I didn't mention there are 5.
5
So
fragments.
we did 3 earlier because we did not know about the complete properties of ism. So the two were remaining, and this new chapter that we are starting today, we will look at the next two fragments that were not discussed earlier. So the three fragments that we did, can anybody recall me what they were?
The jar majroor fragment, the idafa fragment, and the nasab wa ismuha fragment.
Very good, mashallah. So these, out of these three, the two were the harf and ism fragment, and the one was ism plus ism fragment. That was idafa fragment. So now we will starting the new chapter that includes two new fragments for you. One is mawsuf al-sifa fragment, and the other is ismul ishara and musharul ilayh fragment. So these both fragments are also ism plus ism fragments. So we'll start with this new fragment today, which is mawsuf sifa fragment. So mawsuf sifa fragment is like say it has two parts. One part is mawsuf and other part is sifa. Mawsuf is an ordinary ism, right? It's any ism, but sifa is a descriptive word or an adjective that follows an ism. Like if I say good girl, right? So girl is an ordinary ism, right? And good is its quality. I'm describing how the girl is. So when you are describing an ism, then they will use adjective for it in English, and that same adjective is called sifa in Arabic grammar. So this fragment is made of two parts, which is mawsuf and the other is sifa. But the grammatical point for this fragment is that the mawsuf and sifa must match all the four properties of the ism. Like if mawsuf has the qualities, the sifa must follow the same qualities or the same properties of an ism. Who can remind me what are the four properties of an ism?
Status, gender, type, status, gender, type, and status, gender, type, and number.
Number. Good. So when I say if there's a two sim together, and if only they matches the four properties, then it can be a mawsuf sifa fragment, right? So we will have a look at some examples. Okay, we see that the ayah from Quran, Hazal Baladil Amin. So Balad is, Al-Balad is an ism and Al-Amin is an ism too. So when we say Al-Baladi, what is the status here? It has a kasra, so it is jar. And it is wahid, like it is single, because it doesn't have, it's following the first column of a Muslim chart. And it has no reason to be feminine, so it is muzakkar or masculine. And it has al on it, so it is marifa, means it is proper. So the balad al-amin, to be a mawsuf sifa fragment, we have to look at the ism following it, which is al-amin. So al-amin should also have the following four properties. Like if al-amin is jar, we can say al-amini. It is mufrid, yes, it's following the first column. Is it muzakkar? It has no reason to be feminine. It is mu'arifa, it is proper, yes, because it has al also. So since the two ism matches the properties, we call it a mawsuf sifa fragment. If any one of the properties were missing, we would not have called it a mawsuf sifa fragment. Understand?
Yes.
Okay, let's have a look at the another example. Al-ikhwatin al-saghiratin. Al-akhwati al-saghirati, sorry, it cannot be thin, it's a shadow, that's why showing thing, because it's al on it. Al-akhwati al-saghirati, the smallest sisters. The ikhwat is a plural for ikhwat is a plural for ukhtun, and saghirat is a plural for saghir. So we say the status is nasab for both, and ikhwat is a broken plural, so it is jama, and saghirat is also jama, it's like plural, and both have ati sound, so they are muannas, and they are both have al on it, so they both are proper, so they matches the properties, so they are called mawsuf sifa fragment. Similarly, walidani kabirani, Walidani is in the second column of a Muslim chart, first row, so it is Rafa. Kabirani, same, Ani sound, it is also Rafa. And we say that they are dual because this is from the second column of a Muslim chart. They both are from the second column of a Muslim chart. They both are dual. Muslim chart, not Muslima chart, Muzakkar. And since they have no al, they have no ya, and they have no reason to be proper, so they are common. So they both are common. So that makes a Masuf Sifa fragment. Now we will look at.
Ustaza, can you repeat the smallest sister's example again, please?
Okay. Akhwati al-Saghirati. So tell me the status of the ism here. Akhwati. Can you please, sister?
Yeah, here this is also it falls in the akhwati, so 2, the dual status, the number would be dual and the status would be
how
Rafa?
Dual? Do you know the Muslima chart?
Muslima. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Akhawati, so it will be Akhawati. Yes, Ustaza, it will be like
Okay, what is the third column of a Muslima chart?
Muslimatun, Muslimatan, Muslimatin, so it will be jar.
It is not tin. I say it's a shadow, that's why it's showing tin. It's T. Akhwati. Okay, let me delete it for you and put it again with the shadow of. Can you see it now?
Yes.
It's akhwati, not akhwatin.
So this will be like Muslimati, Akhawati.
Muslimati.
Muslimati. Third column. Okay.
Right? Is that
yeah, Yes, I understood this. Jazakallah.
No problem. So ikhwati is from the second column of a Muslim, the third column of a Muslima chart. So that's why it is plural. Right? So now we will have more example from book, and then this will clear our concept, inshallah ta'ala. So let me change the screen. Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I managed to join. I might have to leave early, Ustadha, if you don't mind.
No,
but I'll listen to what I can, inshallah.
Okay, no problem. Sister Raisa, can you please read for us? Can you see my screen?
Okay.
Chapter
Yeah,
4?
I can see.
Yeah? Please go ahead.
Okay. Now that we have completed our study of the 4 properties of an ism, we can look at the remaining fragments. Recall that we already covered 3 of the 5 fragments under the status and action. The remaining 2 fragments will require us to use knowledge of all the 4 properties of an ism. Recall that the 5 fragments are al-jaru wa al-majrur.
Al-jar wal-majrur.
Al-jar wal-majrur. Harfu
an-nasbi.
النسبي واسمها الإضافة and الموصوف صفيهات
صفاتو والصفة
and اسم الإشارة والمشار إليها.
Okay. Yes, good. Very good. So, as I say, the 2 fragments that we did were al-jar majrur and harf nasab wa ismuha were ism plus harf fragment, and the remaining 3 al-idafa, al-mawsuf sifa or ism al-ishara wal mushar ilayhi are the ism plus ism fragment. We have seen idafa and we have started mawsuf sifa today. Inshallah, tomorrow we will do ism al-ishara and mushar ilayhi. So now read Mawsuful Sifa fragment. Who do you want to read? Sister Habiba. Please read for us.
Kaulan Saqila.
No. Please read from 4.1 al-Mawsuf al-Sifa.
Oh, sorry. This fragment is made up of two parts. The first is the Mawsuf, an ordinary ism. The second is the Sifa, a descriptive word, an adjective that follows it. In Arabic, the adjective comes after the ism, whereas in English, the adjective comes before the noun.
Okay.
Grammatically...
Stop here, please.
Okay.
There's one thing I need to explain more. Like when we are translating from English, Arabic to English or English to Arabic, there's something that we need to remember. Like in English, I say good girl. But when I say good girl in Arabic, it will be girl and good. So like in Mawsuf, Sifa, like in adjective or a noun in English, the adjective comes first and the main noun comes after. The descriptive noun describing noun comes after. But in Arabic, the describing noun comes first and the descriptive noun comes after. Like the noun that we are describing about will come first and the adjective will come after. So we have to remember this order, that when we are translated, we will not say a word heavy, we will say a heavy word. Like in English, has to be a adjective first and the noun, the ordinary noun after. But in Arabic, the ordinary noun comes first and the adjective comes after. Is everybody clear on that point?
Yes. So the ordinary word comes first.
Yes. Just remember, like say good girl. So when you write good girl in Arabic, the Arabic word for girl will come first and the word for good is come after. Right? Okay, so Sister Parveen Amin, can you please read for us the first the example that is given here?
Okay, inshallah.
And try to explain what is happening here.
Okay, this one, Qawlan Saqila.
Saqilan.
Okay, so only the example, grammatically.
Only this example, yes. What do you see in this example? Everything is written. Okay, I just want you to explain what is written.
Yes,
It's nothing that you have to worry about.
Yes. So the Qawlan Saqilan, al-Mawsuf, nasab status.
No, I don't want you to read from here. I want you to explain what is written.
Qawlan Saqilan, at-ta'amatul kubra.
No, sorry, sister. Okay, just wait a second. What I want you to say is explain the example. It means Qawlan Saqilan. Qawlan is Mawsuf. Saqilan is Sifa, right? Now we will look at the four properties of Qawlan. Forget the Saqilan at the moment. Look at the word Qawlan only. What is the status of Qawlan? It is nasab.
Qawlan in the nasab status. And this is the singular. And not any masculine sign, so it's the not feminine sign, so this is masculine. And type is common.
Okay, good. So this is the four properties of a Mawsuf. Now we have to check the Sifa. Is that match in the four properties or not? So now we will look at the word Saqilan. So now read the four properties of Saqilan.
Okay, so Saqilan is is also in the nasab status. And no alif lam, so this is also common now. Sorry, this is a nasab status and it's the singular. And Saqilan is all masculine and it's common. So it's exactly same the Mawsuf.
So Mawsuf and Sifa matches in the four properties. So we will call these two words as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment, which means
Mawsuf and Sifa.
Yeah, and Qawlan means word, and Saqilan means heavy. So we say a heavy word.
Yes.
Like how we translate, we don't translate a word heavy because it's not a good English. We are translating in English when we say a heavy word. But when we write in Arabic, we write word first and heavy after, the property after.
Yeah, it's opposite in Arabic, English. Yeah.
Yes, good. Sister Sarah,
Yes, Ustazah.
can you do a Tamatu Kubra?
Yes, inshallah. At-Tamatul Kubra. At-Tamatu looks like Muslimatu, so it falls in the first column of the like Muslima chart. So it would be the status would be Rafa, and it is singular because it's falling in the first column, and the gender because it's the Muslima chart, so it's feminine. And because of the al, the type would be ma'rifa, that is proper.
Very well done, mashallah. I'm proud of you.
And al-kubra will be the status will also be rafa, because
How do you know it's Rafa?
al-kubra because I think it falls in the, it's like al-kubra looks like broken plural, is it Ustaz?
What is the meaning of Kubra?
Kubra is big, big. So Kabir, it's from Kabir.
Yeah, but it's Kabir is something, Kubra is something else. It's biggest, right?
Yeah.
So what does it have in the ending? When you're looking about the status, you look for ending haraka or ending sound. So
Yeah.
what does Kubra has in the end?
Kubra, it looks like it has an fatha, but it raw, so it's like an alif maksura, is it?
It's have a ya maksura, right?
Yeah, maksura, sorry, yeah.
Yeah. So what is about the words that ending in ya maksura? How can we tell their status?
Yes, we studied about this, that the alif and ya maksura, the words ending with alif and ya maksura, the status would be rafa.
Okay, stop here. I have to ask somebody else. Sister Hodma.
Yes.
What do you say about the flexibility of Kubra or Al-Kubra, the word that are ending with Alif Maksura or Ya Maksura?
They're non-flexible, so you can't tell the status based on the word.
Okay, very well done. So, Sister Sarah, so Kubra cannot give away the status. So, we cannot say straight away what is the status of Kubra. So, you will say at the moment it can be Rafa, Nasab or Jar.
Okay.
It can be Rafa, Nasab or Jar. We will conclude it in the end what the status is based on the other properties, right?
Okay.
Now go ahead.
And it doesn't have any reason to be masculine here.
Okay, what about the number?
The number, it is singular.
Okay, give me a reason. How do you conclude it's singular?
Singular because the non. I'm not sure of the reason.
Sister Parveen and Sabine, can
the
you
non-human
give us the reason?
plurals is considered singular.
No, it's not plural. It's not plural. Sister, it's related with the flexibility. I'm giving you a hint. Okay, Sister Parveen, can you give us the reason why it's singular?
This is the light because of alif lam.
So no, I'm not talking about the light or heavy. I'm saying why it's singular.
That is why. So say again your question, please.
Question is, it's written here that the number is singular, Al-Kubra.
Yes.
So why it is singular? Why not dual? Why not plural? Why it is singular?
Ustaza here is because it's follow the Mawsuf. So Mawsuf is singular.
No, I'm not talking about Mawsuf. I'm just talking about the Sifa. I'm not looking at the Mawsuf at the moment.
Al-Kubra is a singular, but why it's singular? Yeah,
Sister
Al-Kubra. Yeah, Ustaza. This is the Muslimatun chart.
No, sorry, there's no Muslimatun chart. I cannot see any tun, tan, tin sound, or ani, tani, tiny, tiny, or atun, atin, atin.
Yeah, Ustaza, I don't.
No. Okay. Sister Raisa, I'm asking you.
Is it a non-human plural that makes it a feminine singular?
It is not plural. I'm telling you all the time, it's not plural. It's singular. It's written here, it's singular. How do you see it's plural? Biggest, what is biggest? Give away anything about the plural?
No, it's because it's an adjective, so it describes the
Nobody
word.
remembers flexibility at all. Sister Samia, can you hear us?
Ustaza, can I just try that? We
Yes,
studied
please.
about the alif maksura and ya maksura. That when we were doing about the number, that you said that this is falling in the first column of the Muslim chart, right? So it's
Yes,
because of that it's singular feminine.
that is the right. The flexibility only deals with the first column of a Muslim or
Muslim
Muslimah
chart.
chart. Right? Flexibility has nothing to do with dual or plural, right? Because if
Yes,
it
Ustaza.
is dual, it will be kubrani or kubraini, right? If it's kubra, it's flexible and it's alif maksud, a non-flexible alif maksura or ya maksura in the end. We are only talking about the first column of a Muslim chart. Flexibility only deals with the wahid column. That's why it is singular. You does not have to look at the meaning even. You can say it's singular because it's a non-flexible ism. Right?
Yes,
Okay,
Ustaza.
everybody today has to go back and listen to the flexibility recording, and you can do it quickly, like on the speed of 1.2, 1.3 or anything, but you have to listen to it because you need to revise. Because everything I say, it's all the building blocks. It's like a Lego. You cannot just go on next chapter forgetting what you did before, because everything is a part of a foundation. Okay, so you have to keep memorizing, keep remembering what we did last time. That's why I work on the revisions every day before class. But you guys did so well last time in the quiz, so I thought that I can skip it today. Right, but but this example has given us a revision, so you guys know that you need to work on that. Okay, it's your responsibility to go back and listen to the recording. So yes, sister, continue with the other properties.
Yes, Ustaza. And then in the end, we because of the al, it is proper. And,
So you missed the gender. You missed the gender, Sister Sarah.
The gender, because it falls in the, as we said, the first column of the chart, so it is singular feminine.
So how do you say it's feminine? It's not. It could be. It's the first chart, but you say, how do you say it's feminine?
Feminine.
Because by default an ism is masculine, but it has the reasons to be feminine.
Yes.
Okay. Why feminine?
Same reason why it's non-flexible. So the ya maksura
Yes.
is one of the 6 reasons why it's feminine.
Because a word ending in ya maksura, alif, hamza, ya, they are feminine, right?
Yeah.
Good. And next property?
The last one, I think we just. This was the last one, right? Yeah, the type. I just said that. The type, because of the al, it is proper.
Okay, good. So we know the 3 properties for sure, that it is singular, it is feminine, it's proper. Now the issue is about the status. We say that the non-flexible word does not show the status. It could be rafa, nasab or jar. But now, since the 3 properties of al-kubra matches with the 3 properties of at-tammatu, so we can say that al-kubra here is raf'a.
Okay.
Right? So you cannot straight away say that it's rafa because it does not give away the status. But since it is matching the 3 properties, that's a high chance that it is a mawsuf sifa fragment. So for it to be a mawsuf sifa fragment, their status should also match. Okay, this was a tricky example. So if anybody has any question, please ask me before we move ahead.
Which one is that? Tamatul Kubra?
Yes, the sample that we just did. Any questions?
Yeah, Kubra still I'm confused about the statement. But you said we can go over the flexibility chapter. Okay,
Yes.
we will.
You have to go and revisit your flexibility chapter to understand what the status of Al-Kubra is.
Okay, sir.
Right? Inshallah ta'ala. Okay, so Sister Hodma?
Yeah.
Can you do the next one, please? Humurun mustanfiratun.
Oh God. I know it's written there, but I don't know all of the reasons why.
That is the thing, that you have to think about it, right? So start with the first word, humurun.
Humurun. So like the Muslim chart, Muslimun is Rafa.
Good.
And then it's singular because there's nothing that makes it more than one.
Good. First column, you said humurun. First column of Muslim chart is wahid, right? Singular.
Yes. Humurun. I don't know what.
Okay. It's written as gender is feminine, right?
Yes.
And what is the meaning of humurun?
Alarmed.
No.
Oh, then is it donkey?
What did we say that in Arabic the sequence is reversed? So in Arabic the ism comes first and the adjective comes after, right?
Okay, is it donkeys?
It means donkeys, right? So do you find any reason for it feminine because of its meaning?
Oh, it's a plural animal. A plural non-human, sorry.
Non-human, broken plural are feminine.
Feminine.
That's the reason why it is feminine, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now give me the type.
Then it doesn't have an al, so it's common.
So is just al the reason for it to be make anything proper?
I'm going to be honest, I'm not 100% sure because I didn't look at that lesson.
Okay, so Sister Raisa, can you give us the reason for an ism to be proper?
So if the word starting with al can become proper names, specific names of people or places, pronouns, pointer words, the words with the when you call someone like prophet, I forgot how you call it, like
Munadi.
you put and the ism mawsul, the alladhi, allati, allatani, those, and if mudaf ilayhi is proper, then mudaf is also proper.
Okay, so sister, do you find any reason for it to be proper?
Is it because it's a name of the animal?
So donkey is the name of an animal, or it's a type of an animal?
No, type.
So donkey can have a name, right?
Yeah.
So does it find any reason to be proper?
No, it doesn't, sorry.
So it does not have any of the reason to be proper. That's why it is common. It's not just al. You have to look for the other reasons as well. Right?
Okay. Yes.
Okay. So we've done Mawsuf. It is Rafa, singular, feminine, and common. Now we will look at the Sifa. And please explain the Sifa to us.
Okay. Can I just ask one question? Sorry. Is it that the Mawsuf is the Sifa has to follow? That way around?
The Mawsuf is a word and Sifa is an adjective, right? So
In
we
terms
will
of the
look.
properties.
These come as a package. When do you have two ism together? Okay. I say there are three types of fragments when two ism are together and making a fragment. So, idafa fragment, mudaf mudafile, or mawsuf sifa fragment. We can know it's not mudaf mudafile. We can see that similarly that it is tun. It's not tin. So it cannot be idafa fragment. So we are looking for the signs for it to be a mawsuf sifa fragment. So first we look at the four properties of an ism. Now we will look at this second ism and its four properties. If they match, then it will make a mawsuf sifa fragment. If they do not match, it will not make a mawsuf sifa fragment. So we look at the first ism and we identified the properties. Now we are looking at the second ism and we are identifying its properties, right? Independently. So look at the mustanfiratun. Forget the humurun and give me the four properties of mustanfiratun alone.
Okay, mustanfiratun is once again a rafa because it's got damatain.
Good.
It's singular.
Why singular?
It's the meaning of the word?
No, you just say something earlier, making it rafa. The same reason to making it
Well,
singular.
the what made it the singular feminine?
Because the first column of Muslima chart, right? It's a wahid
Yes.
column. This is a singular word, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And that reason is feminine too.
Good.
And then it's common because once again, the rules that she outlined, it doesn't meet one of those.
Good. So, Musfanfilatun has 4 properties: rafa, singular, feminine, and common. And these 4 properties matches with the humurun, which is rafa, singular, feminine, and common. So that's why they are Masuf Sifa fragment. Everybody okay with it?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now the next example. Who's left? Sister Samia, can you do the next example?
So القوم الفاسقين فاسقين. So القوم, it's ending in a fatha, so it's nasab in status. By the meaning, if we look at the meaning, it means nation. So by meaning, it's plural in number. And gender, because it's in the Muslim chart, so it's masculine. And because
It's not in a
beginning with
Muslim
al,
chart, it's masculine.
al-qawma,
Yeah. Why it's not feminine?
it's got none of the 6 reasons
Yes,
for it
that's
to be.
yeah. So that's why it's masculine, right?
Okay. And yes, beginning in al, so it's proper. And if we look at the sifa, al-fasiqina, ina, so it can be either nasab or jar, so we're going to say it's nasab.
No, we cannot going to say nasab now. We say it could be nasab or jar. We will see
Okay,
if
it
it's
could be
nasab or
nasab or
jar
jar.
in the end, right?
Okay. So it could be nasab or jar. Ina, again, it's in the plural column. Fasiqina, ina, again, can we say it's masculine because from the Muslim chart?
Yes.
Ina. And it has al at the beginning, so it's proper.
Good. So now going back to the status, we say it could be nasab or jar. Now we will look at the ism that is before al-fasiqina, which is nasab, plural, muscular, and proper. So we have the 3 properties match. So we say that the ism here cannot be jar, it is a nasab. Right? Because the 3 properties match, this is like chances, we have 75% chance that the status is nasab, not jar, to make it a Masuf Sifa fragment. Okay, got it?
Got it. So if it's, I just want to recap, the human broken plural is treated as masculine plural or singular feminine. You can choose, right?
Non-human broken plural are considered as
No,
singular
human.
feminine, right? But if they are
Yeah,
human
yeah.
broken plural, they are considered as plural and masculine. Otherwise, they have a reason to be feminine.
Okay.
When we say a non-human broken plural, we call them a singular feminine.
Yeah, inshallah. Thank you. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. Okay, who is left? Who didn't attempt any example today? It's the last one. Who want to go? Sister Habiba, have you attempted any example?
No.
Okay, please go ahead. About Hayatun ad-Dunya.
Hayatuna dunya. Hayatuna. Why it is Rafa? Tuna. Muna.
Okay. Stop here. First tell me, Hayatuna. What do you see here? Is it a one word or it's 2 words?
Oh, na is attached pronoun.
Yes.
Okay.
So Hayatuna, what is Hayatuna here?
Hayatuna is our life.
Yeah, it's our life meaning. But what is Hayatuna and grammatically, what is hayatuna here?
Attached pronoun is nasab or jar.
No. Yes, that's good. Attached pronoun nasab or jar.
Sorry, do you say idafa fragment?
Yeah, idafa fragment.
Yes, idafa fragment, but I'm asking Sister Rita here, right? So let her answer. Let her think. Habiba, sorry. So let Sister Habiba do the thinking process, right?
Yes, now I understand. Yeah, because this is idafa fragment because hayatu is light and it doesn't have it doesn't have the al, so it can be mudaf and na can be nasabat jar, so it is mudaf ilayhi because of that. We know that this is idaf. This is mudaf, so na is jar.
Very good answer. So hayatuna here is a idafa fragment, right?
Yes.
So now we have to look at the mawsuf properties combined for hayatuna.
So we cannot say it rafa, because we say it no.
We will look at the property of mudaf, right?
Okay.
And then we will combine it with the we'll check it follow the properties of sifa or not. So when we have a idafa fragment, we will look at the properties of a mudaf,
sifa,
right? Mudaf. For mawsuf, we look at the properties of mudaf. Okay. So give me the 4 properties of hayatu. Hayatuna in hayatu.
Okay. Hayatu is rafa. Yes. Okay. Hayatu is rafa and it is light and it is two is feminine and proper or common.
Number.
Oh, okay. At number is singular. First column and that's a singular, and with the na attached pronoun is pronouns are proper.
So that's why
Rafa is become proper.
Good. So now you see the 4 properties of mawsuf here, hayatuna combined as an idafa fragment.
Right. So it is Rafa, singular, feminine and proper. Yes.
Good. Now look at the word dunya, ad-dunya.
Ad-dunya. This is again, no, we cannot say it because it has also, we can say it proper, and dunya. Ad-dunya. Again, with alif, so it is non-flexible. So non-flexible can be rafa nasab jar, but we don't know.
Okay, good. So we leave it here and then we move ahead. Right, so number
dunya, we can the meaning dunya is.
Now again, we did it just before. What did we say about kubra?
Okay.
How do you identify the number in kubra?
Yeah. Alif maksura or ending with alif maksura and alif maksura. This is not alif maksura.
You talk about the flexibility, right? Did you say that dunya is ending in alif? We cannot say that it's rafa nasab or jar because it's non-flexible. So same reason is for the number to be singular, right? So give me the reason. Just state out the reason. You know the reason, but just you have to say it loud.
Sorry?
I think you know the reason. You say that it's non-flexible. That's why it could be rafa nasab or jar, and it's singular. So
singular.
So what is the reason?
Because broken plural.
Who said it's plural? We say it's singular.
I already, yes, I said it. Yeah, broken plural can be feminine and singular.
They are not talking about the plural. Is the dunya means low. Dunya means lowest, right? Is this lowest by meaning giving you anything that's it's plural?
No.
So were you listening to the lecture when we were explaining Al-Kubra? And I asked you in the end that if anybody has a question, because it's a tricky example, but nobody asked me a question. And now you're giving me the same blank expressions about the number. Okay, I'm not going to explain it again. Who's volunteering to explain it to sister?
I can try.
Please.
Okay, because it's ending in Alif Maksura, it's ending in Alif, so that's one of the reasons, the 6 reasons that it can be feminine.
I'm not asking about feminine, sister. I'm asking about why it's singular.
Oh, okay. That same reason as dunya, right? So because it's not. Oh, subhanallah, we just did this.
Nobody's paying attention to today's lecture. What's going on?
It's because of flexibility. When it's alif maksura, it's non-flexible. So that's only. It only applies for the singular column of the Muslim chart.
Yes, please.
So
that
therefore,
is the reason.
So it would be dunyani or dunyani or like it would dunya.
Okay, if we're talking about flexibility,
right?
Yeah. So when we're talking about flexibility, when we say something declared that it is non-flexible or partly flexible, this number is automatically singular because the flexibility only applies to the first column of the Muslim and Muslimah chart. So when we have declared something as non-flexible, so the number is automatically singular. So we do not have to go for any other reason. And this is something that we explained in Al-Kubra, and I'm explaining it again. And that's why I ask you after every example that if something is clear, can we go ahead? Because I have no issue in explaining again and again. But when I ask it's clear and you do not ask me, it puts me off because I'm ready to explain, but nobody is willing to ask me a question. And when I ask again and the same blank and all the reasons coming up, it's not about a class that you miss, it's about the same class we are in. So please listen to it carefully, and if you have question, ask me. I have no issue in explaining 100 times to you. But don't fall back and saying that, okay, you have done it.
Okay. Actually, you said that listen the previous lecture again. That's why I didn't ask you.
Okay, no, it's fine. But I asked you to listen to a previous lecture. But in the end, I asked, are you clear about the Al-Kubra? And you could have asked me, though I'm not clear, can you explain again? I could have explained it to you. Okay? So if you're not clear at any point, you can stop me and you can ask me. I have no any issue against that. I'm willing to explain it to you 100 times. But I want things to be clear, right? So as much as you are clear in the class, it will save you time to go back and listen to the recording, right? But ask
Sorry.
me. Okay, no problem. Go ahead and give me the reason to be feminine.
Okay. Then for the Alif Maksura, it is feminine. And with the Al, this is proper.
Okay. Jazakallah. Is this the regular azan or it's from the app? Okay, that's fine. If it's azan from the masjid, then we can mute or stop for it. Jazakallah khair. So, okay, so Hayatuna Dunya. So we have seen that the properties, the singular feminine and proper matches with the property of Hayatuna, which is singular feminine proper. So now we can safely say that the status is Rafa for Hayatuna Dunya. And the 4 properties match. So we can say Hayatuna Dunya, which means our lowest life is a Masuf Sifa fragment. Is everybody clear?
Ustaza, actually, at this point not clear, but inshallah I will go to...
Okay, if you're not clear, please ask me what is the thing that is not clear to you.
About the why it's considered singular, and I don't understand. Alif, my sister says is alif maksura, so I don't know where is alif maksura here.
Okay, when we say ad-dunya, did you see any harakat on alif?
No.
The harakat is on ya, right?
Yeah.
So alif is here just for the writing, the way of writing it, right? So when you have no haraka on alif, so you cannot give a status of an alif because it's ending in something which does not have any haraka in the end, right? So when there is no haraka, no dhamma, no fatha, no kasra, you cannot give it status. So such words are considered as non-flexible. Non-flexible ones, the word that cannot give its status away by the end of ending sound or not ending comma, it's only ending sound because flexibility only deals with the first column of a Muslim chart. So we cannot see an, un, in or a, u, e at the last letter. So that's why it is non-flexible. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Good. Any other question from anyone else? Okay, because we are going to the drill and again you will be answering, but this time the mawsuf sita and the reasons will not be given, so you have to think from your own brain to come up with the answers.
Ustad, I think there's a lot of revision that I need to do personally, so I want to go through all the content first before I ask so many questions.
Okay,
Just on personal.
Okay, no problem. Was that Sister Sarah?
That was me, Hadma.
Oh, sorry, Sister Hadma. Okay. Okay, I will excuse you, but if I think that you can do it, then I will ask you a simpler ones, right? Because when you do the drill and when you struggle, the people that are in your class with you, they have some questions in their mind and they get their confusion cleared as well, okay? So that's how, because if everybody giving your answer straight away, then the confusion cannot be removed. So I will not put you on the spot for a difficult one, but maybe I ask you the simplest, right? So let's start with Sister Parveen. Okay.
Yes, Sister.
Okay, there's a one line written here before we move ahead. I would like to point it out to you. So also keep in mind that an ism that is inherently proper, such as pronoun, pointing word, or isma masula, cannot appear as a mawsuf. Right? So it's not like a pronoun or isma masula, they cannot come as a mawsuf on its own. They can be a part of a fragment, but they cannot be on its own a mawsuf. Right?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, now you have to give me are the following words a mawsuf sifa fragment or not, and then you have to give me what is mawsuf and what is sifa.
Okay, Sister.
Sister Parveen, can you start with the Al-Hajjul Akbari?
Al-Hajjul Akbari.
Al-Hajjul Akbari, sorry.
Yes, Al-Hajjul Akbari. This is the Murakkab Tawsifi.
Sorry, I'm asked for Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
Yeah, Mawsuf Sifa fragment. This is the Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Okay. Al-Hajjul Akbari, because Al-Hajj is a Mawsuf, Al-Akbari is a Sifat, and Sifa also follow the Mawsuf. Both are same. Same. What do we say? Both are in same.
You have to give me the reasons. You say Mawsuf Sifa fragment. So what is the condition for a Mawsuf Sifa fragment?
Because they have to follow each other.
What have to follow?
All the
properties.
All the properties of ism.
So you have to give me the reason for Al-Hajj and Al-Akbar to be Mawsuf Sifa. So what do you think Al-Hajji and Al-Akbari matching all four properties? So what are the four properties of Al-Hajji?
Al-Hajji is a Rafa.
Okay.
And
Al-Hajji is a Rafa. Why? Because the sound is G.
Al-Hajji. Al-Hajji is not in.
What is going on today, ladies? It is basic. It's first lecture, second lecture. Come on.
Yeah,
Al-Hajji. What is the sound in the end?
it's kasra.
So, why could it be Rafa when it's Kasra?
Yeah, this is in jar status.
Please, thank you.
And sorry, Ustaza.
No.
And due to alif lam,
No.
this is
Status, then you have to look for the number.
number is a singular,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a masculine, and
Okay.
it's modified.
It's modified, right. And what about Al-Akbari?
Al-Akbari is also the jar status because ending sound is re,
Mm-hmm.
and due to alif is a singular.
Due to Alif, it's singular?
No. Due to singular, and this is singular, and also the masculine, and due to alif lam, it's a marifa. So also follow the sif.
4 properties match, so it is a Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
Four properties match. Yes.
Mawsuf. Okay, good. I know you know the reasons, so you didn't explain it so well, but I know you know the reason. But for Sister Raisa, I want you to explain Al-An'amul Khalisatun, if it's a Mawsuf Sifa, and if it is, and if it is not, what are the reasons?
Okay, so Al-An'amu. Al-An'amu, it is masculine because it doesn't have a
Start
reason.
with status, number, gender type, because when you do the status right, it's most probably you do the number and gender right too, right? So start
So
with
the
status.
status is Rafa because of the Dhamma.
Mm-hmm.
Status, number. So number, it is it's singular.
Mm-hmm.
It is masculine because it doesn't fall into the reasons to be feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And it is proper because of the alif lam.
Good. Now go to Khalisatun.
Khalisatun. Okay, so it is Rafa.
Mm-hmm.
And then number 8 is Khalisatun. It doesn't. It's.
What chart it is? Muslim chart, Muslima chart.
It's singular.
Yes.
Yeah, it's singular. And what's next? The
Gender.
gender, and it's feminine because of the ta marbuta.
Okay. So what was the gender of Anamu?
What? Oh, it's masculine. So no, it is not.
A Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
Yeah, no, so
Good
because it
work.
doesn't.
Good work. Sister Samia.
Yes, it does.
Wallahu Khabirun. Okay,
The
Allahu
wow,
Khabirun. What, you know what is?
The one half, it's not half from jar, it's the other one half atta. So
Yeah, it's
Allahu.
Just
Khabirun.
Allahu, just do Allahu Khabirun.
So Allahu is Rafa in status. It is the word Allah is singular, and it's masculine. The word Allah is masculine, and the word Allah is proper. So if you look at Khabirun now, it's Rafa in status. It's singular. The Khabirun is from the Muslim. There's no reason for it to be feminine, so it's masculine.
Good.
And it's but whether but Khabirun
Does it have any reason to be proper?
No, I don't see him.
So it is common.
Yeah.
And what is the type of Lafzu Jalala?
It's that is the lafz jalala is proper.
So it can or cannot be Mawsuf Sifa statement?
It can't be, no.
It can't be, right? Because it doesn't match the 4 properties. Good. Sister, I'm not giving Sister Sarah this one. So sister Habiba.
Ila Yaumi Kiyama. So ila is half of jar. So Yaumi is majroor. It is jar. So and Yaumi is singular. And it is common.
And what about Yomi? You say Yomi is singular, right?
Yes, singular.
Okay. What is the meaning of Yom? A day.
Day.
Right. So Yomi is singular, right?
And it is common.
It is common, right?
Yeah. And it's masculine because it doesn't have any reason to be woman. And then the other part, Al-Qiyamah.
Al-Qiyamati.
Okay, Al-Qiyamati. And this is also jar form because of kasra, but this is, as this is Tamarbuta, so it is feminine, so doesn't match.
Doesn't match.
So,
no more.
So it is, yeah.
No more Josepha. Good. Sister Hudma. Sister Hudma?
Yes.
Qawmun mujrimuna. Can you attempt this one? This is easy, right?
So, Qawmun is a people, right?
Yes. So start with the status. I say when you start with status, the two may come to you easily. The other two.
Okay. Rafa, because it Dhammatain. It's sorry, sister.
It's okay, sister. We are not disturbing by the voices in the background. They are refreshing.
It's oh man, I missed it. Qawmun.
You say it's Rafa. Now give me the number. What does the qawm mean?
It's plural.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get the page again.
No, it's fine. Qawmun mujrimuna. Qawmun is Rafa and it's plural. What about this gender?
It's masculine because there's nothing making it feminine.
Yes, good. And what about the type? Proper or common?
Would it be common?
It's common because no reason to be proper.
Yes.
Okay. Now come to the second part. Mujrimuna. Give me the status.
Mujrimuna is that fatha? No, not fatha, sorry, nasb.
Okay. Does it only look at the ending haraka or it can ending combination as well? Ending sound like Muna?
Yes.
What's the sound in the end?
Just 2 seconds, I'm going to take her out of the room, so sorry.
Okay. Okay. We will leave it when Sister Hudma comes. We will do the next part. Now I would like Sister Parveen to do the Rabbukum al-Ala.
Rabbukum al-Ala. So Rabbukum is mudaf and mudaf ilayh.
Rabbukum is Dafa. Very good.
Rabbu is the Rafa condition. And it's the singular. Masculine. And Rabbu is a woman.
Good.
And Kum is the attached pronoun. And is also this is the plural.
No, you have to give me. We don't need to do the properties of mudaf ilahi, but only need the type of mudaf ilahi for a mudaf to make it proper or common. So you say the Rabu is common Fine, but
Yeah.
since it's have a kum attached to it, so what
Yeah,
does
so
it
this
make?
is Marifa.
It will make
Both.
marifa.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, due to Modafile. So this is Modaf fragment.
Okay, so we have
Yeah.
rafa, masculine, singular, and proper. Now look at ala.
La is
Ala.
Rafa.
Okay, how do you know it's rafa?
No, this is due to Alif. And Alif is in, yeah. This is an non-flexible.
Yes, so we don't know
So we
yet.
put in, yeah,
Yeah. So what about the number and gender?
is a singular
Ah.
and masculine.
Okay.
And this is
Why it is
Marifa
masculine?
due to Alif Lam.
Why is masculine?
No, this is not masculine. This is feminine because of
Yeah.
Ya Maksura.
Yeah. So, and it is proper. So does
Proper,
the qualities
yeah.
match?
No, property is not matched.
Properties is not
This
matched.
is not, yeah, not what you say, shift and also fragment.
It's not a Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
Yeah, shift, yeah, because I told it's the Morocco. This is also different, yeah. Shift and Mawsuf fragment. This is not shift and Mawsuf fragment because not all properties matched.
Okay, good. Good answer. Sister Hodma, are you back?
Yes.
Okay, now try Mujrimuna.
Mujrimuna, is that Rafa?
Okay, it's Rafa, but how do you know it's Rafa?
Because it's a plural in the Muslim chart.
Good. It's Muslim chart, and we know it's a plural column of a Muslim chart. So,
Yeah.
how much do we know just by this answer?
We know the number
Number
and the status
and the gender. Muslim
and the
chart.
gender. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
if you identify the status right, then you know the number and gender, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
So is it is a Mawsuf wasifa?
just one thing is ref. What about the type?
Oh, Mujrimuna, is it common as well?
Yeah. So that's why it's a Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
Yes.
Good. See, you can do it. You were just hesitating. So we need to do it quickly. We're out of time. So Sister Raisa.
Can I ask one question
please.
about that? Here, Qawmun is singular, no?
Common is plural. Is the mean nation. Nations are always plural.
But Dhammatain,
So does it make any difference?
Rafa, that means first column.
Okay. When we study the number, we study that common is plural because its meaning is plural. Com cannot be a one person. Com has to be more than two people to make a nation.
Yeah.
Yeah, the com means nation. Some words are implied as a collective noun. So we have one nation, it's common. When you have two nation, what would be? Qawmani. And when we have more than two nations, we're talking about Qawmuna, United Nations.
Yeah.
So you understand? The word itself is plural
True.
by meaning. Right?
Oh.
So what did I ask for the next one? Ainani nadda khatani. Who did I ask? Sister Raisa, I asked you.
Okay. Rabbukum.
No. We had Ainani nadda khatani.
Okay. Ainani. Ani. So okay, so the status it's jar because of the kasra.
Okay, you say ani and then you say kasra and status. Do we only look at the ending haraka or we look at the ending sound as well?
Oh no, because okay, so if it's ani, Muslimani. Okay. So it's Rafa, and it is dual.
Yes.
Ainani. It doesn't have a reason to be singular. Feminine, so it's masculine.
Okay. Ain means eyes.
Ain. Oh, it was in the story.
Yeah. No, it's not in the story. Ain is a body part, means eyes.
The body parts in pairs are also feminine.
Yes, they are feminine.
Okay, so it is feminine, and it is common.
Okay, so Rafa, dual, feminine, and
Rafa,
common.
Feminine and common.
Okay, now look at the khatani.
Nakha.
Not the khatani. It's the.
The. Not the. The khatani. It is Ani, so it's also Rafa, and it's dual. And Dani. So it's Dani. So it is also feminine.
Yes.
And it is also common.
Very well done, mashallah. Ahsanti. So sister Samia, bifaqihatin kasiratin. I think Sister Samia is not here. Sister Sarah, can you do it?
Inshallah, I can attempt. Inshallah. B here is the harf of jar, so it will be jar majroor. And also we have this is like thin, so it is we can say that it is the jar, the status, and it's it has tamarbuta in the end, like muslimatun, so the chart muslima chart, so it falls in the first column, so it will be singular. And also it is the same reason because of which it is in the Muslima chart, so it is feminine as well. And it has no reason to be, so it is common.
Yeah, it's common, no reason to be proper.
No reason to be proper.
Very well. Now kathiratin.
And kathiratin, also it is it falls in the same column, kathiratin, so it will be jar, status would be jar, and also singular, the first column, and also the Muslima chart, so it will be feminine, and no reason to be proper, so this will again be common, so it is a sifa mawsuf.
Fragment.
Fragment, yes.
Very well done, very easily done, mashallah. Sister Habiba, Narun Hamiyatun.
Narun Hamiyatun. Narun is Rafa, and this is singular and feminine and common.
Good, well done.
And Hamiyatun again, this is Rafa and singular and feminine also.
And type?
It's also common.
So it's a Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
It's a Mawsuf Sifa, yes. Sister, can I go for Salah?
Yes,
Maghrib?
please. Yes, please. We're already out of time, so if anybody want to leave, you can leave. I just wanted to complete because you are still rusty on the concept. So those who want to leave can leave. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Jazakallah. Sister Parveen, you with us? Parveen Amin?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please do ila qawmihim munzirina.
Okay. Ila qawmihim munzirina. Ila is harfi jar. Qawmihim. Qawmihim is mudaf ilayh.
Very good, mashallah.
Yes, and now for properties, qawmi is the qawmi is jar status
And this is plural because qawm is a nation. And this is masculine. And what else?
Type.
Yeah. Type. Yeah. This is marifa because him mudaf ilayh is also marifa.
Very well done. Now
And munzirina, this is also the jar status. Munzirina, no, yeah, munzirina, jar status.
It can
is
only
also
be jar. It can only be jar. Can it be rafa as well?
It's rafa munzirina.
Or can it be nasab?
Is nasab and jar.
It could be nasab or jar, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It could be nasab and jar, and this is also plural, and is masculine, and it's a marifa.
It's common. So 3 properties match. So we say it is jar
It is
here. Jar here, right?
yes.
So ila qawmihim and munzirina is a mawsuf sifa fragment.
Yes, Ustad.
Good. What about now Sister Sarah?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to attempt the Li Ghulamaini Yatimaini?
Inshallah. Li Ghulamaini. Li here would be the harf of jar. And so this will be a jar majroor fragment. And this is aini. So it will be this will be nasab or jar. Nasab or jar, and it's in the second column, so it would be jewel. The number would be jewel. And this is the masculine because it's in the Muslim chart. And the type will be common because there is no reason to be proper.
Good.
And yatimaini also aini, so it will be the status would be nasab or jar, and it is in the second column, so it is also jewel. And the type, before the type, the gender is also masculine because it's the Muslim chart, and the type will be common because no reason to be proper.
Okay, so the
So
properties
this will
match.
be matching, so it is sifa mawsuf fragment.
Good, very good. Sister Samia, you with us?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Okay, attempt the last one. Hami and Masnurin.
Okay. Hama'in. So it's Hama'in, it's kasratain, so jar status. It's there's no singular, and there's no, well, it's got hamza at the end, so
So we don't have, not all Hamza words are feminine.
okay.
We can call it masculine.
Okay. This is masculine and it's common. Then masnunin, nasib and status is singular. It's masculine. And it's also common, so this is sifa mawsuf fragment.
Okay, good. So we just complete this exercise, and with this topics end, but there's one more thing that we need to consider, because when Ismu Jalala or the names of Allah, when they come in a succession, they come next to each other, we do not, and they match in the status, but we do not call it a Mawsuf Sifa fragment, right? Like the example given here is Wallahu Ghaniyun Hamidun. We say the Ghaniyun and Hamidun matching the 4 properties, but we do not call it a Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Right? There's many examples, but we do not consider it as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Because Ghaniyun is a Sifa and Hamidun is a Sifa, but Ghaniyun and Hamidun also is a name. of Allah. Similarly, Samiyun Alimun. So we do not consider this as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment. So whenever you see them in Quran, you do not mark them as a Mawsuf Sifa. Right?
Is it only when they are in succession, Ustaza? If there's a single one, then?
No, that's not about a single one. When they are in succession, like we have Wallahu Ghaniyun Hamidun, Wallahu Hamidun, Samiyun
So only in
Alimun.
succession.
When they have in succession, because we talk about the Mawsuf Sifa when two ism are connected, right? So that's and we do not take that Damair and the Ismul Shah are not considered as the so Huwa Samiyu, we do not say Huwa Samiyu as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment, so because something was written here.
Wallahu Khabirun Ustaza, so is not this case?
Yeah, also in Khabirun, when we discussed the example, it was not also Mawsuf Sifa.
Wallahu Khabirun. Okay, Khabir is the name of Allah, right? So
Yes.
when you consider Khabir as the name of Allah, then we say it is not a Mawsuf Sifa fragment. But we are saying Khabirun as is also an ism, right? As a normal ism. So we consider Khabirun is a normal ism here. Do you see when I say Allah knows everything, right? When we just make a statement, Allah knows everything. We say Allah is Khabir, Allahu Khabirun. Allah knows everything. So this is that kind of a statement. It's not the name of Allah written. When you say Ghaniyun, Hamidun, so we are just calling out the names of Allah and they are in succession. They are not considered as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
I'm just asking about any name. Can it be like, suppose it is Wallahu Alim, then also it will not be considered as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment, Ustaza? Because it's Alim. Al-Alim is also the name of Allah.
Okay, when we say Allahun Alimun, we are describing Allah's property. When we are Allahu Ghaniyun Hamidun, so we are not saying Ghaniyun Hamidun is a Mawsuf Sifa. Samiyun Alimun is not a Mawsuf Sifa. Because these both are adjectives or both are the names if we consider it as a name. So these names of Allah are in succession, we don't consider them as a Mawsuf Sifa. But it depends on the context, like how they are defined. Like when I say Wallahu Khabirun, so Wallahu Khabirun is not a Mawsuf Sifa because Khabir is the name of Allah and Allah is the name of Allah. So we won't consider Allahu Khabirun as a Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Get it? Confusing.
So if more than name of Allah, then it's not Mawsuf Sifa. Only one.
Okay. When we have two names of Allah in succession, they are not considered as Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Sister asks about Allahu Khabirun. Say it is not a Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Right? Because Khabir is the name of Allah. But sometimes when it's a context, then Khabir is not used as a name of Allah, but something like we're describing something, then it can be a Mawsuf Sifa, but in Quran you will not find it. In normal language, we can, like when I say Allah knows all, I say Allahu Khabirun, Allah knows all. So that is, but when I say Allah is all knowing, then it's become an adjective or the proper name of Allah, right? All knowing Khabirun. Am I confusing you?
No, Ustaza, because we focus in successions.
Okay, just when two name of Allah is in succession, you will not consider it as a Mawsuf Sifa. Just remember this for now, okay?
Yes.
Forget
Yes.
everything else. Even if I say something else, you will remind me that you cannot do that, okay? But for now, just forget about anything else. Is that okay?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa barik wa sallim. Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah. Rabbana zidni ilma, Rabbi shrah li sadri, yassir li amri, wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Okay, so today we'll start with the revision of the topic that we did yesterday, Mawsuf Sifa. So I'll see how much have you understand. And after that we will continue to the last fragment, which is Ismul Ishara and Musharraf alayhi fragment. So I'll start with Sister Raisa. The words you have is Suhufam Mutaharatan, means purified scriptures. So suhufan mutaharatan, can you tell me if it is a mawsuf sifa fragment or not?
Suhufan. So suhufan, the status is nasab. Suhufan. Gender is suhufan. It's masculine. Number is singular and type is suhufan. What does it mean?
Suhufan is scriptures.
Okay, so it's common.
Okay, so I say scriptures. You say it is nasab, singular and masculine. So scriptures.
Scriptures. Oh, it's plural.
And what would be gender then?
If it's not human plural, then it will be singular feminine.
Singular feminine, good. So it is nasab, singular feminine and common. And what about mutaharatan?
Sorry,
Mutaharatan.
Mutaharatan, it is nasab. And it means what?
It means purified. It's ta marbuta in the end. Mutaharatan.
Okay, so it is also feminine. It's nasab, feminine, number, it's purified. It's purified is.
You don't have to look at the meaning. You just know which it is coming from, which column it's coming from in the Muslima chart.
It's coming from the first column, so it's singular.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's common as well. So it is the
Mawsuf sifa fragment.
Mawsuf sifa fragment. Yes.
Okay. Jazakallah khair. Thank you. Good answer, Sister Habiba. I'm asking you a trick question, so you have to focus on it. So the question is bala'um min rabbikum azimun. It means a great test from your Lord. So what do you see in it?
Bala'un.
Bala'un min rabbikum azimun.
Okay, three words here, no?
3 words.
Bala'un min rabbikum. Okay, let me try first Bala'un.
Okay.
Bala'un is from first column Rafa, and it is Rafa and singular and masculine.
And type?
Type Bala is common.
Okay. And we have 4 properties. What about min?
Min is half of jar.
Okay. And rabbikum?
Rabbikum. Kum is attached pronoun. Rabbi. So rabbikum will be jar. And we can say kum is nasab or jar. Rabbi. We can say it Rabbikum also, the mudaf and
Idafa fragment. Very good. That's what I wanted you to identify. Rabbikum is an idafa fragment. And it's a jar for min, right? Rabbi is jar for min. Majroor. Yeah. So we have min rabbikum, jar, majroor and idafa fragment here, right? And then we have azimun.
Azimun also Rafa and singular, masculine and common. So the first one and last one is same. So this is Mawsuf sifa.
Very good. So bala'un azimun is a Mawsuf sifa fragment. But you see in between comes a jar majroor and idafa fragment. So the Mawsuf sifa can be distant. It's not necessary that they can always be together. So something can come in between them. Right? Yes. Naswa ismuha, it can be apart. Very good. Very well done. Because for a trick question and you do it really well, exceptionally well. A star for you. Okay, Sister Sarah. question for you is sururum marfu'atun, means elevated beds.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Sururum marfu hatun, is it?
Yes.
Hatun. Sururun marfu hatun. Okay. So I'll start with sururun. Sururun, like it's rafa. And the first column, so it is singular.
Okay.
And
look at the meaning.
masculine.
Sururun means beds.
Sururun. Okay, sururun is bed, so it is non-human plural. So it will be singular and feminine.
Good.
And it is doesn't have any reason to be proper, so it will be common.
Good.
And marfuhatun has ta marbuta at the end. So we will see the Muslimat chart, Muslimatun chart, that is feminine. Okay, so I'll start from the beginning. It will be rafa also. And marfuhatun, singular, first column, and masculine.
Oh, you say first column of Muslima chart. So how could it be?
Sorry, feminine. Sorry, feminine. Yeah. Feminine because of Muslima chart. Yeah. And then it is doesn't have any reason to be proper, so it is also common. So this will be a mostly sifa fragment.
Very well done. Sister Nasima.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. You were not there in the last class, right?
Yeah, I'm just listening.
So have you listened to the recording yesterday?
No.
Okay, so
No,
I think you may not be
too
able to
busy.
answer.
I'm too busy now.
Okay. Just keep listening to the lecture. Inshallah, you will understand.
Okay.
So today, inshallah, we are starting a new fragment. I think Masuf Sifa is quite clear to you now. So we are starting a new fragment, which is Ismul Ishara and Musharul Ilahi fragment. So let me share the screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the last of the fragment is an Ism plus Ism fragment, which is Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilahi fragment. We learned some word that comes as an Ismul Ishara. We see them as a chart as a Haza, Hazari, Haulai, Hazihi, Hazani, Haulai, Zalika, Zanika, Ulaika, Talika, Tinka, Ulaika. Inshallah Ta'ala, we'll see them in detail today with their meaning. But these words are called Ismul Ishara. And they are pointing word because when we are talking about someone like this or that, we are actually pointing at someone or something. So this is called Ismul Ishara. And the word that comes after an Ismul Ishara, an Ism that comes after Ismul Ishara is called Musharun Ilahi. Something at which you are pointing. Musharun Ilahi. So this is two part of this fragment. Ismul Ishara, which is constant. You know some words that they will come as Ismul Ishara. There are 12 words, and then you have a word that coming after it is a musharif, musharun ilahi. But the grammatical rule is that ismul ishara and musharun ilahi must match in all four properties, like we did in the Mawsuf Sifa fragment. Similarly, ismul ishara and musharun ilahi fragment must match in all four properties, and nothing can come in between them. Like when we see in Mawsuf Sifa fragment, that the example that we did, that Mawsuf and Sifa can be apart, something can come between them, but in Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilahi fragment, they should be together. Nothing can come between them. And the another rule is, since we know that Ismul Ishara are proper nouns, right? When we're doing the noun to be proper, one of the reason was to be Ismul Ishara. Since we know Ismul Ishara is a proper noun, so to match in the status, Musharun Ilahi must be proper as well. So most common thing for an ism to be proper is to have a al on it. So most of the time is the word that is coming after musharun ilayhi, ismul ishara as a musharun ilayhi has al on it. If it doesn't have al, it is not proper, then it is not in ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi fragment. So, any questions? Okay, now we can go to the book and we will see what's written in there for us. Okay, so Sister Raisa,
Yeah.
can you please read for us this musharun
yeah.
musharun lahi part?
Okay. This fragment is made up of two parts. The first is pointing word, ismul ishara. The second is that which is being pointed at, ishara
Al-musharun ilayhi. Al-musharun ilayhi.
Sorry?
Al-musharun ilayhi.
Oh, that's a meme in there?
Yes, that's meme in it. Al-musharun ilayhi.
An example of such a fragment in English would be that cow. That would be ismul ishara and cow would be musharul ilayh.
Okay, so do you understand that when we are saying something, when pointing out something like that cow or that man or this chair, the word that, this or those and these is the ismul ishara, and the word that is pointing at, like any ism, human, non-human, anything which is we are pointing at, is the musharun ilayhi. Okay, good. Now go ahead.
The grammatical rules of this fragment are as follows. The ismul ishara and the musharul ilayhi must match in all four properties. The ismul ishara must have an al on it. Nothing can come between ismul ishara and musharul ilayhi.
Okay, good. This is something that I told before. So these three are the conditions that we have to keep in mind when we are talking about ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi fragment. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Below are the ismul ishara used for pointing at something that is near.
Okay.
Should I read them?
Yes, please read them.
Okay. Hada, this, hadani, both of these, haulai, these, hadihi, this, hatani, both of these, and haulai, these.
Okay, since we know in Arabic we have two separate sets of words for masculine and feminine, right? So when we have something, I can say in pronouns, we see in Muslim and Muslima chart, then the in Arabs likes to explain the masculine and feminine words differently. So that's why all the 6 sets of words are pointing to something near, but the first line is a masculine line and the second line is feminine line. When we are pointing to something masculine, we say haza, but like haza rajulun, right? And hazihi ukhtun. Right? When we're talking about rajul means men and ukhtun means sister. So when we say men, we say use haza, and when we say sister, we say hazihi. Right? So similarly, when we have pair for men, we say hazani, and when we have plural for men, we say haulai. In feminine way, hazihi for one woman, hatani for 2, and haulai is for more than 2 feminine. So, but plural, you can see masculine and feminine is the same. So it's easy to remember. So now you have to say after me, because we have to memorize these words because they come in Quran abundantly, and this is a giveaway of our Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment. So please say after me, Haza hazani haulai.
Haza hazani haulai.
Hadihi hatani haulai.
Hadihi hatani haulai.
Haza hazani haulai.
Haza hazani haulai.
Hazihi hatani haulai.
Hadihi hatani haulai.
Haza hazani haulai.
Hada hazani haulai.
Hazihi hatani haulai.
Hadihi hatani haulai.
Okay, good. Similarly, when we are pointing to something far away, we use the word that for it, right? And in Arabic, there's another 6 words for pointing to something far away, 3 for masculine and 3 for feminine, singular, pair, and plural. So now you have to repeat after me. Zalika, zanika, ulaika.
Zalika, ulaika.
Tilka, tanika, ulaika.
Tilka tanika ulaika.
Zalika, zanika, ulaika.
Zalika zanika ulaika.
Tilka, tanika, ulaika.
Tilka tanika ulaika.
Zalika, zanika, ulaika.
Zalika zanika ulaika.
Tilka, tanika, ulaika.
Tilka tanika ulaika.
Okay. Now, Sister Habiba, please read after this chart.
Recall that the singular and plural versions of pointers are non-flexible. The pair version, on the other hand, functions like the normal pair ending combination we know from the Muslim chart. Below are the nasab and jar versions of the pair.
Okay.
Memorize.
Okay. Yeah. So when we look at that, we know that Ismul Ishara are non-flexible. So when we say about the flexibility, we say about this singular chart only. But in the case of Ismul Ishara, the plural versions are also non-flexible. They remain the same in the Rafa, Nasab and Jar form. But in the dual column, they show their variation as per the Muslim chart. Like when we have Haza, the dual form is Hazani. But Hazani is Rafa. So as per the, if we put it into a Muslim chart, Hazani will become Hazaini and Hazaini in Nasab and Jar status. Right? Simple Hatani will become Hataini and Hataini. Zalnika will become Zanika and Tanika will become Tainika. So this is Zanika and Zainika and Tainika. It's a bit different than the Muslim chart because of this orientation. So you know the Hazani, Hatani follow the Muslim chart easily. But for Zanika, you have to remember Zainika and Tainika. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay, can Sister Sarah, can you repeat for me what did I say?
Saza, my daughter was crying, but inshallah I will try to.
Yeah, it's nothing. It's not your test. It's just that in your voice, so people will be able to remember, like
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned that the last column of the chart they don't follow the Muslim and the Muslima chart, the Ulaika and the Ulaika and the Haulai part. So Haulai and Ulaika don't follow the Muslim and Muslima chart, but the dual column follows the chart. So we have Rafa, Nasab and Jar here. Like Hadani is Hadaini and Hatani is Hataini. And Zanika would be Zainika and Tanika would be Tainika.
Okay, very well done. So we know that the Ismul Isharas in first column and second column, like in Wahid and in Jama, remains the same whether it's Rafa, Nasab or Jar, but only if they are in dual form, they show variation in Rafa and Nasab and Jar status. Right? So moving ahead, Sister Nasima.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. So Sister Nasima, can you please read these examples for us?
Zalika
Zalikal Kitabu, right?
ذاك الكتاب.
What does it mean?
This is the book.
No, Zalikal Kitabu. Where it is Zalika? Okay. Where is Zalika means here? Zalika is for near or far?
That.
So Zalika is for far, it means dead, right?
Yes.
Zalikal Kitabu. Kitab means book, right?
Book,
That
yeah.
book. Zalikal
That
Kitabu
book.
means that book.
That
Now we
book,
will
yeah.
see if it's an Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment. So they must match in all 4 properties, which means status, number, gender and type. So now we'll look at the properties of Ismul Ishara which are written there. So can you please read them?
Ismul Ishara. Status Rafa. Number singular. Gender masculine. Types proper.
Okay, here we say that Zalika does not show status, it's non-flexible. So we say it's Rafa here, it's written Rafa here, but we are not sure that it's a Rafa, Nasab or Jar. So when we are analyzing a Ismul Ishara fragment, we say it can be Rafa, Nasab or Jar. Okay, so then we will look at the 4 properties of Musharun Ilahi. So please read them.
Which one?
The column on the left, Musharun Ilahi.
Okay, Musharun. Status Rafa, number singular, gender masculine, types proper.
Okay. So leave it here. So we know that the status is Rafa because of the boo sound in the end. So we can say that singular because it is one book, Kitabu. It's masculine because it's from the Muslim chart, and it's proper because it has al. So since the Musharun Lahi is Rafa, so we can safely say that the status of Ismul Ishara is also Rafa. So this is a Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi. Very well, thank you.
Okay.
Sister Raisa.
Yeah.
Next example, please. Ulaika Rusulu.
Ulaika al-Rasulu. So, Ulaika. So, Ulaika falls in the far. And, okay. And the status is Rafa. Number is plural. Prophets. No, the prophets are Rasul. Ulaika. So it's plural. Oh, yeah. And gender is masculine and type is proper.
Okay, good.
Al-Rasulu, its status is Rafa because of the Kasra. Then
Dhamma.
And Dhamma. And the number is plural. Gender is masculine and the type is proper because of the electron.
Okay, very good. So the status match. And
Yeah,
that's
the
it.
status
Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment.
Yeah.
Good. Sister Habiba. Habiba,
Yeah.
please.
Haulai al-Qawm. So Haulai is plural, and number plural, and this is can be masculine or feminine also, but here masculine, and it is proper, and Rafa, and Al-Qawmu is Rafa, and this is Qawmu. Also, Qawm is plural because of meaning, and Al is proper and masculine.
So the status met and it's an Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment. Good. Sister Sarah, your turn.
هذا القرآن here هذا looking at هذا would be singular, the first column, and it will be
Masculine.
masculine also, singular and masculine, and it's proper. And then Al-Qur'an. Al-Quran will also be singular, and in the it's masculine, and the type will be proper because of the al.
And status?
And status, it follows the Muslim chart, Hada, the first one, so it will be this will be Rafa.
Okay, so they matches. So this Quran.
This Hada al-Quran is Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilayh.
Right. Very well. Sister Nasima. So can you please read for us this Ismul Ishara and other fragment part?
Which one?
Just display on my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
So Ismul Ishara and other fragments. Please read it.
Okay. Keep in mind that most Ismul Ishara are non-flexible, so they don't show different endings for different status.
Okay.
If we look,
wait here. When they say most of the Ismul Ishara are non-flexible, then which column are we talking about? Dual column. Okay, because we know the singular and plural are non-flexible. So dual column shows the flexibility. Nasab and jar form are different than the rafa form.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
If we look at our list of fragment and try to plug in Ismul Ishara in the place of an ism, we would find it in the following fragments. After jar, harf jar, fragment in harf jar.
In jar or majroor fragment.
Jar majroor.
Okay.
After harf jar in jar majroor fragment.
Good.
And after harf nasab in a harf nasab
wa ismuha
fragment. Or as a mudaf ilay in an idafa fragment.
Okay. So we say that Ismul Ishara, they form their own fragment by having a Musharun Ilahi after it. But Ismul Ishara can also come as part of other fragments. Like if they come after a harf jar, bita, ka, lam, wam, manfi, and ala hatta ila, if they are coming after one of these harf, then we know that they do not show the status easily. So, but if we have like min haza, right? So then we will know the haza here is in the majroor form, and this is a jar majroor fragment, right? And similarly, they can come in a harfu nasab and ismuha fragment if they are coming after a harf and nasab, like inna, anna, ka, anna, bi, anna, laita, lakanna, li, Allah. If they are coming after one of those harf in a sentence, then they can be a part of harfu nasab and ismuha fragment, and they will be considered as a nasab in status. Or they can come as a mudaf ilahi in a dafa fragment. So who can tell me what will be the status of an Ismul Ishara if they come as a mudaf ilahi in a fragment, a dafa fragment?
Jar.
Yeah, because the only grammatical condition for mudaf ilahi is to be a jar. So when they are in a mudaf ilahi fragment, idafa fragment, they are considered as a jar in mudaf ilahi. Okay. Sister Raisa, please read for us.
Yeah. We would not find it in mudaf ilayhi.
No, Mawsuf Sifa.
Oh, that's Mawsuf Sifa or Mudafa, because it does not make sense in the language. Take a look at the following examples.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Fi hada, in this. So the first one is the marfu.
Majroor.
The first one is majroor because it's
The first one is harf-jar, fi is harf-jar, and haza is majroor because it is coming after a harf-jar. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Next thing.
The next one is inna haula'i. The inna is the jar fragment, and so the after.
Okay, inna is not
Oh,
one
no,
of the
it's not
huruf
that.
jar. Inna falls in another category of huruf, which is
It's the ismuha fragment. It's the nasab.
harfin. They are huruf nasiba, right?
Yeah.
So inna is a harfin nasab, and haulai here is it ism.
Is the ism.
So the status of haulai will be nasab here.
Nasab. Yeah.
Right. So it's a harfun nasab and ismuha fragment. Okay. Now another example, please.
The next one is ba'da zalika. So ba'da is the mudafa, and zalika turns into mudaf ilayh.
Okay, now we're saying that when we start, it cannot come as a mawsufa sifa fragment, because in mawsuf sifa you need a ism and you need an adjective. So when you're studying about this or that, you are not explaining something, you are just pointing at something. So they cannot be a part of a mawsuf and sifa fragment. Similarly, mudaf and mudaf ilahi is for showing possession, right? Book of Allah, right? Kitabullahi, and something that we have an off in between, and this of that, this doesn't make any sense. So that why it cannot become as a mudaf, but they come as a mudaf ilahi, right? Book of these, right? When you say, but this of these, that does not make any sense. These of book, it doesn't make any sense. So that's why they cannot come as a mudaf, but they can come as mudaf ilahi. So when they are coming in harf-jar fragment, you see that they are coming after in harf-jar and becoming a majroor. They are coming in harfun nasab ismuha fragment. They are coming after harfun nasab but acting as ismuha in a nasiba form. When they are coming as a mudaf and mudaf alayhi fragment, they are coming after a special mudaf, which means bad means after, and zalika means that. So after that, you can use it as a mudaf alayhi fragment.
So we'll not see the four properties in these cases, right, Ustaza?
So no, they are not forming ismul ishara and musharun lahi fragment. We are saying that we say that ismul ishara makes its own fragment when it has a musharun lahi after it. So it's an ismul ishara and musharun lahi fragment. But ismul ishara are the isms, so they can come in another fragment and be a part of another fragment as well, not as their own fragment, but the part of another fragment. Here they are not forming the ismul ishara or musharun lahi fragment, but they are the part of the harf-jar, harf-nasab or idafa fragment. Understand?
Yes.
Sister Habiba, please read for us.
In addition to the basic examples mentioned above, we also find Ismul Ishara in more complex fragments. We find an Ismul Ishara wa Mawsuf Ishara wa Mushari Ilaihi fragment connected to another fragment. For example, if I wanted to say in this house, in Arabic I would write Fi Haza Al-Bayti. Notice that we have a jar or majroor fragment and ism ishara wa mushari ilayhi. Recall that the ismul ishara and the musharu ilayhi must match in all four properties. Therefore, they must match in status. In the above example, fi haza al-bayti, we see that effect of the harf jar transferred through the ismul ishara, and we see the musharu ilayhi in jar status.
Okay, so
Take a look at the following examples.
Stop here. We say that there is an example given here, which is fi haza al bayti. We know that fi is one of the harfe jar. So when we have harfe jar, then the word that come after it must be in a majroor form, must be in a jar form. And the word that's coming after fi is haza. And we say the haza is non-flexible, does not show its status straight away. So since we have fi before it, we are saying that the fi haza is our jar majroor fragment. But after haza, there is another word which is al bayti. Now we can think that okay, haza and then is ism after it, al bayti, can be its musharun ilayhi. So now we have to match the four properties of haza and al bayti, and if they match, we say that it is an ishara and musharun ilayhi fragment. So properties for haza is, who will give me the properties for haza?
I can give this person.
Yes, please.
Can I try?
Yes, please.
Haza would be singular and masculine, and it will be proper because it is a pronoun.
And we know the status here as well.
We know the status because it is
It is.
The status will be rafa.
No.
No, the status will be jar because it's in the jar majroor fragment.
Yes, it's a majroor fragment.
Majroor fragment.
So it is, we know that is jar, singular, masculine and proper. Now we'll have a look at al-bayti, and now Sister Sarah, give me the four properties of al-bayti.
Al-bayti will be jar again because of the kasra, and also because it is in the jar. The jar fi is making it majroor.
No, fi is not making it majroor. Fi is making it majroor, but yeah, al-bayti is in majroor fragment because
it's also
it's a T.
Because of the T, kasra.
Stay there, yeah.
So, jar, and it is singular and masculine, and it is having al, so it is proper.
Okay, so haza and al-bayti match in the four properties.
Yes.
So haza al-bayti is a ismul
Ismul ishara
ishara
and musharun ilayhi fragment.
So in fi haza al-bayti, we have jar majroor, and inside jar majroor we have ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi fragment. See, sometimes
So the whole fi till bayti is the complete is the jar majroor fragment, right?
Yes. And inside the jar majroor we have haza al-bayti. Right? So we have inside the jar majroor musharun lahi and ismul ishara fragment. So you can see sometime the fragments come and like combined with each other. So if we have one fragment, can possible that we have another fragment inside of it when we have more than 2-3 words inside a fragment we have. So now we will look at the more examples, and Sister Nasima, I want you to do the first example, please.
لهؤلاء القوم. It is status harf jar.
Jar is jar. Yes, li is jar. Why is this jar? What is there here we have?
Li.
Li, what is li?
Li is I don't know.
Li is harf jar.
Li is harf jar.
Okay, so li is harf jar and haulai is a ismul ishara. So we have li haulai is combined is a jar majroor fragment.
Yeah.
Okay. Now since we know it's a jar majroor fragment, so the status of haulai is jar.
Jar. Yeah.
Okay. So now we look at the other three properties of haulai. Please read from what's written in the right side.
It is a number plural.
Because
gender, because
it's in from the last column, right?
Last column, yeah. Ulai. It is a gender masculine.
Okay, we don't know the gender here is masculine because haulai is a plural for both masculine and feminine. Haza hazani haulai, hazihi hatani haulai. So it can be masculine or it can be feminine. Okay?
Feminine. Yeah, type is proper.
Type is proper. Now please look at the other side for musharun ilahi al-qawmi.
Yeah, proper. Why proper? How can I know?
Haulai, because ismul ishara are always proper.
Okay.
The pointer words are always proper.
Okay. Al-Qawmi. It is a jar status. And it is number is plural. Gender is masculine. Type is proper.
Okay. Since we know the Qawmi has a gender is masculine, so we can say the haulai since it matches the other three properties. So it is also masculine here.
Masculine.
Okay. So that's why this haulai al-qawmi makes a ismul ishara and musharun lahi fragment inside the lahu haulai al-qawmi, which is a jar majroor fragment.
Jar majroor fragment.
Okay. Good. Thank you, Sister Parveen. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam, Ustad.
Okay, please, Sister Parveen, can you read this next example for us?
إن هذا القرآن.
So what do we have here?
Inna is the harf nasb.
Yes.
And haza ismul ishara. And al-Qur'an is the musharun ilay.
Okay, so how do we know? We have to match the properties first, right?
Yes, haza in nasab condition status because of harf nasba.
Very good.
And this is the singular, masculine, and is a pronoun, so it's a proper.
Okay, good. It's not a pronoun, it's a...
Okay, it's
I know, it's a slip of tongue.
Yeah.
That's okay.
And Al-Quran is the nasab status, and is singular and masculine, and this due to al is the marifa. So both four characteristics match. So it's ishara and mushar ilayh. Ismul ishara and mushar ilayh.
Fragment inside the harfu nasab and ismuha fragment, right?
Yes.
It's inside the harfu nasab ismuha, right? Because inna is preceding it. So inna is making it harfu nasab and ismuha fragment, and within it we have ismul ishara and musharun ilahi fragment.
Inshallah. Yes, jazakallah.
Okay, Sister Raisa, please read for us.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Is there azan, parent?
Yeah.
Okay, you can take a break, and we can ask Sister Sarah to do it first, please.
Here are some more examples. Min hadihil qarya, from this town. Baytu dhalika rajul, house of that man.
Okay,
in the above examples.
Stop here, Sister Sarah. I want you to explain min hazil qaryati.
Okay, min hadil qaryati. Here we have the min as harf nasab. No. Min is.
You're right. It's a harf, but not a harf in nasab.
I forgot what min was.
Don't look at in your notes. Just look at the words here. Don't panic. You know, there are two type of words. The word that make other words coming after it jar, or somebody making nasab.
Jar. So min will be harf jar.
Because you see the qaryati has
kasra, yes.
Right? So it's easy to see, right?
Yeah. So this is a jar majroor fragment.
Good.
And inside this we have hadihi, that is ismul ishara. And we will see the properties inshallah. Hadihi is singular
and the status is jar, and this it's singular and it's feminine because it's in the feminine chart.
Yes.
So it's feminine, and the type will be proper. It's pronoun. And then al-qaryati, we have it is al-qaryati will be because of the kasra, we see that it's jar. And then it is also qaryati.
What do we have in the end? What do we have in the end?
We have ta marbuta in the end, so it is feminine.
It's a Muslima chart, right?
Muslima chart, yeah. So it is singular and feminine, and because of the al, it is proper.
Okay.
So this would be ismul ishara musharun ilayh inside the jar majroor fragment.
Very well done. Sister Parveen.
Yes, Ustad.
Same thing I want you to do for Baitu Zalika Rajuli.
Okay. Baitu Zalika Rajuli. So, Baitu is a noun.
It's an ism.
Yeah, ism. Zalika ismul ishara. Rajuli is musharun ilayhi.
How do we know?
So we check the proper characteristics, right?
Yeah,
or properties.
Yeah, but same thing.
Zalika is the
before that, sister. Before that, when we have an ism, when we have two ism, like we have first ism is Baitu, right? And
yeah.
Zalika is also an ism. When we have two ism together, we look for something. Like there are three fragments that can be part of ism plus ism fragment, right? Which is idafa fragment, Mawsuf Sifa fragment, and Ism Ishara Musharun Ilayh fragment. So for Mawsuf Sifa, we say that Ismul Ishara does not become the part of Mawsuf Sifa. So this is gone. Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilayh fragment, the first word must be Ismul Ishara. So Baiti is not Ismul Ishara, so that is gone. The only option that we have left to be looking for is an idafa fragment. So Baitu Zalika can be an idafa fragment. So you have to look for the properties of an idafa fragment. So what is the property of mudaf for idafa fragment?
It should be without alif lam, no tanween, and in three status like rafa, dhamma, and kasra. It may be.
It can be, but there were another thing, light, no al, right?
Light, no al, no tanween.
No al, no, the light, no al, right? So it is Baitu is light.
Light.
Yeah, and it has no al on it. So can it be mudaf?
Yes, it is mudaf.
And we know that the Musharun Ilayhi come as a Ismul Ishara can come as mudaf ilayhi.
Yes, Ustad.
So Baitu Zalika can be an idafa fragment?
Yes, it is an idafa fragment.
It is an idafa fragment, right? So when we have Baitu Zalika as an idafa fragment, so what is the status of Zalika here?
Zalika in the Nasab status.
Okay. What is the status of Mudafun Ilayhi?
Mudaf ilayhi should be in kasra. So yeah, it should be in kasra status.
Kasra is?
Jar status.
So Zalika, the status of Zalika here is?
Jar status.
Okay. Now do the property match for Zalika and Rujali.
Okay. In jar status, and it is the singular. It's the
Marifa and gender?
And gender is masculine.
Masculine. Good. And for Rujali? Rujali?
Rujali is the jar status. And it's the singular, masculine, and marifa due to alif lam.
Okay.
So all properties matched. So it's mushar and mushar ilayhi.
So it is Zalika Rujuli is an Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment inside the Idafa fragment, right?
Inshallah. Yes, Ustad.
Okay.
Ustaza, so the Idafa fragment is the complete till Rajuli.
Yeah, because
It's the complete Idafa.
because we say house of that does not mean make sense. So we say house of man makes sense, but that man, we're talking about that man as a combine, right?
Yeah.
So house of that man makes a complete sense as an Idafa fragment, right?
So Ustaza, I have a doubt here. The Mudaf is Baitu and the Mudafun ilayh would be Zalika as well as Rajuli.
Yes, Zalika Rujuli combined is
Are both the Mudafun ilayh.
Mudaf ilayhi.
Okay.
Because it's a fragment, you cannot separate a fragment, right? So when you have a fragment, like if we have majroor in jar majroor, when we majroor is a pointer fragment, then we say that whole jar majroor fragment is a part of Ismul Ishara fragment is a part of a jar majroor fragment, right? Same with harfu nasab and ismuha fragment. When you have a fragment, you cannot just take part of it. You consider it as a whole, right? It making some sense when they are together. So that is why when you have Idafa fragment, then if Ismul Ishara is coming as a Mudaf ilahi, so that whole fragment will be Mudaf ilahi, right? Baitu Zalika is, if it's not Zalikul Rujulu is a Isharun Lahi fragment. Understand?
Yes, Ustaza.
No problem. Sister Raisa. First thing, are you clear on the concept here?
Yeah.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Please read for us.
Okay. In the above examples, the easy way to figure out the status of the Mushar Ilayhi is to think of the Al-Ishara, Ism Ishara as a pipe that transfers any status changes through it directly to the Mushar Ilayhi.
Did you say that because of the status was changing because of the as a what do you call Mudaf ilayhi is jar, right? So Mudaf ilayhi is jar, so the both Zalikal and Rujulu has to be in jar status, right? Because Zalika is jar, so a Rujulu has to be in jar status.
Yeah.
Because of Baitu, which is Mudaf. Mudaf is making Zalika jar and Zalika is making Rujuli jar. Do you saying the cascading effect? That's pointed here. Okay, so there is another thing coming up pointing at an idafa, but before doing that, I want to say, is there any questions? Everybody's clear on today's lesson, right?
Yes.
So, Sister Raisa, please read for us pointing at an idafa.
Okay. Pointing at an idafa. Recall that mudaf cannot have an al. Recall also that Mushar Ilayhi must have an al. So when pointing at an idafa, how are these two rules reconciled? How would you point, for instance, at a fragment Baytullahi? Hadihi Baytullahi.
Haza Baytullahi. It's not hazihi.
Oh, Haza. Haza Baytullahi would not be a fragment because there is no al on the word, following the Ismul Ishara. On the other hand, Hada al Baytullahi wouldn't be incorrect as well because Bayt is a mudaf and it cannot have an al. The solution is to put the Ismul Ishara after the idafa. The correct way to point at the fragment Baytullahi would be Baytullah Hada. Baytullah Hada. Baytullahi Hada.
Stop here. This is very complicated thing. So if you just start getting confused, so I can stop and we'll do it next time. But if you're okay, I can go ahead with it. It depends on you because it may take 5-6 minutes and we are at 2 o'clock.
Yeah. Wait, in the Baitullah, it just stays at Baitullah Hada, right?
That's what I'm trying to explain, but it will take time. That's why I'm asking. If you are willing to stay, it's okay. I can
We have Maghrib 10 now.
We have Maghrib 10.
Yeah, sorry. So, inshallah ta'ala, we will start our lesson on Monday with pointing at an idafa fragment, right? So, thank you. On Tuesday, we have a quiz. So, you have a weekend to prepare for, and the quiz will be about the 5 fragments. These 2 and the 3 that we did before. So, I will give you apart from a Quran, inshallah ta'ala, and you have to identify from it the 5 fragments. This is not about the ism and the properties of ism this time, but the fragments. And inside the fragment, anyway, you have to do the properties of the ism. So please revise whatever you have studied on the weekend. So we will have a quiz on Tuesday, inshallah ta'ala. Okay, everyone?
Yes.
Any question before we call it a day? Okay, very good. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. See you all on Monday. Have a good weekend.
Walaikum assalam.
Walaikum assalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa barik wa sallim. Rabbana zidna ilma. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
How are you all? How was the weekend? Okay, so today we start with the revision of a pointer fragment and start with this usual Q&A session. So please be ready. I'll give you a fragment and you have to tell me that is it a Ismul Ishara and Musharun Alayhi fragment or not, and if it is, then what are the conditions that it's meeting, right? So I'm starting with Sister Raisa. Bihazal Hadithi. Bihazal Hadithi.
Bihazal Hadi. What? Sorry, it's just my Wi-Fi is not working. Sorry?
Bihazal Hadisi. Hadith, yeah. The saying of Prophet Sallallahu
My Wi-Fi is cutting. I can't really hear you.
Okay, sorry.
Wait.
I'll move it to the Sister Parveen Maruf. Sister Parveen?
Yes.
Okay, so Bihadal Hadisi.
It's Ismu Shara Mushara Alayhi fragment because it's got Haza Hadith pointing to something.
Okay, so what are the conditions and what is B doing here?
B is harf jar, and then Haza Hadith is all of that is majroor because of B, the little fragment of Mushara Alayhi.
Yes, good. And Hazal Hadisi, do they match in the properties?
Yes, they do. Yes, because Haza it doesn't show Arab, but
status. Yes.
Yes, and Al Hadisi is Marifa because of the Al.
Okay, so Haza is jar because of B.
Yeah.
Right, and Haza is masculine.
Yes.
Haza is singular.
Yes.
And Haza is proper, and the so is Al Hadisi. So that's why it's a Ismul Ishara and Musharun Alayhi fragment, and it's also a Jar Majrur fragment, right? With B on it. Good. Sister Habib, you have the same connection. Okay, Sister Sarah. Okay, so I have for you. What should I give you? Wahazan Nabiyu.
Wahada Nabiyu. Wow is the harf of jar here. Wahada.
Okay, if Wow is harf jar here, then the things that come following the Wa should be in Majroor status?
Yes, but Haza is not in the Majroor status, so Haza is
Why Haza is not Majroor status?
هذا اسم إشارة.
So it can be ism Rafa Nasab or Jar, isn't it?
Rafa Nasab or Jar, yes. But so can it be Jar in Jar status because of Waw?
Not all Waw are harf jar, right? When I say Haza an Nabiyu, what is the giveaway that it's not a harf jar?
Hada an Nabiyu. It is not making the, because it doesn't look like a jar majroor fragment also.
Why? I'm not interested in the right answer. I'm interested in the logic. So I'm not saying anything right or wrong. I want to know your logic, right? When you say it's a jar majroor fragment, then when we're talking about Ismul Ishara and Musharan Le, do we look them separately or we look them together?
We'll look at them together.
So when I say Haza and Nabiyu, so what is the property of a Haza if we have an Nabiyu attached to it?
Nabiyu. It is Ismul Ishara, but Nabiyu, the status is of Nabiyu is not matching with Haza.
Why not? Why are you so certain that Haza is Jar? Because I'm saying that the Wa can be or cannot be, harf jar. Wa can be harf adab, Wa can be istinafiya. There are many types of Wa in Arabic grammar, right? So when we say if it's something is harf jar, the things that are following it must be all majroor.
Yes.
And you see an-nabiyu. And an-nabiyu is rafa.
Yes, an-nabiyu is rafa, and
so it cannot be a jar majroor fragment, right?
Yes.
So this wa is not a harf jar.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah. Now if I see the properties, then hada is proper, an-nabiyu is also proper. And both are nabiyu is both are masculine. And what else? This is rafa. Number. Hada is singular. An-nabiyu also doesn't have a reason to be plural, so it's singular.
Yes. The ending sound gave us away.
Yes, an-nabiyu is singular sound, so it falls in the singular column of the chart.
Good.
So it looks like a Ismul Ishara.
So if Nabiyu is Rafa, then Haza is also?
Haza becomes Rafa because of, I don't know the reason, but I think it will become Rafa.
Because Ismul Ishara and Musharan Le have to match the four properties, right?
Yeah,
when
so
three are
matching. Yeah, so the fourth one also is probably Rafa.
So it is Ismul Ishara and Isharan Lehi fragment, and Wa is not is some harf you have not studied yet, right? Okay, so Wa is a harf. Don't mention which kind of a harf, but it's not a harf jar, right? It can be ataf, it can be istinafiya, it can be something else, right? So we have not studied yet, so you just leave it, right? Okay, good attempt, mashallah. Sister Samia, did you had a chance to revise?
Yes, I listened to the lecture.
Okay, good. Very good. So will you be able to...
Can you hear me? I'm in the car, so... Yeah, I'll attempt it. Can you hear me though? Because I'm in the car.
No, we can hear you.
So it's probably...
So is it okay if I give you a sentence to work on? A fragment to work on?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So for you is Haza Rabbi.
Haza
Rabbi. Yeah.
Rabbi. Okay. So Haza can be Rafa, Nasab or Jar, depending on the... If you match the Musharan Le.
Okay, sir. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, the number is single, the gender is masculine, and it's proper. So Rabbi, it's got an attached pronoun. So it can be
that's why I
mudaf,
say-
mudaf ilayh,
Yeah, that's why I
rabb.
say leave it. But saying
Okay.
it's not a rabbi, it's not a
Okay.
right? Simple rabbi with the jar on the
Okay.
kasra on the rab, right? Rabbin.
With the kasra,
Haza
okay.
Rabbin.
Okay. Okay, so then it's jar and status. It's masculine and it's singular. And it Rabbi,
Rabbin.
is proper.
Call it Rabbin.
Rabbin. Rabbin. So is it common then?
Yes, common.
Okay, so then it's not
It's
Ismul
not.
Ishara and Mushar alayh. No.
Very good, very good. Sister Raisa,
Yeah.
is your connection better now?
No, it's still like your voice is cutting out. I can't understand everything.
Okay, Jen, I'll excuse you for today. So this is something that we studied last time, and today we have to look at the other part that we say that if we have mudaf and mudaf ilahi, idafa fragment, then how will we point to the idafa fragment? So inshallah, we'll look at this today. I will share the screen with you. So now we know that Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilahi fragment. Sorry, in Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilahi fragment, the Musharun Ilahi must have an al on it, right? This is one of the condition. But when we have an idafa fragment, who will give me the conditions for mudaf and mudaf ilahi? Sister Sarah, can you? Sister Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you please tell me? Yes.
Mudaf, the conditions for mudaf ilayh.
And mudaf ilahi both.
Okay, mudaf ilayh should be in the jar status. And conditions for mudaf. Mudaf must be, it can be rafa nasab or jar.
Okay.
Mudaf
It's not
can
a
be rafa nasab
condition.
or, yeah, it's not a condition, sorry. Mudaf must be light and it cannot have al.
Okay, so
Mudaf
light no
cannot have
al for mudaf, right?
And mudaf ilayh should be in jar status.
In jar status, right? Very good. So now we're talking about the fragment that if we have to point at an idafa, then for musharun ilahi, if we say haza baitullahi, then we have haza, right? And when baitullahi, bet should have al to make it a pointer fragment. But if I say al baitullahi, it will be wrong because al mudaf cannot have al. So this is a complicated situation when we have a point, idafa fragment, and we have to point at that. Like we say, this is the house of Allah, hada baitullahi. So we cannot say it like that. So the solution that the Arabian has come for it is that we should play the Ismul Ishara after an idafa fragment, right? When we say baitullahi haza, do you understand? It is possible that we have a pointer word after a idafa fragment, because if we try to put it in front of it, the musharun lahi must have an al, and madaf cannot have al. So this is a conflict of interest for both. So the grammarian has come up with the solution that when we have this idafa fragment and we have to point it, we will use the ismul ishara after the idafa fragment. Do you get it?
Yeah, so we'll still match the Ismul Ishara will come after, and the Mushar alayh will come before in this case, and we still have to match the four.
Yes, you have to match the properties, but this Ismul Ishara will come after the idafa fragment. Okay, let's have a look at the book and let's practice something more. Okay, Sister Parveen, can you please read for us, pointing at an idafa? from the book? Can you see my screen?
Yeah, but it's very small.
Let me enlarge it. Is it better?
Yes, alhamdulillah.
Okay, please.
Pointed at an idafa. Recall that a mudaf cannot have an al. Recall also that the mushar ilay must have an al. So when pointed at an idafa, how are these two rules reconciled? How would you point? For instance, at the beginning, at the fragment Baitullahi, Baitullah hada would not be a fragment because there is no al on the word following the ismul ishara.
Okay.
On the other hand,
excuse me. You say Baitullahi haza. No, it haza Baitullahi, right?
Haza Baitullahi.
Please mute your microphones. Okay, sister, please continue. Read from
Haza Baitullahi. Would not be a fragment because there is no al on the word following the ismul ishara. On the other hand, hazal Baitullahi would be incorrect because Bait is a mudaf and cannot take an al. The solution is to place the ismul ishara after the idafa. The correct way to point at the fragment Baitullah would be Baitullahi hada. Take a look at the following example. Fi amihim haza. In this year of their.
So, okay. What is the idafa fragment here?
Fi amihim.
Amihim is a idafa fragment because
Idafa, yeah.
ami is an ism and him is a attached pronoun. Yeah, so it makes an idafa fragment. What is fi doing here?
Fi is a harf jar is make the mudaf majrur.
Okay, so see, we have three things happening here.
Yeah.
First, we have fi, which is a jar, and ami will make the other things majroor. So we know that if it's fi is a jar here, then ami, him, haza, they all will be majroor. Now we have amihim. Amihim is idafa fragment within fi. So amihim is ami and him. It mudaf and mudafil hai. Mudaf is light and it has no al, and him is in majroor state, so it's an idafa fragment. So when we have fi amihim, we cannot say haza fi amihim because fi haza hamihim because haza would like an al after it, and haza will like an ism. We cannot say fi haza fi because haza will like an ism, so we cannot put haza before fi and we cannot put haza before amihim, right, between fi and amihim. So the only solution is that we put haza at the end. So because of the haza, it will become ismul ishara and mushar alayhi, right? So fi hamihim haza. Is everybody clear on that? Anyone have any question? Because I know this is complicated, so anybody has any question, please.
Can you repeat it again, Ustad?
Okay.
So Ustad, before repeating only one thing, for example, hazal kitabu. So haza is ismul ishara and kitabu mushar ilayh.
Yes.
Not the same rule apply here.
Haza al-kitab.
Al-kitabu is having the al, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So what is the rule for ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi?
Okay, no al.
No. Ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi. There are only two conditions, right? The first is that musharun ilayhi must have al on it, right? And the second is the ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi must match in four properties, right? So when you say haza al-kitabi, you have haza and al-kitabi has al on it, first condition match, and haza and kitabi is matching the all, status is jar, number is single, gender is masculine, and type is proper. So it's matching all the four properties of an ism. So this is an ismul ishara and musharun alayhi fragment. But the confusion that is arising here is that if it's not pointing, it's not like you're just pointing at one thing. Like if you're not pointing at al-kitab, sometimes you have to point at as you know, a combination as well. Like when you say, this is my book, right? So my book, what is my book in here? It is idafa fragment, right? And you have to point at it too, right? So you can point at sometime like at ismul ishara fragment, you can sometimes point at the you see the sometimes the harf jar is jar majroor fragment is involved with the pointer fragment. So we know that when this complication arrive, how to solve it. So this is what I'm talking about. Then when we have to point at a idafa fragment, then we cannot put haza kitabihi. It's not say my kitab, because I cannot say al kitabihi, because if I say al kitabihi, it will not be an idafa fragment, right?
So kitabi haza.
Kitabihi haza.
Okay.
Right? So that's it.
Yes, got it. Jazakallah.
Okay, no problem. So coming back to Sister Samia's question, I would like to explain this to you. Okay, when we have fi amihim haza, we start with the first part, which is fi. What is fi? Fi is a harf, and we know fi is a harf jar. So when we have a harf jar, then the things that is coming after it, it will be majroor, and we say that it does not apply to a single ism. It can apply to the fragment or the multiple ism coming after, unless we have something that breaks the chain. So we say fi is jar and amihim is majroor because of fi. Just forget haza at the moment. Just look at the fi amihim, which means in their year, right? Amihim, in their year. So when we say fi amihim, fi is jar, amihim is majroor, and amihim is also in the dafa fragment, ami and him. So you match the properties, light no al for ami, and him is majroor, so it's in the dafa fragment. And now we have fi amihim, and now we want to say in this year of that, right? We want to point to this year of that, theirs, right? So when we have to point, so we have to put haza, right? And haza, you know that haza is an ism plus ism fragment. So if I put haza plus fi, can it be a ismul ishara and musharun alayhi fragment? No, because fi is not an ism, fi is a harf. Okay, now we try to put haza before amihim, like it's between fi and amihim. Now we say fi haza amihim, but we cannot say this too, because for musharun alayhi, amihim has to have al on it, and we cannot say al amihim because amihim is an idafa fragment, and we cannot pull al on mudaf, so we cannot do haza al amihim as well. So the solution that the grammarian have come up with, like we just leave the fragment as they are, and we put haza in the end. So this is a.
was very good.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. Now we will look at the other example, and I want you to attempt this example now so that it is clear for you. So look at this bivaraqikum hazihi with the silver coin of yours.
Yeah.
Now try to explain it to you like I did.
Okay. So we have B, which is harf jar, and B bariqikum. So bariqikum is a idafa fragment because of the wadiqi and the kum. So because of the B, the wadiqi will be jar.
You say the wadiqum is an idafa fragment because it's attached to a pronoun, but no, you have to give me 3 reasons to it to be an idafa fragment.
Okay, so the wadiqi is light. There's no al, and the kum can be a attached pronoun, so it can be jar. So
wadiqum is an idafa fragment. Yes, good.
So it's an idafa fragment, and the hadihi, we put it before the B and we can't put it in between, so we put it after. And then now we see the match the four properties. So هذه can be رفع نسب وجر. It is هذه is feminine and singular. It's proper. What do you pick for is
okay. What makes varikum be varikum proper?
So kum is
proper. Yeah. Pronouns are always
proper, but it's plural. Yeah, it's plural.
It's plural.
It's masculine. It's masculine.
Okay. Kum is plural and it's masculine, but we say that. Okay, this is a confusion here. When we have single, warikim, the silver coins of you. Wariki is the broken plural. So it must be silver coins of yours, right? Not coin, right? So when we have broken plural is singular feminine. So that is not silver coins of yours. The S is missing, right? That's the mistake here. So when we have a broken plural, we consider a singular feminine.
Yes. So I'm looking at the wariqi. I'm not looking at for the musharan ilayhi. I'm looking at the wariqi.
Yeah, because what bi wariqi kum is musharan ilayhi, right? The whole bi wariqi kum is musharan ilayhi.
Okay.
Wariqikum is a musharan. Sorry, not B. Wariqikum is a musharan ilayhi. We're talking about idafa, not B. B is the other part.
So,
yeah.
So because of the wariqi is broken pure singular feminine, singular what do you call it, feminine. So that's why it's hadihi.
Is singular feminine, right?
Yeah, and the kum is second person.
Yeah.
Second person.
Kum is kum is a third person, right?
Yeah.
So it's not
third person.
Yeah. So the thing is that when we put the haza before if it's we will be al wariqi, right? So when we're talking about the matching of the state and the gender, it will be should match with the wariqi, right? Al wariqi. If it's not a al wariqikum, so it will be al wariqi. So al wariqi would be singular feminine.
Yeah.
Right? Do you get it?
Yeah. I get it. But first person is ana, nahnu. Second person is you, right? You.
Yes.
The third person is he, she. This is kum. This is
yours, no? It's
yours.
Yeah.
So
it is like when you're looking at idafa fragment, it does not have to match with the gender, right? It doesn't have to match with the properties. There's nothing like you have to match the properties in idafa fragment, right?
Right.
So when we have a pointer, we have to match with mudaf, not mudaf ilayhi.
Yes.
Because we are putting pointer before mudaf, not. Technically, we have to put haza before wariqi, but we cannot put it because we cannot put al on wariqi. That's why I put it in the end. But technically, it should have to come before.
Yeah. So we put the ishara after the fragment after the.
Yes. Good. Very nicely done. Okay, so Sister Sarah.
Yes.
Okay, so try doing this liqa'a yawmikum hazihi.
Liqa'a yawmikum hadihi.
And look at the meaning as well, because that will help you. The meeting of this day of yours.
Liqa'a. Li is half of jar. Qa'a. I'm not sure about qa'a.
Okay, it's an ism.
Okay, yawmikum. Yawmikum would be the idafa fragment here. And hada is the ism ishara. Okay, so if I look at the mudaf.
Okay. Okay, just tell me one thing. Do you see in the translation anything that gives you meaning of harf jar?
The meeting of this day of yours. Off. It is having off.
What is the off? What is the off gives? It's in jar or it's in mudaf mudaf ilay? So liqa'a, there's no harf here. Liqa is a word on its own. It's an ism of its own.
On its own. Okay.
Right? So there is nothing that's giving you the meaning that it is a jar
Harf of
majroor, anything here, right? Because of the day of yours is a mudaf mudaf ilayhi, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now please go ahead.
So Yaumi is we know that it's mudaf because it's not having an al and it is light. And kum here is the pronoun, attached pronoun. And then we have hada, ism ishara, singular. So we will match the status, inshallah. I'll try. This is both will be proper. The types will be proper.
Okay. Haza and yomi. Yomi is proper because of?
Yomi is proper because both have mudaf and mudaf ilayh have the same. So because of the kum, it is
Because
also
of the
proper.
kum, it is proper. Yes, good, very well.
And then it is singular. No reason to be plural. And hada is also singular. And masculine. First column. And this is also yomi kum is also masculine. And the status is jar. So because all the properties are matching, so hada will also be jar. So this would be ismul ishara and mushara ilayh fragment.
Very good. But why we hasn't put haza before liqa'a? Because it has no issue.
Hada liqa.
The answer lies in the translation.
The meeting of this day of yours. Hada liqa yawmakum.
What is haza?
Hada is yours and yours.
Haza is yours?
Sorry, haza is this. Sorry,
yes.
this.
So what is
Hada
haza?
this.
What is the name of haza? Grammatical name of haza?
Grammatical name.
What
I didn't understand.
What is the name of what haza classified into?
Ismul ishara.
Ismul ishara is a pointer word.
Yes.
So when we
And
say pointing, so what
liqa doesn't have liqa doesn't have the al, right? So
no, forget the grammatical reason. I'm asking you to look at the translation. So what we are pointing at?
The meeting of this day. So this day.
Day of
You're pointing at the day of yours.
So we are pointing at the day of yours. That's why the trouble come. Because when we say this, the meeting of the day of yours, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Yes.
So we are pointing about the meeting of this day of yours. So that's why we have the issue of putting haza. Okay, if we have to put it haza before liqa, we can put haza al liqai, right?
Yes.
So that's why we are pointing. We have to look at what we are pointing. Initially, because when we become proficient in Arabic grammar, then we can easily quickly think everything. But now we have to have a help of a translation to make things more clear to us, right? We have to look what we are pointing at. Sometimes you don't get confused when you have to working on the other part when you're reading Quran and something. So don't get confused. You have to look at the meaning, why it is, what it is pointing at, right?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, Jazakallah khair. Okay, now we will attempt this drill. So we will here choose the appropriate pointer to create an ismul ishara and mushara alayh fragment. Tell whether it should come before B or after A. Okay, what is this B and A? Let me have a look. So the thing is, we have to, because we know that they have to match in the property, so we have to look at the word is given, and then we have to first look at the match the perfect Ismul Ishara for it, like from the chart that you have. And second thing that you have to do, that either we have to put it before the word or we have to put the Ismul Ishara after the word. Okay, is the task clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start with Sister Parveen Maroof. Al-Qawmu.
Al-Qawmu. How's Al-Qawmu?
Okay. So what is Qawm?
Qawm is plural.
It's a plural, right? And Haza is?
Yeah. Singular, so it's not right.
Okay, so first thing is status, second thing is number, and then we have gender. Qawmu is?
Plural.
Gender is masculine.
Gender is masculine.
Okay, so we have to look at the gender and the number. So number is plural and gender is masculine. So where should we go?
Hawlai.
Okay, good. So what would be? It would be haulai al-qawmu or al-qawmu haulai.
Al-Qawmu hawlai.
Why al-qawmu? Why are putting haulai in the end?
Because Al-Qawmu is in a Rafa status, and the Mushar ilayhi has to be jar.
Yeah, who told you that? Is there anything about this? There are two conditions for Mushar and Mushar lahi. First thing was
has to have an L and match the statuses.
Musharun lahi must have al. So do we have al?
Yes, we do. Yes.
And does they match in properties?
Yes, it's masculine and it's plural.
And it's proper. So
Proper, yeah.
So where should we put haza?
No, sorry.
So haulai.
Hawlai, yes, at the beginning. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, so because and we'll make an Ismul Ishara and Musharun lahi fragment, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Al-Qawmu.
Haulai al-qawmu. Okay, sister, they don't have connection, right? Sister Parveen.
No, yes, we can do maybe a little bit stable.
Okay, so if you want to attempt, please stamp qawmi.
Okay. Qawmi is in jar form.
Okay.
And it is plural. And it doesn't have al. The plural and masculine. And that's it, 4 properties. And what should can I put? Is it?
Say what is qawmi? First you have to give me what is qawmi.
Qawmi is a plural and masculine.
Okay, is there one word or 2 words in it?
Qawmi, yeah is 2. E is for ana. Yes, this is in jar form. Yes, E also jar form.
Yes.
And so this is idafa, and it is mudaf and mudaf ilayh.
Good. Done. Which Ismul Ishara would you want to put before it or after it?
No, after it, because it doesn't have the al.
So it's a dafa fragment. Because it doesn't have a dafa fragment, we have to put it after it. And which Ismul Ishara would you choose for it?
Plural, haulai.
Haulai. So how would you say it?
Qawmi haulai.
Very well done. Very well done. So Sister Parveen,
Yes, Ustad.
Al-Yawmu.
Al-Yawmu. Al-Yawmu is not mudaf fragment
Okay.
because of al.
Okay. And do you see anything for mudaf fragment? Do you?
No, this is not mudaf. This is only singular. Hazal yawm.
Hazal yomu. Good.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. And now, Sister Raisa.
Yeah.
Yomina.
Yawmina. It does not have all, so it cannot be Ismul Ishara because Ismul Ishara, Mushar ilayhi must have an al.
Okay.
It must match all the statuses. So, and it is na. So na is for us or we. With the attached pronoun. So this is plural. So this one would be plural. Ula. Wait, no.
Okay, what is Yomina? When we have two isim together, there are three type of fragments that are possible. When we have
Sorry?
Yomina, when we have two isim together, there are three types of fragments that are possible, right?
Yeah, three types of fragments. One is mudaf ilayhi. The other one is the ism mawsuf.
Mawsuf sifa, yes.
Yeah, and the other one is the
Ismul Ishara fragment that we are doing, right?
the ismul ishara.
Okay, then and we have Yomi and Na. So they are there's possibility that could be one of the three fragment.
Yeah, it's the idafa fragment.
So this is an Idafa fragment, right? Because
So
Yomi
the-
is light no al,
Uh-huh.
and Na can be Nasab or Jar.
Yeah,
So Yomina is a Idafa fragment.
idafa fragment. So the ismul ishara will come after the word.
Okay, and what should be the Ismul Ishara?
Ha'ula'i or
Why?
ha'ula'i.
Why Haulai?
Because it's plural.
Well, Yomi is plural. Yomin
Yom-
day.
Yomina for us.
Okay, so I'm talking if we have to put Haza in a
for
regular
the-
way, the way where you put it before.
Or for no, it would be after.
No, but actually initially you put it
But
before,
initially it
so you
would
have
be
to match with
ha-
mudaf, not mudaf ilahi, right?
Yeah, initially it would be hada yawm.
Haza al yomi, right?
Yeah.
So so you have to match with yomi, not with na, right?
Oh, so yawmi. Okay, so it would be yawmi hada.
Yomi na haza.
Yawmi na hada.
Okay, good. So, Sister Samia, Naqatullahi. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Hi.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, this better.
Naqatu is light, Allah is proper, and it's Joe. Naqatu doesn't have us, so it's Idafa fragment. So Naqatu is feminine because of the Tamil and it's singular. So I would choose Hadihi. So Binaqatullahi Hadihi.
Very good. Sister Sarah, Al-Ghulamaini.
Al-Ghulamaini. It is having an al, so Ism al-Shara will come before it. And Ghulamaini, so this is jewel. Aini, because of Aini.
Very good.
And Aini, so it is in the Muslim chart, so it will be singular, dual and masculine.
So which
Okay,
is Ishara we pick?
It can be Nasab or Jar.
It can be Nasab or Jar, yeah, but for Ismul Ishara to pick, we have to choose from the masculine and feminine and singular or plural, right?
Yes. Yes. Which one would it be?
Haza, Hazani, Haulai, Hazihi, Hatani, Haulai.
Yes, I'm just hadani. I think it will be hadani
Very
because
good.
masculine. So hadani al-ghulamain.
Very, very well done. Okay, the who is left now? Everyone. Okay, so Sister Parveena, can you please attempt the last one?
Okay, Ustad. Nisa'ul alamina.
Nisa'il alimina.
Nisa'il alamina. So this is a mudaf fragment.
Idafa fragment, yes.
Yeah, idafa fragment. So we put in plural, so we put haulai nisa'ul alamina.
Okay, you said Sadafa fragment and you're putting it before.
Before, yeah.
So when we have Idafa fragment, do we put it before or after?
Yeah, no, Ustada, this we should put after.
So how would you say it?
Nisa'il alamina haulai.
Very good. Okay, so this time what we did, we only choose, closer one, right? We use the Ismul Ishara for the closer one. So at home, what you need to do is that you just quickly put the far pointer word after the or before the ism given here or the fragments given here, right? Now we just put like haza or hazani or haulai. We have to put zalika, zanika, ulaika or tilka, talika, ulaika. Okay?
Yes, sister.
Okay, this is your little homework. Because we have to do this part as well before we end the lecture today. This is called harf ataf. Okay, so when we was talking about the other type of vow, and there's a one vow that we have vow kasmiya, which is like harf jar when we are talking when we are swearing by something, and then there is a harf ataf which is called connector letter, like the word we have and in English, like when we are talking about two things, and when the and come between two words or two sentences, that and is called conjunction. And this is called harf ataf in grammar. So the word, there are 10 type of harf ataf in grammar, but we are considering only vow at the moment, inshallah ta'ala. It can come, as I said, it can come between the two ism, it can come between two fragments, and it can come between two sentences. But when we have two ism, two sentences, they will carry on the properties. Like if I say between two words, like the example given here, Allahu wa Rasulu, then if Allahu is Rafa, Rasulu has to be Rafa, right? So they have to match the grammatical properties of the word before wa and the word after wa. So this is like we are saying that when labeling something, it can say harf ataf. The harf itself is simply labeled as harf ataf. The word that come before harf is labeled as matufun alay, and where it goes the blank is whatever comes before the harf. So when we say al-waw is waw and al-rasulu is matufun alayhi. I know it's difficult to remember and it doesn't matter that much, but it's a way of saying in grammar. But we say matufun alayhi because something that has followed the harf ataf waw and that become matuf. But for making easy for you to remember, we will say that the word that is following the harf ataf is its a slave, or it follows whatever what is before wa is, right? So if a sentence or fragment or an ism has a property, then we have a va, and the other word that's coming after it must also match the property. That's why we say, okay, this is a harf ataf. If it is not, this cannot be an harf ataf. Okay? So now this is expressed from the Quran. Let's see. Innal muslimina wal muslimati. Okay. Who will give me the property of muslimina? You know, it's all from the Muslim chart. All words are for the Muslim chart. So, okay, yes?
So it is nasab.
Inna is harf nasab, right? So as Muslimina.
Yep. So Muslimina would be nasab in status.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, but it's very distorted.
Okay. So Muslimina will be nasab in status, and the gender is masculine.
Mm-hmm.
And the number ina is plural.
Mm-hmm.
Type is because of al is proper.
Mm-hmm.
So then Muslimati.
Okay. I didn't say the all 4 properties. I say status.
Okay. Or the status. So nasab.
Yes. So it's nasab. That's why I give you, because you get confused when I say properties. Grammar, you match all the properties. No, it must be the status. And we say because of inna, everything has to be in nasab status. Right? And now we can see that
the next one is feminine, so it's not clear match.
Yes. Al-Muslimina wal-Muslimati, the Muslim men and Muslim women. And now wal-Muminina wal-Muminati, same logic. Believing men and believing women. Qanitina wal-Qanitati, obedient man and obedient woman. Qanit means obedient. Sadiqina was-Sadiqati, truthful men and truthful women. Sabirina was-Sabirati, the patient men and the patient women. Khashiina wal-Khashiati, the humble men and the humble women. Wal-Mutasaddiqina wal-Mutasaddiqati, the charitable men and charitable women. As-Saimina was-Saimati, the fasting men and the fasting women. Now you see, we just has an inna before it, which is harf nasab, and because of the va harf ataf, every ism that is coming is nasab. Can you see that?
Ustaza, but actually if we see it, it would be rafa, right? Because of the ati.
No. Al-Muslimat. Okay. Rafa, what is the rafa for in the Muslim chart? Muslima chart?
For the feminine, yes, Ustaza, for Muslimati.
Okay. Give me the Muslima chart, a plural column.
Muslimatun, Muslimatin, Muslimatin.
Okay, so what?
Okay. Atin. Yeah. Nasab and jar is both is having ati.
Yes. Why it is or why it is not tin?
Because here we are doing the light.
Why we are doing that?
I don't know, Ustaza. Why is it? Because I think because Muslimina is also, no.
You know it.
There is no tanween, right? So
Sister
because
Sarah,
because of al, yes.
Yeah, so please, I want Sister Sarah to think herself. I know you know that. So when we have al doesn't like tanween, right?
Yes.
So that's why we have single accent here. And that's why because everything has al on it, and we are talking about something we are proper. Alamia was trying to make this very impactful, right? So that's why particularly about those people, so that we have al on it, and that's why y is carrying out the statuses, and it's like so many words, so you can connect as many words as you want if we have va, and they have to carry the same status, right?
Yeah, it's clear now.
No problem. Okay, and now the other example is Abu Muhammadin wa Mahmudin wa Ahmada wa Fatima wa Musa wa Zakaria. Now who will tell me that why Muhammadin, Mahmudin, but why Ahmada, Fatimata, Musa and wa Zakaria? Who will give me the answer?
Who else wants to hear?
Sorry, Sister Samia, can't hear you.
Anyone else? If no one else wants to, then I will try.
Is there anyone can give the answer other than Sister Samia?
Yes, maybe this is a partly flexible word.
Yes, partly flexible. And in case of Musa, non-flexible.
Yes, non-flexible. Yes, Zakaria.
The feminine names.
Yes, so
Feminine names also will be Fatima will be partly flexible.
Zakaria will be partly flexible.
Partly flexible.
Yes, very good. So that's why we don't have tanween on it, but they all have the same status. We can say that this is all jar.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. So that is how when you have a va, they are connected, and you can connect as many words, like simply in English you can connect as many words or as many sentences fragment if they are talking about the same thing, and if describing it in different way, adding more adjectives, and if you're talking about something, but they have to have a same grammatical structure in terms of status. Okay. The question is, determine the status of the highlighted word. Okay, we have some time. So, okay, Sister Raisa. Oh, we have Sister. Okay, Sister Raisa. Can you please tell me the status of Musa? What is the status of Musa in Musa wa Akahu?
Sorry, wait, my internet froze again. Could you repeat?
Okay. We have a word written here as Musa wa Akahu. So what is the status of Musa in this part?
Musa. Musa is one of the fully flexible names.
What's flexible name?
With Musa. Musa is fully flexible. So
Musa is fully flexible. Okay, so we have Musu, Musa, and Musi.
Oh, no, wait, no. It's the other one. Musa is I forgot the
tomorrow is a quiz, sister. Tomorrow is your quiz. What is Musa ending at? What is the haraka at ya?
Sorry?
What is the haraka at ya?
It's alif maksura.
So the word ending in alif maksura are fully, partly, or non?
Non-flexible.
So does Musa give its a status to you?
No, it doesn't.
So what do you have to look at? We have va, right?
Yeah.
So we have to look at the word after it.
Yeah. So wa is harf jar.
No, wa is harf ataf. We are talking about harf ataf here.
Okay. Wa akhadu. Akhahu.
What is akhahu here?
Akhahu here is rafa.
Akhahu is here is
rafa.
Okay. What is who?
Who? Here is. Wait, wa akhahu. So who is the attached pronoun? And so attached pronoun can only be nasib or jar. So who is nasib? So
why is nasib?
Is it because of the dhamma?
Okay. Does dhamma give away that's a nasib? Okay, Sister Raisa, you have not revised any of the lectures, and who I tell you some when we are at the end of chapter 2 that there is some Asma'ul Khamsa that I left for you to read. Is there anybody in this section who has read the Asma'ul Khamsa? Is there any student in the class that go extra mile to read it itself?
I did a stuff, but it's not in my head properly.
Okay, so if I told you there were 5...
Can you hear me?
Yes, if I told you...
Afu, Abu, Hamu, and Zu.
Fu and Zu, right. So when we have Akhu, which means brother, so Akhun means brother, so it's Rafa, Nasab, Jar,
My signal is very poor, so I can't...
So who's speaking? Okay, when we have this Asma'ul Khamsa, their Rafa, Nasab, Jar status are different. Like we have Akhun, Rafa will be Akhu. When they are using as Mudaf, they have Akhu and Akha and Akhi, right? So here we have Idafa fragment Akhahu. So Akha is a Nasab status, and Hu is an attached pronoun, which is also in a Nasab status. So Akhahu is an Idafa.
Yeah.
But akhahu is a nasab status. So what will be the status of Musa now?
It will also be nasab.
Why?
Because of the ism mawsuf. Because if you can't identify one of the status, then it will match the next one.
Okay, where the mawsuf sifa comes into?
Mawsuf sifa.
Can anything come between mawsuf and sifa?
No.
So Musa and akhahu is a rafa fragment, and there is va between them. What kind of va it is? What are we studying?
This is harf at. So because of that, the status will be the same.
Yes, I know, but I want Sister Raisa to struggle, right? I want you to struggle on purpose, sister, because I want you to work your brain out so that you start thinking. We are studying harf ataf. Wa is a harf ataf here. Musa wa akhahu means Musa and his brother, right? So Musa must be nasab here because Musa cannot give his status on its own. Since akha is nasab, the Musa is also nasab, right? And you have to go back and read the last page of chapter number 2, which is Asmaul Khamasa, because that's gonna help you to identify the statuses of the 5 special ism. Okay? Okay, Sister Raisa?
Yeah.
You're making a promise with me today, right?
Yes.
Okay, after your Maghrib prayer, you're gonna study a small khamsa straight away, right? No delaying today. Sister Sarah?
Yes.
Okay. Hudun wa al-lazina.
Hudan walladina.
Okay,
So,
what is al-lazina doing here?
Alladina.
What is al-lazina? Do you remember anything about al-lazina? Something
Yes.
special?
We studied this alladina.
Okay, let me give you a hint. Let me give you a hint. When we studied the 7 reasons for an ism to be proper, right? There were okay, just revise it. What are the 7 reasons for an ism to be proper?
Ism to be proper. That's al, it has al, the words with al. And the Ismul Ishara. And the pronouns, the damai also.
Yes.
And the Yamunadi.
Yamunadi, good.
And we also studied that if mudaf ilayh is proper, then mudaf will also be proper.
Very good. There are 2 left. One is very simplest.
The words with al was the first one. The names of people and places, specific names like.
Yes, and there's a one left. There was Ismul Isharas, and there was another type of a chart given, which
the Mawsula.
Ismul Mawsula. So al-lazina is from the Ismul Mawsula?
Yes, Ismul Mawsula, yeah.
Plural Ismul Mawsula, right?
Yes, plural.
So, okay. So what is the status of al-lazina here?
Al-lazina, it is in the plural and it's in the first column, so it will be rafa.
No, it's not in the first column. We do not give
any.
They are non-flexible.
Okay. So the status al-lazina.
Okay. When we say that is a non-flexible word, where do we look at for the status?
Non-flexible word. Completely blank. I don't know.
What are we studying at the moment? What is this drill about?
Yeah, this,
topic?
yes, about the harfi atf. So this is non-flexible. So we look at hudan, sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, we look at hudan, and hudan is the nasab status, and it's heavy.
Yeah, so it's hudan is nasab,
Yeah.
so allazina
Nasab, so alladina will also be in the nasab status.
Good. So yeah, simple. Sometimes you just look at the word and you say, okay, the answer should be the same, right?
Yes.
Sister Parveen Maroof, very quickly. Khairun wa abqa. So what is abqa? What's the status of abqa?
Abqa, because of alif maksura, so it's non-taxable. So we look at hairun, and hairun has is heavy, so it's a rafa status. So because of waw harfi ataf, abqa would be rafa as well.
Very good. Sister Parveen Ameen, Rahmatan wa Bushra. Sister Parveen Ameen, have you left? Okay. Sister Samia has left too. Okay, so Sister Sarah, would you like to attempt this last one before we call class off?
Yeah, Rahmatan wa Bushra. Yeah, this is having alif maksura at the end. So, and Rahmatan is it's connected by the harf ataf. So we look at Rahmatan. So it's nasab in status. So this will also be in nasab.
Very good. So the thing is clear to all of you now that when we have a harf ataf, the word before and after should match in status. And sometimes we have the non-flexible words and partially flexible word that cannot give the status right away. So we have to have a look at the word before or after harf ataf to match the status, right? So this is the end of our chapter today, and tomorrow we have a quiz. So it will be similar to the quiz that we had last time. So let me stop recording. Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa barik wa sallim. Rabbana zidna ilma, Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Okay, first I want to share something with you regarding the previous lectures. So especially Sister Sarah and all of you who are struggling with the remembering the fragments. So just at the end of your chapter number 4, there is a chart in your book, right? Which has all the fragments in one page, giving all the conditions written for them. Right? It's Ismul Ishara, Mawsuf Sifa, Harf Nasab, Ismaha, Jar, Majrur, and Idafa. So all the conditions that we say that this is summarized written on one page. So what I want you to do, either print this page and keep it in your side, or the best thing is that you make your own notes written in your own handwriting from this the chart that is given here. So that's why you have them in one page in your quick reference. So next time when you have to look at for the qualities, sometimes it's not always possible for everyone to have a very good memory to remember all the things at the same time. But the quick or the smart way is that until this will become as second nature for you, that will become it will become as good for you as the name of your family members. Until then, you have to keep them in your sight whenever we are practicing something, so that quickly that what the fragments are and what are the conditions for these fragments, and they will help you memorize, inshallah ta'ala. So is that okay, sister Sarah, especially I'm asking you?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, so you were getting confused between two fragments, so that's why when you have this chart in front of you, inshallah, that will remove your confusion, inshallah ta'ala.
Inshallah.
Okay, so today we are starting with a new topic, which is al-Jumlatul Ismiah. Okay, so when we have we studied the words, we know that there are 3 types of words in Arabic: harf, ism, and fi'l. We did some huruf like huruf jar and huruf nasab, and then we do some harf ataf. We study a harf ataf, only one wow at the moment, and then we know there are some kind of a verb that we studied, and then we studied about the ism in details, the type of ism, the properties of ism, and then we moved on to the fragment. We know that the fragment is something that makes some part, but not the whole sense of a conversation. So when we have fragment, we said there were 5 type of fragments in when we're talking about ism. We have 5 type of ism fragments, and now we move ahead, and now we look at the sentence. So sentence is something that gives you a full meaning, and there are 2 type of sentences in Arabic grammar. One is Jumlatul Ismiah and one is the Jumlatul Fi'liyah. Since we are talking about the isms only, so we are concerned at the moment is Jumlatul Ismiah. So whenever a sentence begins with an ism, it is a Jumla Ismiah, and whenever a sentence begins with a fi'l, it is a Jumla Fi'liyah. When we say ism or fi'l, hurufs are included, right? Hurufs are the part of the Jumla Ismiah or the part of Jumla Fi'liyah. So if a ism is starting with inna, anna, kanna, bi anna, any of the harf nasab, then we know that the word that is coming after it next will be a ism. When you know the harf jar, the ism that's coming after it will be an ism. So this is considered as a Jumla Ismiyah, right? So how do we identify is an ism or a fail? At the moment, we know some of ism very well, that when we have a damir, right? Any of the pronoun, that is the Jumla Ismiya. But sometimes some ism you do not know the meaning. So at the moment we have to consider the translation to identify that the beginning word is an ism or a fail. Okay. So this is the start that when we are saying the Jumla Ismiya. So usually in English sentences, if I say he is a girl, but I'm saying that girl is a fragment, but I'm saying, she is a girl, or he is a girl, my bad. She is a girl. Then we have she, which is a pronoun, and girl, which is an ism, and there is something is come between them. But in Arabic grammar, we do not have is, am, are, any word for is, am, and are. But the structure of a sentence gives us that where the is and are is going to be when we are translating it into English. So this is an are and am is called indivisible is and am. So in Arabic language and Arabic sentences, we have to find them, and how we find them? By looking into the break into the chain. And what is the break into the chain is, we will study it inshallah today. So before we move on, I want to ask if everybody clear on the concept of Jumla Ismiya?
Yes,
Yes, Alhamdulillah.
Okay. So when we say break in the chain, and we were talking about it previously, we have talked about it previously as well, that breaking the chain is mean that if we have one fragment and that fragment has a rule, and that if that rule has stopped at certain point, some fragment can work on multiple words, some fragments are only 2-word fragments, and some word are only word harf and ism fragment, but some fragment can take up to multiple, like we have chain of idafa fragments, right? We can have an harf jar that can act up to many ism and make them majroor. So whenever we see a chain in the break in that chain, then we say, okay, something has happened here, and that ism or a fragment does not matches grammatically with the one before it. Then we have a break in chain, and that is called, okay, there will the is and am or are is going to be. So to make it grammatically easy, when we say that if 2 words or 2 ism that you're watching are not in part of the following relationship, there is a break in chain, and the is will going in between them. Like if we have first chain, we put is, and then we have another friend. Like if we have a jar majroor fragment, if I say if something is starting with a harf jar and the isim is coming after is a majroor, then another isim that is coming after it is a majroor, and another isim that is coming after it is a majroor. It could be one isim or it could be many isims, right? Asma. So this is called a jar majroor fragment. And if when the chain breaks and you say that the isim that's coming after it or is not in majroor shape, it could be rafa or it could be nasab, then you say, oh, okay, there is a break in chain. Similarly, for harfi nasab and ismuha fragment, you know the harfu nasab, the 8 harfu nasab that we have, and then the ismuha that comes after it is in the nasab form. It could be 1, 2, 3, 4, but if you have an isim which is after harfu nasab is the nasab form, and then you find an isim which is rafa or jar, you say, okay, there is something happening, right? So this is a break in chain. Similarly, in idafa fragment, we say that idafa fragment can be 2 isim or can be multiple isim connected. We call the chain of idafa. And when we say that the idafa chain is breaking, how idafa chain is breaking? Like mudaf ilayhi must be in jar form, and the isim that's coming after mudaf ilayhi is not jar anymore and it is rafa or nasab. We say, okay, the idafa chain has a break. So this is where the is, am, are is going to be. Similar in Mawsuf Sifa. Mawsuf Sifa, we know that 2 isim has to match the properties. If 2, 3, 4 isim are matching the property, we say they are Mawsuf Sifa. But if there is a chain in break, like 2 isim match in properties, just give me a second. Yes, if 2 isim are matching in properties and the third isim is not, then we say that this is a break in chain and this is the end of a Mawsuf Sifa fragment, and this is the player where is, am, and are is going to be. Now we're talking about Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment. What are the conditions for Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment? That we have is a word isim which is Ismul Ishara. We have 2 types of Ismul Ishara. First, a set for pointing at the near object and some pointing at the far object. And then we have a Musharun Ilayhi, and we say that the Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilayhi must match in properties, and for a fragment of Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilayhi, the Musharun Ilayhi must have an al on it. Right? So if they have Ismul Ishara, Musharun Ilayhi fragment, and then they have an isim that is not have al on it or is not matching the properties, then we say that it's a change in Ismul Ishara and Musharun Ilayhi fragment. Then we have an harfi ataf. What's about the harfi ataf? We say that harfi ataf takes the property of the word before harfi ataf and make the other one following it is a matuf in terms of status. When we say a harfi ataf and the the sentence or a word before an ataf and the sentence or a word after an ataf is matching in properties, we say that it's a one fragment or one part. And then when we say that the break in there, like the word after harfi ataf, like if I say saratun wa samiyatun, right? And then when I say saratun wa samiyatun, and then I say saratun samiyatun ukhtan, right? But I say saratun samiyatun and then I say ukhtan. Ukhtan is what? Is nasab. So there is a break in chain, right? So saratun and samiyatun were rafa and ukhtan is nasab. So there is a break in chain between samiyatun and ukhtan. Everybody okay with the concept still yet? I know it's too much to concentrate on.
Yeah. It's maybe it takes time when you give more examples, Michelle.
Okay, so I think what I should do now is, Sister Parveen, to explain me what is a break in chain if we have a jar majroor fragment.
Well, an example or just
anything, and with the example or without an example, however you like to explain it to me. Just tell me what is a jar majroor fragment. First thing first.
Okay, for example, jar majroor, like.
Okay, give me jar haruf jar first.
Bismillah.
Okay, give me huruf jar first.
Huruf jar, ala, ila, fi, an, hatta, and bi, ta, wa, and not remember all. Li,
yeah,
ka. Yes.
Okay. Bi, ta, ka, li, wa, min, fi, an, ala, hatta, ila. These are the haruf jar. So what are these haruf jar going to do to the ism that are following it?
Majroor.
Okay. So now tell me, if we have harf jar and its majroor fragment, so the ism or the isms that are coming after it will become majroor, right?
Majroor, yes.
Okay. So if you're talking about a break in chain, so when will the break in chain will come?
After jar majroor.
So when we say the jar majroor has ended and something else has come up?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Okay. If a jar, what is the condition for a jar majroor fragment? Then ism to be in
jar status.
So when we have a harf jar and an ism coming after in majroor, it can be one ism and can be more than one ism, right?
Jar, yes.
So if we have one ism after which is in jar status, and then we have something else coming up which is not in jar status, right?
Yes.
Like if I say it is a pronoun is coming up which is independent pronoun, huwa. If I say wal asri huwa, then you say wal asri is
jar
majroor, and huwa is not the part of jar majroor because huwa is rafa.
Rafa.
So we have a break.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So when we have a break, okay, everybody from now when I ask a question, they will give me a break with the help of a pronoun, right?
Okay.
And every time I want new pronoun, we use huwa for this one, right? As an example. So we may see that something else has come, then there is a break in chain. So jar majroor fragment has entered. So that is where we have our invisible is, where we have a break in chain.
Okay.
Okay, do you get it? Everybody else, have you got it? Anybody, any confusion? Inshallah, we are going to look at them in detail, but I want you to understand the concept of the fragment first, that where the fragment is ending, right? So, Sister Raisa.
Yes.
Can you please explain about harf nasab and asmuha fragment the similar way like we did for jar majroor?
Harf nasab wa ismu. Sorry? I'm still a bit confused about the concept.
Okay, I asked and you didn't ask me back, right? So when you have a confusion, you have to ask me, okay? You don't have to sit quiet. You have to ask me, right? I have no issue explaining over and over again. I've told you before. So tell me, what are the huruf nasiba?
The huruf nasib are inna ka inna, anna, lakinna, la'alla, ka'anna, bi'anna, laita, li'anna.
Good. And what these huruf does to the ism that comes after it?
It turns it into a nasab form.
Turns into a nasab form. So, for example, if I have innallahi, right?
So it turns Allahi into the nasab status because of the inna.
Because of the inna. So we say that this is a harf nasab and isma fragment. Now use any pronoun that to show us that there is a break in chain after innallahi.
Break in chain.
You cannot use huwa. Okay, so break to have a break in chain, the ism that is following must not be.
Sorry?
If we have to identify a break in chain, then the word that is coming after a harf nasab usmuha fragment must not be in which status?
Must not.
Nasab status.
I mean, it's already in, it cannot be in nasab status.
Because if it's a nasab status, it's a part of a harf nasab usmuha fragment, right? So it can be either rafa or can be either jar, right? So if I ask you to explain me by example that there is a break in chain, and I give you a harf nasab usmuha fragment innallahi, so which pronoun would you use to show me that okay, this is not the part of innallahi fragment?
Which pronoun?
Yes. Other than huwa we use for jar majroor.
So it would be here.
Here, because here is what the status of here is?
Here is not nasab status.
So what status is here?
It would be rafa or jar.
Okay, it could be rafa or jar. What is here? Independent pronoun or attached pronoun?
It's independent, so it can only be rafa.
So it can only be rafa. We know that the chain has broken because this is rafa coming after Allahi Asma Jalala. So it is it cannot be a part of a Asma Nasab Usmuha fragment, right?
Okay.
Do you understand the concept now?
Yes, I'm following now. Yeah.
Good.
I have a question.
Yes.
Innallahi, Allahi is isn't it jar form because of the kasra?
Sorry, innallaha. My bad. Innallaha, not innallahi. Sorry, innallaha.
Yeah, that's why we are thinking.
My bad. Innallaha. It could not be innallahi. Innallaha. Okay, Sister Raisa, please innallaha. Correct yourself. It cannot be innallahi. Thank you, Sister Parveen. So, Sister Samia.
Yes, Sister. Is it okay if today? Is it okay if I just listen today? Because we're going out in a bit, and I'm just getting ready.
Okay, no problem. That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay, Sister Sarah.
Yes, Sister.
Idafa fragment, please.
Okay. Idafa fragment. If the break in the chain would occur if the mudaf is not in the jar status.
Okay, no. You have to first you tell me what is the conditions for idafa.
The idafa in the idafa fragment, it's a ism plus ism fragment. So and the mudaf it should be light and it cannot have the al. And the mudaf ilay, the condition should be it should be in the jar status.
Okay, the mudaf ilay should be in jar status, right?
In jar status, yeah.
So if the ism that is coming after idafa is not dash, then we have a break in chain.
It's not in the jar status, then we'll have the break in the chain.
Okay. So if I say Rasulullahi is a idafa fragment?
Rasulullahi, yes.
Okay. If I say that the ism that is coming after it must not be that, so what kind of a pronoun would you use to explain me that there is a break in chain? You cannot use huwa, you cannot use here.
Okay. Rasulullahi. Lakum.
Okay. Lakum is a jar majroor fragment. I'm asking you not only use the pronoun, not the fragment.
Okay. Rasulullahi.
the word that's coming after it can only be rafa or nasab, right? It cannot be jar.
It can, yes, it can be
You
only
have to
rafa.
use a pronoun that is rafa or jar, right? So what type?
Yeah, I'm just thinking, but it's not making sense. So,
So don't
okay, I will
don't worry
just.
about the sense. Just give me. I say just give me a pronoun that we have a concept in our head that how the breaking change
Okay.
happens, right?
So, Rasulullah anta. Anta. I can say the anta is the pronoun of the independent pronoun, so it will be in the rafa status.
So if I say Rasulullahi and then we have an anta, we know that there is a break in chain. Anta cannot be part of it.
Anta cannot be part of the idafa fragment. Yes.
So this is how you have to think that something has come in rafa, because I say pronoun so that you have a quick answers, that you know that what is they are always in rafa status, right? But we are not making any sense here. We're just trying to make a concept clear that how the break in chain you have to spot and you have to identify, and how do you see that your fragment is ending, right? We study the fragments in isolation, but we are now going to see the fragments in part of a sentence, so we have to identify where our fragments are ending, right?
Ending, yeah. Yes.
Good. Sister Parveen Maroof.
Yes.
Mausuf Sifa fragment.
Mausuf Sifa fragment. Okay.
Give me the conditions for Mausuf Sifa fragment first.
You cannot you can only have one Mausuf, but they can have more than one Sifa, and they have to match in the properties.
Good.
And
okay, so we have Mausuf Sifa fragment when a Mausuf and Sifa must match in all 4 properties.
Yes.
And if we have an isim that is coming after a Sifa that is not matching the property of a Sifa, right?
Yeah.
Then we can say that it is not a part of a Mausuf Sifa fragment, and our Mausuf Sifa fragment has ended and there is a break in chain.
Break in chain, yes.
Okay. If I say qalan thaqilan,
qalan saqilan.
Right? So if I say qalan saqilan, so qalan and saqilan match in the 4 properties, right?
Yes, they do, yes.
And what kind of pronoun that would use to tell us that the chain has ended?
Qalan saqilan. So pronoun like if I was to say anti.
Okay, first of all you have to tell me what is the status of qalan saqilan.
Qalan saqilan is masculine, singular, and then it's in nasab form, and saqilan is the sifa, and it's singular masculine, and it's nasab form as well.
Yes, so which pronoun would you use to tell me that this is the break in chain?
I would have to use antum or anta or masculine.
Okay, the thing is that if you use any of the pronoun can never be sifa. Sifa has to be adjective, right? No. So you can use any pronoun, any independent pronoun, right?
Okay.
So it doesn't matter if they match in the status, number, gender, or type. The pronouns can never be a sifa, right?
Yes.
Pronouns are pronouns; they are not adjectives. Sifa has to be an adjective, right?
Yes.
So any matter, any pronoun you know that the chain has broken.
Okay.
But if I say Mausuf wa Sifa qalan saqilan, and I say qalan saqilan al-kubra.
Al-kubra.
So is this the part? Do you have a break in chain?
Qalan saqilan al-kubra. The kubra is feminine, isn't it? Because of the yabuk subra. So it can't describe the what we were already.
Yes, because it's proper as well, because it has al on it.
Yes.
And it cannot be sifa, so there is a break in chain, right? Good answer. Who we have next? Sister Habiba.
Yes.
Okay, Ismul Ishara and Musharun Alayhi fragment.
Yeah. There ism plus ism. No. Here will be first the Ismul Ishara. That is any haza, hazi, allazi, like this. And plus the ism should be proper with al. And the four properties match. Then we can say this is ismul ishara wa mushar ilay.
Okay. If I say zalikal kitabu, zalika is ismul ishara and al kitabu is musharun alayhi, right? And they match with the properties because zalika is singular and zalika is masculine and zalika is proper. Al kitabu is masculine proper and singular, and the status is rafa because of kitabu, right?
Yeah.
So if I have to use a pronoun to tell me that there is a break in chain, so which pronoun would you use?
Attached pronoun.
Yeah, because you cannot use independent pronoun, and an attached pronoun cannot be used on its own, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very good. But if I give you, if I say zalikal kitabi,
then huwa or any independent pronoun like maybe ana.
Yes, very good. Then we know that there is a break in chain because this does not match in the properties. Very well done. Sister Lipi.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. So we have in harfi ataf, right? The last thing left. So what is an harfi ataf?
Still I'm confused, but I'm trying to say something. If you harfi ataf come, so next word like following, like if I say warasulin karimin. So same status, that means this is follow the rule. If it not follow the rule, rasulin karima, so this is break the chain.
Okay, then where does waw should come?
Waw before.
With for what?
Middle of the.
It should come between the two ism, right?
Two ism, yes.
Two isma. So it's similar to the and in English, right?
Yes.
So you say Rasulan Kariman, right? Rasulin Karimin.
Karimin, yes.
So Rasulin is prophet, Karimin is
noble.
Noble. So
yes.
No prophet and noble. You're using that word, right? So and should become between two ism, right?
Yes.
So when we say harfi ataf, it's not part of fragment. When you have a connector letter harfi ataf between two isim, then two isim must match in its status. Like if the first isim is rafa, the second must also be rafa. The first is nasab, second is nasab. If first is jar, the second is jar. So if we have two isim like ummu Asma wa Imana. Ummu Asma wa Imana. Right? So if we have Ummu Asma wa Imana, then if we say there's a break in chain, and if we have va again, and then we have what kind of a pronoun would you like to use to say that there's a break in chain?
Ummu Asama. If you say huwa, then break the chain.
Okay, huwa because it's rafa, and you know that we cannot use va in between them, right? So they cannot be va huwa.
So, yes.
So it's when we have two words connected, and then there is something else coming up, then we say that this is a break in chain. We are talking about ummul asma wa imana, and then we have something like what huwa coming up. Then we know there's a break in chain.
Break the chain, yes.
Right? Okay, good. So everybody clear on this?
Sasa, I have a quick question. Like from the Quran, we have Bashiran wa Nadira. We see this words. So this here, the waw is harf ataf, right? Bashiran wa Nadira. So if we have to break the chain, then Bashiran would be, both are in the nasab stages. So we have to use an independent pronoun after it, right?
No, we don't have to use use independent pronoun. I am just using an independent pronoun to explain it to you that if something has break. It's not that you have to have an independent pronoun after it, right?
Yeah, but to identify that, then these both are in nasab. So
anything, anything that is coming after
the
it.
Wow here in this fragment that I just said is harf ataf, right, Ustaza?
Yes. If the two words are matching in status, the wa in between them is an harf ataf.
Okay, let's go. Jazakallah.
Okay, no problem.
Ustaza, huwa is also ism, so how can we say is part of is a breaking break.
Okay, I don't get your question. Please repeat.
It's a huwa
Yes.
in the ataf, right? So huwa is also the kind of ism.
Yes, huwa is an ism. Huwa is a pronoun. It's an ism. Yes.
So how can we say it's a breaking chain?
Okay, when we have an harf ataf, the two ism must match in property. If the first ism and the second ism must be in rafa status, must be, if this one is nasab, the other must be nasab, right?
Yes.
Harf ataf is like that when we have to, you can use an harf ataf to carry on the status into multiple words, right? Sometimes you say Sister Parveen is a good lady, right? But I say Sister Parveen and Sister Raisa and Sister Samia and Sister Lippy and Sister Sarah and Sister Umme Habiba and Sister Parveen Maroof and Sister, if I'm missing any name, Sister Samia. They all they are good ladies, right? Are good ladies. So what I'm doing, that I am just using and to add as many ism as I want, right? But when this and come and I say good lady, right, then we have a change in break when you say in English.
Yes.
And then we put our good ladies, right? So this is where we say that okay, something has happened, the status has changed. And then in Arabic, when you say good lady is mawsuf sifa.
Yes.
And then must be in nasab status, because we are explaining them. So they must be in nasab status. They are the detail.
Yes.
So that will be a chain in break in the chain.
Break in the chain. Okay.
Got it. No problem.
So do I just we need to status match just one.
In harf ataf, only thing is that the status should match.
Yes.
To put a verb in between two ism, right?
We don't need to like number, gender, type,
No,
just
status.
Okay, jazakallah khair.
Okay. Now look at the book. Let me share it. Okay, Sister Raisa.
Yes.
I want you to read this, please.
Okay. There are two types of sentences in Arabic language. There are
Al-Jumlah al-Ismiya,
Al-Jumlah al-Ismiya and Al-Jumlah al-Fi'liya. If a sentence begins with an ism, it is Jumlah al-Ismiya. There are few exceptions to this rule. If a sentence begins with a fi'l, it is Jumlah al-Fi'liya. There are no exception to this rule. We will begin our study of the sentences with Al-Jumlah al-Ismiya.
Okay, go on.
Okay. Every Jumlah al-Ismiya contains an is or one of its variants, am, are. In Arabic, however, there is no word for is or its variants. In a Jumlah al-Ismiya, the is invisible. There is one golden rule that you can use when searching for the invisible is in a Jumlah al-Ismiya. It is called the break in the chain rule.
Okay, Sister
In the
Raisa.
chain. Okay.
Sorry, Sister Raisa. So far, do you agree with everything that's said in here? Do you understand what you've been reading so far?
Yes. Yes.
So, what is the break in chain?
The rules that you just said.
Okay, so this is a
For
break-in chain.
the fragments.
And what we are going to put if we have a break-in chain in Jumlah Ismiah?
The break in the chain rule.
So what word are we going to put if we are translating?
What word?
Yes, if we have a break-in chain, what English word are we going to put in between?
Oh, English word is.
Is, am, or are, depending
Are.
on what applies, right? So
Yeah.
you do not have is and am, are in Arabic language. You just have to identify the break-in chain to put is, am, or are in your translation. Right? Good, sister. Thank you. Now I want Sister Sarah to read from a break-in chain.
A break in the chain. We were introduced to the concept of words having a relationship with the words around them when we studied the 5 fragments in the previous chapter. As long as a word is a part of one of these 5 fragments, it is in a relationship and it is a part of what we call the chain. A chain of words that are all connected in some way.
Okay.
As soon as we
Stop here, please. Okay. So, can you explain in easy words what's been said here?
Yeah, in the previous chapters, we studied about the 5 fragments, and we understood that the fragments, because like the jar majroor and nasab ismuha, they have a relationship, and because of it, in few fragments like in idafa, and the chain can continue. So if this relationship is broken, then this is what breaks the chain.
Okay, and you know we studied about how to end a chain, right? We look about the conditions that we have for the ending word in a chain. That's most of time it is the status. In Suf Sifa or Musharun Ilay fragment, they have the 4 properties that have to match. Then if it's not, then there is a break-in chain. Like break-in chain means that particular fragment has ended, right? And there is something else coming up. Okay, thank you, sister. Sister Parveen Maroof, I want you to read from there.
As soon as we find 2 words that are not part of one of the following relationships, we have a break in the chain. Number 1, al-jaru wal-majroor. Number 2, harfu nasbin wa ismuha. Number 3, al-idafa. Number 4, al-mawsufu wal-sifa. Number 5, ismul ishara wa musharun ilayhi. Harfun ataf. Number 6. If you find multiple breaks, that is goes after the first break.
Okay, this is something that you have to remember, that if in a sentence there are multiple breaks, then is and am or are is going to be after the first break you found in a sentence, right? Okay, good. And now you have a look at the samples that are given. So please read for me.
Take a look at the following examples. Al-malu wal-banuna zinatul hayati dunya. Wealth and children are an adornment of the lowest life. Al-malu is connected to al-banun through harfu ataf. There is a connection between al-banun and... Oh, sorry, there is no connection between al-banun and zina. So there is a break in the chain. Zina is connected to al-hayat through an idafa. Al-dunya is connected to al-hayat as its sifa.
So, okay. Stop here. When we look at the first thing first, al-malu, it has al on it, so it definitely is in ism.
Yes.
Right? And then we have va.
Yeah.
And we have al-banuna. Banuna has a fatha on it. So the question of va to be a jar is gone, right? Harf jar is gone. So we know that va can be a harf ataf, right? Can be an harf ataf, right? To be sure that it's an harf ataf, we have to match the status of al-malu to al-banuna. So what is the status of al-malu, sister?
It's rafa.
And what is the status of banuna?
It's nasab.
Okay. How it is nasab? Give me a Muslim chart, please.
Muslimun, Musliman, Muslimin, Muslimuna, Muslimaini, Muslimaini.
Second is not
Muslimina,
Muslimani.
Muslimani, Muslimani, Muslimaini, Muslimaini, Muslimuna, Muslimina, Muslimina.
So what is banuna?
It's rafa.
It's rafa because it matches with muslimuna. It has an una ending, right?
Yeah.
So al-malu is rafa and al-banuna is rafa. And there is a wa between them.
Yes.
So al-malu wa al-banuna is connected with harfi ataf.
Yes.
So this is one part. And then we have a zinatu. Right?
Yes.
But there is no wa in between banuna and zinatu.
Yes.
Right? So there is no va between them. It means that the chain has
broken.
The chain has broken. So where we gonna put her is
after the banuna.
After the banuna. So al-mal means wealth, which is singular. Wealth is collective pronoun, but wealth is singular here. And banuna, which is plural, means children. And harfi ataf has no problem with number. So harfi ataf goes between them because only status has to match. Now we have a break because there is no another va to connect banuna to the zinatu, right? Yes. So we have R here because we are talking about two things. And then we have zinatul hayatid dunya. Now we have to grammatically analyze zinatul hayati ad dunya. So is there any connection between zinatu and al hayati?
Zinatu doesn't have an al, so it can be mudaf.
And it is light as well, right? Tun is not
Light
punished
as well.
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It can be
And
mudaf.
al-hayati is in the jar form, so it's mudafun ilayhi. Zinatul hayati
Is idafa fragment, right? Zinatul hayati is idafa fragment, but we have ad dunya as well, right?
Dunya, yes. So can we have multiple mudafs? Can that be
yes, to have
mudaf
what is the condition to have a multiple mudaf? Then the first the mudaf ilahi for the first part will become mudaf for the second ism, right? So can al hayati be mudaf?
No, it can't because it's got an al.
So this is not anymore an idafa fragment?
No.
Right? So but we have an ism. There are two other kind of ism plus ism fragment.
Yes.
Ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi. So al hayati is not ismul ishara, so that is gone. So what is the last one left?
Is it sifa and masuf?
Yes, masuf and sifa. So can we match ad-dunya with al-hayati for the four properties, please?
Yes, we can, yes. Because they both have al and they are singular and they are irrelevant. Oh, well, I've already said that.
The status, number, gender, type, right?
Yes. And the gender is I think one is because of the term Rabuta is feminine. Dunya, is it Sumai feminine?
It's because of we have alif here to give a sound, but it has a yam maksura in the end, right?
All right. Okay. Yes.
Because alif has no haraka, right? When we have no haraka, that is
ya maksura. Okay. Yes.
So they do not give any status, right?
No.
And the word with alif, hamza, ya in the end are feminine.
Yes.
So they match the properties.
Yes, they do. Yes.
So hayatid dunya is mausuf sifa, which is connected to zinatu, which is mudaf for al hayati, right?
Yes.
So So hayati dunya become the complicated idafa for zinatu, mudaf ilahi for zinatu, because hayatu dunya collected, we cannot separate them. Right? So sorry.
So they both Sifan Masuf and Mudaf alayhi for zinat then.
Yes. Because when we have a fragment, you cannot separate them. Hayatu ad-dunya is a one unit, right?
Okay.
Because you put a bracket around hayatu dunya, and then it will connect it to zinatu. Okay. So now, see where
So Ustaza, the mudaf ilayh will be al hayatud dunya.
Yes, al hayatud dunya. The complete will be mudaf ilayhi for zinatu.
Okay.
Because when something comes in a fragment, then they cannot be separated, right? They become one big bracket, right? And then you have it to connect it with the zinatu. But now we see the example of harf ataf, how it's when we don't have a va connecting to ism, then we have a break-in chain, and then where is our invisible is going to be. Got it?
Yes. We read this every Jumlah, mostly all of us.
Yes.
Yeah, subhanallah.
So beautiful to know.
MashaAllah, exactly. And this sometimes this particular part sticks to your head, like al-mal zinatul hayatud dunya, and that sticks with your head. And now, MashaAllah, you are able to analyze it grammatically. MashaAllah, you don't have to look at the translation anymore.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. So, Sister Habiba, please read the next example.
Al-anfalu lillahi wa rasuli. Here, al-anfalu.
Just read first whatever is written.
Okay. The spoils of war are for Allah and the Messenger.
And then?
So, there is no connection between al-anfalu and Allah lillahi. So there is a break in the chain. Rasuli is connected to Allah through a harf ataf.
Okay. Now try to explain to me why we have this vertical line between anfalu and lillahi.
Al-anfalu and lillahi, here is no harf of ataf, and the al-anfalu cannot be idafa fragment.
Okay, and what is anfalu? Anfalu, it has al on it, so it's definitely is an?
Proper.
It's an ism, right?
Ism.
First we have to identify that it's an ism, right?
Yes.
And since it is this anything attached to anfalu?
Yes, al-anfalu, what?
This anything attached to al-anfalu?
No.
It's an ism on its own, right? And what is the status of that ism?
Rafa.
Is the rafa. Okay, now we look at the ism, that other part, what is coming after it. What we have after it is lillahi.
Yes.
What is lillahi?
Lillahi is half of lam. Li is half of jar with Allah. This is another fragment.
This is a jar majroor fragment, right?
Jar majroor fragment,
so
yes.
There is any way we can connect anfalu to lillahi?
No.
This is one separate ism, and that is a jar majroor fragment. So we have something that is separating them.
Yeah.
So there is a break in chain.
Yes.
And that is why in our translation R is coming in between anfalu and lillahi fragment. So anfalu means the spoil of war, and lillahi means li for Allah. And Allahi and for Allah. So the spoils of war are for Allah, right? So this is where our invisible is coming in translation. Okay. And now we have lillahi wa rasuli. So now tell me, what kind of a va is this?
This is harf of ataf because Rasulullah also the in jar form.
So the Ismu Allah is in jar form, Allahi, and
Yeah.
then Ar-Rasulu is also in jar form. So
Jar form.
Allahi and Rasuli is connected, and it's
Harf of ataf.
connected with harfu ataf. So Allahi
Yes.
wa Rasuli is all majroor because of li,
Li.
and the li lillahi wa Rasuli is combined is a jar majroor
Fragment.
jar majroor fragment. Everybody okay? I know things are getting complicated, so please ask me if you are confused at any point.
So can I ask something, please?
Please.
Yes. So, wow, harf ataf have to have the middle of the two ism.
Yes.
Okay, jazakallah khair.
Just remember the concept of an English and. Can you put and as a conjunction before something?
No. Middle.
You can use this as a continuity, but you cannot put something as before if you are connecting two words, right?
Yes.
Okay. Jazakallah. Sister Lipi, please
Yes.
read the last one first.
Yes, okay. بعضكم and min ba'di is not connection.
Okay, I want you to read the whole thing first and then explain it to me.
Okay, so بعضكم min ba'di.
Ba'din.
So, yes, ba'di.
Focus on the harakat, please.
Okay. So, ba'du is a special mudaf.
Okay, I want you to read the whole thing, like the whatever is written underneath it as well.
Alright, then, okay.
Yes.
Some of you are from some others.
Okay, can you read the text underneath it?
Okay. Sorry, yes. Ba'du is connected to kum through an idafa. There is no connection between ba'dukum and jar majrur. There is a break in the chain.
Okay. Now, tell me, badu, which is means some, is an ism or a fail?
Ism.
So badu is an ism because some means good. It's not a fail, right? So we have a jumla ismiah starting here, right?
Yes. Yes.
Now we say that badu is attached to something.
Yes. Attached pronoun. Kum.
So what kind fragments can it be if we have two isim together? It is an idafa fragment. So
Yes.
badu is light no al and kum is attached pronoun which can be nasab or jar. So it is a jar because of badu.
Ba'du.
So we have an idafa fragment. And
Yes.
then we have min. What is min?
Min is a jar.
It's a harf jar. So min cannot be connected to badukum anyway, right? Because it's a harf.
Yes.
It's not no more ism. So we have a break in chain.
Yes.
Visible, very very logical and visible break in chain here, right?
Yes.
And badin is connected to min. How?
Yeah. I mean ba'din because min is a half of jar, so ba'din is a jar statement.
Yes, jar majrur statement. That is why when we are translating badu kum, badu means some, kum means you, and of come because of idafa, badu kum, some of you, and then we have the. If we just translate word by word, then we say min badin from some others. So we cannot say some of you from some others, right? So we have an visible is that is coming here. Some of you are from some others.
Others.
Okay. Do you understand?
Alhamdulillah.
Okay. So this is for today. Inshallah ta'ala, we will reinforce our learning about this invisible chain tomorrow. Any question, anyone? No, so far so good?
Yes, I'm gonna, because I was a bit busy. I'm gonna just
inshallah. We will read again, inshallah.
Okay. Sister Samia couldn't hear you.
Oh no, I said because I was a bit busy. I'm gonna listen to it again. But yeah, alhamdulillah.
Okay, no problem then. Inshallah ta'ala, we will see how this common bacon chain.
I was just wondering, Ustaza, that in the nasab wa ismuha fragment, because of the long distance relationship,
then how I was just wondering how it will affect at that time and how maybe inshallah in the next class.
Inshallah, in the next class you will see that.
Yeah.
Inshallah,
Yeah.
we have that harfun nasab or ismuha, how to put an is in a harfun nasab ismuha fragment. Inshallah, we'll see tomorrow.
Yes, inshallah. Jazakallah khair.
Okay, sisters. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah, Ya Fattah. Allahumma salli ala Muhammadin wa barik wa sallim. Rabbana zidna ilma. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Walaikum assalam.
How are you, sisters? Hope you're well.
Alhamdulillah, good.
Sister Hodma, how is your daughter now?
She's a bit better, alhamdulillah. Still not 100%, but we'll get her there.
Oh, okay, inshallah, she'll be fine in no time, inshallah. Okay, so let's start today's session with a little revision. So, Sister Samia, can you tell me what is a Jumlah Ismiah?
Jumlah Ismiah is a sentence which starts with the ism.
Okay, and Sister Raisa, what is the break-in chain?
The break-in chain are when the fragments doesn't work because of something that was placed after or between or before, like a word, for example, for the majroor. Was it the majroor?
Jar majroor.
If you put the pronoun after, it doesn't. The fragment doesn't work.
Okay, is that any pronoun after this doesn't work?
Huwa, hiya, or anta.
Okay. Sorry, sister. I use pronoun as an example to clarify the concept, but it's not just the pronoun. It is like if we have some conditions for a fragment, right? And if that condition is not met at the end, and then the ism that is following it is not matching the the condition of that fragment, then there is a break in chain. Okay, it's not necessarily a pronoun, it can be any ism that can be placed after any fragment, then it's not matching the requirement of a fragment, then it is a break in chain. Okay? Okay, Sister Habiba, please tell me what is the break in chain for jar majroor fragment?
Okay, jar majroor. If we find that after any harf of jar we have majroor, and after that if an ism come which doesn't have any kasra on it, that means not on in jar form. If it is come with al or maybe rafa form or nasab form, then we can think of
then there we have a break-in
chain.
Okay. You're right, but
Yes.
let's say it correctly, that when we have in jar majroor fragment, we have a harf jar and then we have a ism in a majroor form, and harf jar can take multiple isms. So when we have an ism after it which is majroor, and then after 1, 2 or any ism, if there is there is an ism that is not majroor, it can be rafa or nasab, then we have a break-in chain, right? Until we have a majroor, we have a jar majroor fragment, and when there is no majroor ism following the ism of a jar majroor, then we have a break-in chain, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Sister Parveen Maroof, please can you tell me? Walaikum assalam. Can you please tell me when is the break-in chain for harf nasab and ismuha fragment?
Hello, sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now, yes.
Okay, so can you please tell me what is the break-in chain for harfu nasab and ismuha fragment? How do we say that the chain is broken for harfu nasab and ismuha fragment? Sister, are you there with us? We can't hear you. I think she has a trouble with the internet. Sister Hodma, did you listen to the yesterday's lecture?
No, not yet.
Okay, so can you have you were there with us when we studied the harfu nasab and ismuha fragment, right? So can you please tell me
Yes.
what is a harfu nasab and ismuha fragment?
It is a it's the harfs that make the next word to it the next ism to it. Sorry, it makes it a nasb, so gives it a fatha.
So it gives fatha
or it's in the nasb status.
Or in the it can be ani or ani or aini, right?
Yes.
So when we say that we have a break-in chain, means that this harfu nasab ismuha fragment has ended. Then what would be the status of an ism that will be following a ism that is nasab because of harfu nasab that is before it?
Potentially jar, but then it has been off.
Jar or
a raf.
It could be jar or rafa, right? When we have an ism following harfu nasab and ismuha, first ism should be nasab, and then we have an ism that is not nasab, that is jar or rafa. Then we have a break-in chain. We say, okay, there is our chain is broken. So harfu nasab or ismuha fragment has ended, and there's something else is beginning from that ism, right? Okay, good. Sister Parveen, can you please tell us what is the break-in chain for idafa fragment? Sister Parveen Amin, can you hear us?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, Ustaz.
Please, what is the break-in chain for idafa fragment?
Break-in chain for the idafa fragment?
Yes.
So I gave the example.
Explain anyhow. What is an idafa fragment? How do we say that, okay, the chain has broken for idafa fragment?
Okay, like for example, idafa fragment. Zul arsh.
So Sister Parveen, you speak Urdu, right?
Yeah.
Okay. अगर मैं आपसे कहूँ कि इदाफा फ्रेगमेंट जो होता है उसमें एक मुदाफ होता है, एक मुदाफ इलैह होता है, ठीक है? तो जब हम कहेंगे कि ये इदाफा फ्रेगमेंट ख़त्म हो गया है, ठीक है ना, तो हम क्या कहेंगे कि अब नेक्स्ट जो आखिरी उसके बाद जो इसम आ रहा है वो मुदाफ इलैह नहीं हो सकता, ठीक है? तो मुदाफ इलैह की कुछ कंडीशन है ना कि मुदाफ इलैह को किस स्टेटस में होना चाहिए, तो उसके बाद वाला जो इसम आ रहा है वो अगर उस स्टेटस में नहीं होगा तो हम कहेंगे कि हमारी चेन ब्रेक हो गई है, राइट? अब इदाफा फ्रेगमेंट नहीं रहा, अब कुछ और शुरू हो गया है, ठीक है ना? तो नाउ थिंक अबाउट इट एंड टेल मी कि इफ वी हैव इदाफा फ्रेगमेंट and the ism that is coming after it is not in is what should be the status of an ism to tell us that this is not an idafa fragment.
Okay, so if after idafa fragment another ism come without any the conditions of idafa fragment like alif lam or kasra.
Okay, alif lam is the condition for mudaf or mudaf
ilayh? No, mudaf ilayh.
Okay, so what should be the condition for mudaf ilayhi?
It should be kasra.
So is that kasra only? If it's dual or plural, then?
I didn't get it, Ustaz.
Okay, you say kasra. Kasra only comes in the singular form, right? In Muslim chart. Muslimin
Yes.
or Muslimi, but we have a dual or plural, we have Muslimaini or Muslimina, then can that be a idafa fragment or not?
It can be, Ustaz.
because you
I
used the
know,
wrong
but I
form.
can't explain it.
I think you meant to say jar, right? Not kasra. Right?
Yeah.
The ism must be in jar. If you use kasra, you will make mistake in future, right? You must say that ism should be in jar status, right? For it,
Jar status.
mudaf ilayhi. Okay?
Yes.
So the ism
Inshallah.
that's coming after idafa fragment, if the ism is raf'a or nasab, then it cannot be mudaf ilayhi. Then we have a break in chain, right?
Yes, Ustad.
Okay. Sister Samia, please explain
Yes, Ustad.
why we have a break in chain when we have a Mawsuf Sifa fragment.
So in a Mawsuf Sifa fragment, the four properties must match. So if after the Mawsuf Sifa fragment there's an ism that doesn't match any of the four properties, then it's a break in the chain.
Very good. Sister Raisa, now you tell me about Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment.
I actually don't remember about the Ismail Ishara.
Why you don't remember? You just took the quiz and we revised it yesterday.
No, about how it does the break in the chain.
Okay, now just give it a try. Try something. Try to answer something. What is Ismul Ishara? What are the conditions for Ismul Ishara?
For the condition for Ismul Ishara is that it has to have an al after when you put the Ismul Ishara words. So the Mushar alayhi must have an al, and it must match all the statuses, and nothing can
All
come.
the properties, right?
All the properties, yes.
Okay, so if the ism coming after an ism mushara and musharan lahi does not have an al and does not match with the properties, then there is a break in chain.
Yes.
So this was the simplest answer, right? So we have to look at the last part of a fragment, and the ism that is coming after it is not matching that part of the fragment, then there we have a break in chain.
So because it didn't match, so it causes the break in the chain.
Because this is 100, something else has begun, right?
Okay.
Okay. So sister, and that one was harf ataf. We know harf ataf has wa, connecting the two ism with the same status, and then they have a different status. We cannot have an harf ataf, and then we have a break in chain here. Okay. So today, inshallah ta'ala, we will start the common break in chains.
Taza?
Yes, please.
I'm muted in few minutes because I received call from Pakistan. My sister is going to hospital.
Oh.
She's in severe condition. So
May Allah give her health. No, please. Inshallah, we pray for her. Inshallah ta'ala. May Allah give her health and happiness.
Ameen.
Okay, so today we are starting something which is called common break-in chain. There are some common break-in chain that appear in Quran a lot of time. So we are going to see what they are, right? The first common break-in chain is that if we have an independent pronoun and we have an ism after it, and that ism and the pronoun match in number and gender, then we have a break-in chain. Okay, let me repeat. When we have an independent pronoun, we have independent huwa, huma, hum, hiya, huma, hunna, anta, antuma, antum, anti, antuma, antunna, ana, and nahnu. These are our independent pronouns. When they appear in a sentence, usually they come as a beginning of a sentence, and then we have an ism following it, and the ism is matching in number and gender, then we have a break in chain. Right? The example is here, huwa azamun. We know huwa is singular and we know huwa is masculine. Azamun is also singular and azamun is also masculine. So we say, okay, there is a break in chain, and we are going to put our invisible is between huwa and azamun. And we translated with say, he is great. Right? He and great, we put a is between them. He is great. The second most common break in chain is after the pointers. When we study the pointers, we say that the pointer word and the ism that's coming after the pointer word, which is musharun ilayhi, must have al on it to have an ismul ishara and musharun ilayhi fragment. And if we have an ismul ishara and the ism that is following it is not having an al, it means this is not a fragment, this is a sentence. And when we have a sentence, we have to put ism and ar in a Jumlah Ismiah. So the ism and ar will gonna come after the pointer word. So ulaika ashabul nar means those are the people of fire. If we have to say those people of fire, that would have been ulaika ashabun nar, and that cannot be a sentence, that will be a fragment, because we are pointing towards the people. I say, oh, those people of nar, and we are talking something about them. Here we are saying those are the people of nar or people of fire, and this is a complete sentence. And then say the ismul ishara and the ism that is coming after it. In this case, this is idafa fragment, but the ism that is coming after it should match in number and gender, right? And then we have the third common break-in chain is after a harfu nasab and ismuha fragment. When we have a harfu nasab and when we have its ismuha, right, then the thing that is coming after it, we have a break-in chain, and we are going to put our invisible is or are there. Like innal insana lafi khusrin. Innal insana is singular and masculine. Lafi khusrin, the fi is harf jar, khusrin is an ism, and the khusrin is singular and masculine. See, we are in the same part of a sentence, and we have a break after innal insana. I know there is a question that harfu nasab can have a long distance relationship, so we have to look. If we have a harfu nasab and ismuha, we have to look for the first nasab after it, and we say, okay, this is the victim of the harfu nasab. It could be right after harfu nasab, it could be 2 or 3 places after a harfu nasab. Something can come between them too, but we have to look for the ismuha of harfu nasab, and then we will put the is or are in a sentence. Fourth is between a proper and a common word. When the condition comes that we have a proper ism and we have a common ism like marifa and nakira ism, then we have a break-in chain, and we are going to put our is and are there. But the condition is that the ism, one ism should be proper and one ism should be common, but they should match in number and gender. I know there's a lot to remember. We're gonna look at the book now, and we will study with the examples. So inshallah ta'ala, the concept will be clear to you. Sorry, any question? Any question, anyone?
So with the nasb and the its isms, you just continue till you find one that's not a nasb state. The one that's not a nasb status, then that's the breakage.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So who do I want? Give a chance today. Sister Habiba, can you please read from common break-in chain?
Yes. After independent pronouns are followed by an invisible is. They usually appear at the very beginning of the sentence. If the independent pronoun is followed by an ism, the pronoun and the in number and gender. Take a look at the following example. Antum qaumun musrifuna.
Good.
Yes. You all are an extravagant nation.
Okay.
So, okay.
Okay, now we have 3 ism here. Antum, First is independent pronoun, second is common, and third is musrifun. Okay, so the rule says if we have an independent pronoun, we have a breaking chain, but the ism that is following it must match the pronoun in number and gender. So antum, the gender is masculine, or it
Masculine,
can be
yeah.
feminine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be masculine or feminine both, right? It's antum.
Yes.
So, and if we know that the number is plural, so we'll match it with the common. What is the status? What is the number of common? We know that it
Plural.
is. Sorry, antum is plural. Antunna is antum and is independent pronoun is plural. My bad. Antum is only masculine. No, it cannot be feminine, and it's plural. So antum is masculine, antum is plural. Common is plural, and common is also masculine because it has no reason to be feminine. So the number and gender match. So we say, okay, there is a break in chain. So antum means you, all of you. Common means nation, and musrifuna means extravagant. So common, musrifuna, extravagant nation. And now we say if we write you extravagant nation, and if it's a sentence, we have to put is and are somewhere to make it a sentence. And in Arabic grammar, there is no word for it, so we have to look for the breaking chain. So we have independent pronoun and an ism that is matching in plural, number and gender. So we say there is a breaking chain here. So we put are because it's antum plural, so we use are. So you all are an extravagant nation.
Yes.
Did everybody agree on that? Is any confusion? Okay. Go ahead. Now, whose turn should be? Sister Hodma?
Yes.
Can you please do the next example?
هو الله. Huwa is masculine and single. Allah is masculine and single.
The word Allah.
The word Allah, yes. And so that's where you'd find your, because the two match in number and gender, that's where you'd find your breakage.
Chain. And there we are going to put your invisible is or are. So huwa means he, and word Allah is Allah. So we're going to say he is Allah. And we have a Jumlah Ismiah. Okay, good. Now, sister, what did I ask now? Sister Parveen Maroof, you're back?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, please try Ana khairum minhu.
Ana khairum minhu. Ana is singular and independent pronoun. Khairum minhu is khair is singular as well, and it's masculine. Well, Ana could be masculine and feminine, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. So we treat it as masculine because we just
Khairun is masculine, right?
Yes. And then minhu, because of harf min could be jar majroor, but
it's a jar majroor. We don't have to worry about that. When we are talking about independent pronoun, we just look after the first ism after it, right?
Khairu minhu. So minhu, who is masculine as well.
So just forget minhu. Just forget minhu. We have ana and khairun. So
ana khairun, right? Yeah.
So
they both match in gender and status. So the breakage would be.
We don't have to match the status. We have to match gender and number.
Gender and number, yes. So they both match in gender and number. So it's ana. The breakage would be after ana, and it is is or are after that you put. So in this case, it's am. I am better than him.
Very good. Very well done.
Can I just ask a question? You know, the common musrifun, can that be sifa and masuf as well?
Yes.
As being the breakage?
Yes, common musrifun is a subject, but we put is and am after a first break, right? Because you do not see two is are in any sentence, right? You have
No,
only
no.
one is and are in any sentence, right? So antum qawmun musrifuna, you all are extravagant nation. Anyway, there is nothing after it, but is and are is always going to be placed after the
After
first
the-
break in chain, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. Good question. That was a very good question. Okay, Sister Samia, huwa min al kitabi, please.
Okay. Who is singular and masculine, and min al-kitabi, so there's a jar majrur fragment. So there's no number or gender, but because it's the first breaking chain, so it's after the independent pronoun. So you put the is. So in this case, it is from, and then from the book is the jar majrur fragment.
Okay, very good. Now we're just talking about the ism should be matching number, but now we say that after independent pronoun there is another fragment coming up which does not have any reason to be connected. So we have a break in chain. Huwa min al kitabi. Huwa is independent pronoun. Min al kitabi is a jar majrur fragment, and there is nothing to combine them. Then we say, okay, there is a break in chain, and we're going to put our invisible is here after the independent pronoun. All right, good. Sister Sarah, you here with us today?
Yes, Ustaza. My daughter is actually here, a little unwell, so she's with me as well. Inshallah, I'll try to answer.
If you can please, can you read for us?
Yes, inshallah.
Okay, please try.
After pointers, Ismul Ishara. There is an invisible is after an Ismul Ishara if the word after it does not have an al. It usually happens at the very beginning of the sentence. If the Ismul Ishara is followed by an ism, it matches with the ism in number and gender. Take a look at the following examples. Ulaika ashabun nar.
Okay.
Those are the people of the fire.
Okay, so I will explain this one, inshallah ta'ala. Sorry. We did that Ulaika ashabun nar in the example, right? So sister, you can do it. Okay, just try. Go ahead.
Yes, Ulaika is the Ismul Ishara here, and it is it's plural, and it's in the first column, so it's masculine. Sorry, it's masculine, and Ashabu, it's also plural, and it doesn't have any reason to be feminine, so it's masculine. And it's the reason for this is that we studied just now that the reason for the breakage of chain could be an Ismul Ishara. So we have an Ismul Ishara here, and it's followed by Ashabun Nar, and if you look at the first word here, Ashabu, the properties are matching with the Ismul Ishara, so there is a break in the chain here.
Okay. So why we say Ulaika ashabun nar is a sentence, why it is not a fragment?
It's a sentence because it's giving the complete meaning because of the invisible R.
But how do we say that Ulaika ashabun nar is a sentence, not a fragment? It's not a Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment. We have a reason for it to be. So what is
it's not because it's not Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi, because it's not followed by al, which is the condition for it to be.
That's very good. When we have Ismul Ishara Musharun Lahi fragment, we first say that okay, if Ismul Ishara is followed by an ism with al or without al. We have an ism without al, so it's definitely a sentence. And it matches in the number and gender, and if they have a breaking chain, we're gonna put is after the Ismul Ishara.
Yes.
Thank you very much, sister. Okay, Sister Raisa, please try Haza min Indillahi.
Okay. Hada min indallahi. This is from Allah. Here we can clearly see, because like after hada, the Ismul Ishara word, we have another fragment which is min indallahi, and we already know that after hada it has to be an ism with an al, so that's why there was a break in the chain.
That's a very good reason, because haza and min indillahi has no reason to be connected.
Yeah.
So there is a breaking chain. Very good. And can you tell me what is in the word in the here?
And Allah is the mudaf ilayhi fragment. So
Yes.
there's also
special.
there's also yeah.
Very good, very good. Sister Habiba, please haulai shufa'auna.
Yeah, haulai is ismul ishara, and for ismul for the ismul ishara and mushar ilayhi fragment, we should have the al on the next ism, but it doesn't have the al on it, so it's a break of chain.
Good. So we have a break in chain, and we're gonna put our because haulai is plural, we are gonna put the word r in here, and the haulai and shafa'una match in number and gender. Good.
Okay. I have a question. Do we need to have the same plural masculine? If we put are or is, then we have to look at the number and gender.
We have to look at a number. Gender doesn't apply when we have is, are, or am, right? So we have to look for the number. If it's singular, we put is, or if it's singular and ana or nahnu, then we put m, or for ana m, for nahnu we are going to be r anyway. So if there's plural, we put r. If there's singular, we put is, and for anu we're gonna ana we're gonna put m, right?
Okay.
Now sister Hodma.
Yep.
هذه ناقة الله.
هذه is feminine. And naqa is also feminine. This is an animal.
Naqatu is a one word, right? It's
naqatullahi.
Naqatu is a one word. You say naqa is naqatu, right?
Okay, so it's an idafa fragment.
Naqatullahi is a dafa fragment, right?
Yeah.
So naqatu is singular and feminine, you're right. So we have hazihi, and then we have an idafa fragment, so we have a break in chain here.
Yes.
And our is going to be coming after the word
after the hazihi.
Yeah, this, because, and we use is, we opted for is because it is singular, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Now sister Samia, can you please read for us sentences versus fragment part?
Sentence versus fragment. Let us revisit the second rule of Ismul Ishara wal Musharun ilayhi. The Musharun ilayhi must have an al. This is because if it does not, the fragment turns into a sentence. For example, هذه الآيات translates as this ayah. Remove the al and it becomes هذه آياته, which translates as this is an ayah.
Okay, so this is something that we have done multiple times, and now is reinforcing our concept that when we have an Ismul Ishara and al after it, then we have an Ismul Ishara Musharun Lahi fragment, and if we do not have an al after it, then we have a is or are coming in, and it is a sentence. Okay.
Remember, if there is an al, it is a fragment. If there is no al, it is a sentence. Also know that Ismul Ishara wal Musharun ilayhi is not the only relationship that an Ismul Ishara can be in. An Ismul Ishara can appear as an Ism inna, or as a Majroor, or as a Mudaf ilayh, to name a few.
Okay, yes. So there's something they are clarifying, that it's not always that if we have an Ismul Ishara, that's going to come it only as an Ismul Ishara and Musharun Lahi fragment, because Ismul Ishara is an Ism, right? So Ism can be used in any other fragment as well, like in a Mudafa fragment as Mudaf ilayhi. It can be used as a Majroor in Jar Majroor fragment, and it can become as in Nasab and Ismu Inna fragment, or as Isme Nasab fragment. Okay, so now we have to answer me very quickly that it is a sentence or a fragment. Okay, I'm starting with Sister Raisa. Hazihi an-naharu.
Hadihi and Naharu, there is no break in the chain because Hadihi and Naharu, the word after it has an al.
So it is a fragment or a sentence?
It is a fragment, yes.
Okay, good. Now I want quick answers. Okay, Sister Habiba. Tilkal Qura.
This is a fragment.
Okay. Sister Hodma. Ulaika waqudun nari.
Sorry, the third one.
Yes, Ulaika waqudun nari.
I think it's a sentence.
Okay, good. Sister Parveen Maruf. Haza haramun.
It's a sentence as well.
Okay, good. Sister Sara. Zalika min anba'il ghaibi.
It is a sentence.
Okay. Sister Sara. Haulai qawmun.
Haulai qawmun. Yeah, it is also a sentence.
Okay, good. Sister Raisa, I want you to read the harfu nasab wa ismuha part after her.
Okay. A harf nasab along with its ism is followed by an is. It generally appears at the beginning of a sentence. The ism of inna matches in number and gender with the word after is. Take a look at the following examples. Innaha baqaratun safra'u. Certainly it is a yellow cow.
Okay, let me explain to you. Inna is a harfu nasab and ha is a attached pronoun which is in the nasab form. So innaha is a harfu nasab and it's ismuha fragment. Then we have that is coming after it is baqaratun safara'u. The baqaratun safara'u is a mawsuf sifa fragment. And baqaratu is also in the rafa status, you can see that. So we say that in naha there is this harfu nasab and small fragment has ended. So we have a breaking chain and that where we put our invisible is here. Is because of ha. Ha is a singular. So certainly it is a yellow cow. So Sister Habiba, inna laha ma'as sabirina.
Okay, inna laha, this inna is harf of nasab and laha is ism nasab status, so it is fragment, and then ma'as sabirina, ma'a also is with
Ma is not in the Ma is
not. Okay, it's the harf, and as-sabirina is also nasab form, but here is a breaking, we can say.
Yes, because ma has come between them, so there is a breaking chain. So inna laha is a harfu nasab and a small fragment ending here.
But we know that harfu nasab can be in longer distance.
Yes, but we have to check for the first ism after it, right? When we have a first item and then we have a breaking chain. Yeah, so if it would be like inna laha wa rasula wa ashaba, something like that, we say okay, the status is continuing, right? But there is a breaking chain because some other word is coming, ma is coming between it, which is not a nasab, right? It's a harf.
Yeah.
So thereby we have a breaking chain here. And we put our is after inna laha.
Yes.
Okay, good. So can you please read?
Between a proper and common word.
No, remember that is that part.
Oh, okay. Remember that the is comes after the ism of the harf of nasab. It does not come between the harf al-nasab and its ism.
Okay, so we never put is after the harfu nasab, but we put the ism after the ism of harfu nasab, right? So we have to
Yes.
find a nasab, the ism in nasab status for harfu nasab, but then we say, okay, this the fragment has ended, and now we have a invisible is coming here. Okay. Now, Sister Hodma, can you please read for us? Between a proper and a common word?
When a proper word is followed directly by a common word, and is goes between them, the two words usually match in number and gender. Take a look at the following examples. Yada'u,
Yadahu,
yadahu,
mabsutatani.
mabsutatani. Okay, yadahu are hands, his hands.
Yes. So what kind of fragment is yadahu?
Mudaf ilayh.
Yes. So we look at the property of yadahu, right? Number, gender, and type.
Yes. So
What is the property of a yadahu? Type of yadahu.
But I split it into two to say yada and then who.
Yes, when we're talking about idafa fragment, the property is one because of mudaf ilahi. Mudaf also get the same property, right? Type, I mean, the type matches. Okay, when we say mudaf and mudaf ilahi, if mudaf ilahi is proper, mudaf is also
Proper.
proper, right? Remember?
Yes, they match.
So when we are talking about the type of idafa fragment, where do we look at? Mudaf ilahi, right?
Yeah.
So what is a mudaf ilahi here in yadahu?
Which one of the two you mean, yada or the ha?
Yadahu is idafa fragment, yeah?
Yadahu.
And it's made up of two parts, with the
Yes.
mudaf and mudaf ilahi. And I'm talking about what is a mudaf ilahi in yadahu?
The who?
Who, which is a attached
His has.
pronoun.
Oh, yes, yes.
And attached pronouns
Yeah.
are always proper.
Pronouns are proper, yes.
Yes, pronoun proper. So we know that the property of yadahu is proper,
Proper.
right? So move on. This is a quick thinking that you have to apply now, right? Because we know we know everything, and we have to look at the mudaf ilahi to catch the property of a mudaf or a idafa fragment as a whole. So yadahu is proper, and what about the next word that's coming after it?
Extended. It's common because there's nothing that makes it proper.
Okay, so when we have one common and one proper, then there could be a break in chain, but now we have to match the number and gender, right?
The yada is feminine, but the who is masculine.
But yada is feminine. But why yada is feminine?
The hands. I thought if it's two body parts, it's feminine.
Yeah. So because when we are talking of idafa fragment, we look at the properties of mudaf, right? So mudaf is the property is our is and pair, that they are number is dual, and we have gender is feminine, and then we have type is proper because of who, right? So we have to take the properties of mudaf, not mudaf ilahi, right? And now we have a word mabsutatani. What are the properties of mabsutatani?
It is Annie. It's a feminine and it's dual.
Tani is feminine, giving us feminine, and Tani is giving us dual. Not Ani. Ani is masculine, right? Tani is feminine.
Tani, yes.
Tani. So we have two ism, which is one proper and one common, and they match in the properties. So we have a break in chain, and our is visible is, or in this case, R is coming between this word, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now you can me why it's not a idafa chain of idafa fragment here? Can you answer me this? Because you know
Why is
mudaf
this-
ilahi must be in jar status and mabsutatani can be jar status, right? So why we don't have
chain of idafas. You have more than one of.
we can have more. We have a chain of idafa. We studied the idafa chain, right?
But there's not more than one of.
No, we can have the book of Rasul of Allah, right? How many of we have?
But in this particular example, there's not there.
But because why? That's why I'm asking you why. Grammatical reason. What is the condition for mudaf?
Is it because it's broken? There's a breakage in the middle.
No. What is the condition for? Okay, what is the condition for mudaf ilayhi?
Then is it that it's not in the jar status?
It's not in the jar status, or should be in the jar status.
This is not in the jar status.
Okay.
What we have.
What we have tani, it's not be a jar.
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay, which column does it belong to in Muslim chart? Muslimah chart.
Muslimatani, it's
Rafa.
a dual feminine.
Muslimatani, Muslimataini, Muslimatani is Rafa. So we don't have to be confused if we have a kasra here that is a jar status. I was just trying to confuse you, right?
Yes.
Because Mabsutatani is Rafa, it's not jar. Right? And Mudaf ilahi must have to be a jar. So that's why we have a breaking chain here. Anyway, the Dafa fragment is not moving forward, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was just
So it's because
confusing
it's
you.
supposed to be in jar, but it's not in jar. I get it now.
You know, if Mudaf ilahi has to be in jar, and first Mudaf has to be light no al, and who does not have al on it, so it cannot be a Mudaf anyway. To be make anything a Mudaf ilahi, right? So it was just a recap for Idafa chain because I thought you were struggling there. So please.
Just be reminded though that Rafa.
Sorry?
It's a good reminder for all of us because we might get confused as a customer on it, but it's Tani, it's Rafa, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I asked this trick question to you because things comes when you're reading Quran and you can easily get confused if you don't have your concepts solidified. No problem. Jazakallah.
I have a question.
Yes, please.
Can any mudaf can make mudaf ilahi more than one ism?
Do you remember we studied something called Idafa, chain of Idafa?
Maybe. Okay.
I think you need to go back and study that, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Sister Sarah, Wallahu wasi'un alimun.
Yes, Ustaza. Inshallah, I'll try. There's a lot of noise and try to get to a quieter place. Yes. Wallahu. And Allah is what wasi'un alim, and Allah is all encompassing and all knowing. So here we have Wallahu.
Okay.
The
Forget wa is a harf. We're talking about
Waw is a harf. Allahu is the idafa fragment here. We have the pronoun.
No, Allahu is not a Idafa fragment here. Allah, Ismu Allah.
Ismu Allah is has an attached pronoun who.
No. Allah has ha in it. The word Allah has
Sorry,
ha in
I got
it.
confused.
Allahu is
Yes.
what the who is telling us. That's a rafa, right?
Yeah, it's a rafa.
Okay, so what are you doing here? What is the topic we are studying?
The break in the chain.
Of what we are looking at, what point we are at.
What point? Between a proper and a common. Okay. Yeah.
So now tell me.
So, Allah, the Ismul Jalala is proper.
Yes.
And Wasi'un Alim is, you said that the names of Allah are not considered as Mawsuf Sifa. So we look at this. Wasi'un Alim is doesn't it's also it's common, doesn't have a reason to be proper.
To be proper, yes.
Yeah. So there's a break in the chain because it's one is proper and the other is common.
And we have to match the properties, right? Number, gender, type.
Okay. Yeah. So number, Ismul Jalala, singular. Wasion, no reason to be plural, singular. And number, gender. Gender is masculine. Wasion, no reason to be feminine, so masculine as well. And type, we said Ismul Jalala proper, and Wasion is common.
Okay, so this is where we have a break in chain, and we're gonna put our invisible is here.
Yeah.
Right? And Allah is all encompassing and all knowing. Okay, so the last thing is here, they're saying a note that this is a list of common breaks in the chain for your reference. Not all breaks fit into one of those 4 categories, but now since we have our logic clear, right, so now we can make a logical decision then where the break in chain is for Jumlah Ismiah, because we know that if something is not matching with the status or the continuity of the other part, then we have a break in chain here, right? These are the 4 common ones, but we studied something about like the 6 before: harf jar, idafa, harf ataf, ismul ishara, mushar level. If they're fragments, if there's a chain break in the fragments, then we have also a break in chain for a jumla ismiya. Right? So now look at this video. Now I want Sister Parveen Maroof to do the first one, right? And we know how the meanings here as well. So please try to do the first one, which is Haza Balagun Nasi. So we have to give me where is a break in chain, and you have to translate the ayah as well with the words given.
The breakage would be after Haza. Haza is this is Balagun announcement lin Nasi for the people.
Very well done, very well done. This is the announcement for the people. Okay, now Sister Samia. Ana Yusufu?
Okay. So Ana is the independent pronoun, which means I. Yusufu is the name Yusuf, so I am Yusuf.
Okay, so here we have pronoun and we are matching the status as well, right?
Yeah, Rafa. Ana is Rafa and Yusuf is Rafa.
I mean, proper means we have to number and gender should match, right? Number and gender are matching between Ana and Yusufu. Okay, good. Sister Raisa, was-samawatu matwiyatun.
Was-samawatu matwiyatun.
Wa is and here, right? As-samawat, wa means and as-samawatu matwiyatun.
So was-samawatun, the first word is the right? The end.
No, it's and, yeah, it's connector her, right?
Yeah, okay. And then what?
As-samawatu and matwiyatun, right? They both are isms.
They're both ism, so it should be the ism mawsuf. So as-samawatu matwiyatu, they're both the status, they're both rafa because they have the dhamma. They're both feminine because they have the plural feminine.
Okay.
Because of the alif. I said status, number, and gender. There's the type. The first one is al. So the second one should wait. What? If the first one is proper, then the second one should also be proper.
For it to be a masuf sifa. If it is not, then it is not a?
It's not a masuf sifa.
Then what kind of a break and chain we have?
It's the masuf sifa break and chain.
No, we don't have masuf sifa here. So how do we have masuf sifa break and chain? You say first ism is proper and second ism is common.
Oh, it's the proper and common.
Yes, the proper and common break in chain, right?
Yeah.
So as-samawatu and matwiyatun, the R is going to be between samawatu and matwiyatun, right? Okay, good. Sister Habiba. Hiya beda'un
Yes.
linnazirina.
Yeah. Here is independent pronoun. So we can, after that is baydao. Baydao is ism.
Beda'u
So,
which means color white, right?
okay. So it is in break of chain. We can put here an is because both are singular.
Singular, and the colors are feminine, right?
Okay, both are feminine.
Singular and feminine. So we have a breaking chain after here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now try to
So,
translate it.
She is white. What you said the color?
White.
By the white.
And
So she is white. Linna Zirin. Nazirin
means
what is
one who looks, right? Nazir means one who's looked. So when we have Nazirina, it is plural.
She looks white.
She is white. Li is, what is Li?
For
Li is harf.
half of jar. Half of jar li. So it's an jar and a major fragment.
So li means for.
For, and Nazirin is one who looks.
So try to translate
So
it.
for she is white for
One who looks.
One who looks white.
She is white for one who looks. I mean, she looks white for those who looks for it, right? Like we say, that beauty lies in the eyes of beholder. So you look beautiful if you are looking for a beauty, right? So she is white for those who looks. Okay. Sister Hodma, innaka mayyatun wa innahum mayyatuna.
Mayyit, is that's dead? Okay. Innaka mayyit, you, verily you are dead. Wa innahum mayyituna.
Okay, so give me the breaking chain first.
Maybe, I'm not sure. Is that after the mayyitun?
Okay, first tell me what is innaka.
Is it you?
Okay, what is inna and what is ka?
Doesn't that ka was he, wasn't it?
Ka is an attached pronoun, right?
Yes.
So what is inna? You translated it right. Just say it.
Was it right?
What is inna? What kind of harf is inna?
Inna.
Sister, you know it.
Harf
You
al-nasb.
definitely know it. Yes, it's harf nasab, right?
Yeah.
And what is attached pronoun here?
The kaf.
Kaf.
The ka.
So what it is to inna?
It made it. Okay, so then that's where the cut would. That's where the breakage would be. After inna.
Innaka, right?
Yes.
Because mayyatun is what? Nasab or rafa?
Rafa.
So we have innaka, where our harfun nasab is, fragment is ending, right? And then we have what? A breaking chain.
A breaking chain, yeah.
So where our invisible is or r is going to be after inna,
The
innaka, right? Now try to translate.
innaka. Verily you are dead. Wa innahum.
Wa means and. Atta.
And innahum is you, like pro.
Inna again.
Inna verily hum.
All of you. All
Okay.
of them.
Yeah. So and verily they are dead.
Okay. You are dead and verily you are dead, and verily they are dead.
And they are dead. Yeah.
Too. I mean, when we translate, we say they are dead too, right?
Oh, sorry, I just added something.
Verily you are dead, and
verily they are dead.
they are dead too, right? If you were translating in English, you would say verily they are dead too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But there's no word for it there.
No, this was a tricky one, but you did it right. Sister Sarah, have you attempted any one of it?
No, I haven't attempted.
Okay, so please go ahead and do Huma fil Ghari.
Huma is the pronoun, independent pronoun, so it will be, and it's dual, and if fil Ghari is the jar majroor fragment. So the breaking chain would be after Huma, after the pronoun. The reason would be that the pronoun, Huma.
Yes, very good. Now try to translate.
Huma fil Ghari. Huma is dual, so it will be both of them, masculine. Both of them in the cave.
Both of them in the cave. So that
the break in the chain. Sorry, both of them because they are it's plural, so both of them are in the cave.
Very good, very well done. So there we end our breaking chain topic here, and inshallah ta'ala tomorrow we'll start the labeling of the Jumlatul Ismiah. So this is something completely new that we're going to start, that how do we label a Jumla Ismiah, what are the parts of Jumla Ismiah, and how we're going to label them. So is there any question, anyone?
No, this Monday inshallah, yeah?
Yes, Monday I mean, yes. So everybody so far so good?
Yes, alhamdulillah.
So inshallah tomorrow we'll see how we are with this concept, and we will start a new topic inshallah, which is a very interesting topic, which will help you your recitation of Quran very, very well. So inshallah ta'ala, see you on Monday. Have a very good weekend. Enjoy your holidays. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam.